of intelligence, great greatest complex world that's not yet seen. So many happenings in reality, happenings in reality.
Let's do this thing. Hey everyone, this is Dusk as the Gamer. We are celebrating 10 years of Yai Gameworks. I have a lot of stuff prepared actually, so we're going to get started pretty much immediately. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. The VOD for this will stay up. And yeah, during this, while the stream is running, of course this VOD, it's not equivalent if you watch this afterwards, but during the rest of August of 2025, there is a sale of Steam of every single game that Yai Gameworks has released so far on sale. It is a deeper discount. All the games have been on. It is also, right after the sale, there's going to be a few small things that'll change. Close Me's DLC is going to be delisted from Steam. The content, the New Game Plus content of Close Me will just be added to the base game of Close Me, while people who have supported the DLC in the past will get an exclusive costume as just thanks for supporting the DLC over the years. There will also be a price increase for Feast Your Eyes and Decaying Delicacy, because there are planned updates for those games in the next month or two for those games. Alright, with all that established, let's get straight into this. I have a lot to go over and a lot of stuff to show off. This stream is mostly going to be dedicated to things that aren't always available in the games that I've released so far, but there will be some games that we'll touch on which are definitely still playable and available to everybody. Alright, so the first thing which I'm going to show, and I think might be a fun way to start this off with, is something which was released for Red Haze a long time ago. Some people might remember there was an April Fool's event that ran for Red Haze for I'd say it only lasted for 2 or 3 weeks. There's actually not much of a record of the Red Haze the April Fool's version of Red Haze that ran in 2018 around obviously April Fool's Day. I have the version of that here. To be honest, I don't remember the full extent of what was even changed about it. You might be hearing the game starting up right now. I will just basically play this for a small bit before we move on to the next thing. Funnily enough, the records of this, I think the only things that are left of this version before this recording was an article that was written about Red Haze, which just happened to be written when this version was running, so they have screenshots of the April Fool's version, and a couple screenshots in Steam. Let's load that up. It's the famous April Fool's edition of Red Haze. I recognize the menu music anywhere, of course. So, the April Fool's version is really stupid. I apologize. We're just going to do a couple runs of this. I'm also going to determine where we might decide to go based off of what you guys want to see. I remember I think not every single image maybe, but almost every single image in the game is modified with really stupid additions. Let's just inject, overwrite that. I warn you, this first bit is going to be fairly repetitive. Before playing, all that fun. Get ready for this repetition.
Once there was a girl. She was a bitch. Bitch.
Mother, fuck this spoon! Fucking right into Catilla's bed! Mother, fuck this spoon! Fucking right into Catilla's bed! Mother, fuck this spoon! Fucking mother, fuck this spoon! Fucking
this, oh yeah, Rocket's just gonna say this
Fucking
over
right
and
into
over
Catilla's
again
embezzle, asshole!
during this. In fact, I'll turn her down a little bit as we go through the opening. But she doesn't just say this the entire game. She does during the opening, though.
Motherfuck this spoon! Motherfuck this spoon!
I'm trying to imagine if somebody's first time was playing this. Like, this was just their exposure to it. First thing first. This was held a while back. Throwing some shade as usual, of course. I promise there's more than just this line, but you wouldn't tell from this opening, though.
Motherfuck this spoon! Fucking right into Catilla's embezzle, asshole! Motherfuck this spoon! Fucking right into Catilla's embezzle, asshole!
The only line that Rocket ever needed to express her entire character, obviously.
Motherfuck this spoon!
I actually forgot that her face got bigger after the credits passed on through. We're gonna ignore that for a second. For the record, this doesn't just alter the dialogue, and it doesn't just alter all the pictures in the game. We're gonna pass through this last bit. There we go. So the first thing I'm gonna get is the admin ending, just because that one is usually people's first ending that they get in the game. Out to send this bright. As far as I'm concerned, this might as well be a people into another dimension. I'm no longer part of that outside world. Alright. Now we won't do the game section. I don't think there's anything particularly special. Maybe there is. I don't remember, actually. Let me do it just to be on the safe side. I don't imagine there's anything that special about it, but hey, I'll do it. Who knows? To be honest, my memory of what was in this April Fool's update is very foggy. This was almost like... I guess at this point it'd be like 8 years ago. Wow. Time flies. Yeah, I'm a little closer to 7, but like 7.5. Alright, so we're not going to pick up the key. We're just going to make a dash for it. Oh, we'll happy appreciate it. Okay, so there was nothing that was really changed about the game sequence. I just didn't remember if there was or wasn't. You know what? I think yeah, okay. I think I know I'm going to play this. I will grab the keys from over here, because I do remember something. We're going to use that to get to the bathroom upstairs. Because I do recall something outside of our favorite Rocket up here. Of course, I know. Even though the last few years have been a little slower on the release side, even though we're still releasing updates for things, I am very happy to have been at this for 10 years. I can say that much. Let's get to the shower for a sec. A shower. Hey, it's working. Let's take a shower. I guess it's okay. I forgot. Well, that was refreshing. Don't worry, we got this. Out we go. Well, Rocket, it's because we're doing a special run right now. Go downstairs, of course. Don't worry, she's fine. So we're gonna go to the, actually, you know, let me go outside before I do this. Like, I probably changed the spray of the shadow thing. Let me go see how he's doing out here. Where art thou? I hear him coming. Oh, we did an update. Okay, we'll move on from there. Oh, well, you know, her inventory is wherever she wants to place it. I guess whatever on hand. We won't say hi to Starry yet. We're going to first jump just down the well and get this first ending. Alright, let's see. Wait a second, just for a Pale Smile to show up. Hi, Pale Smile.
Why, hello.
Hey!
Would you like to play a game?
I'll say no.
What a shame.
Since we're currently in Tallstodian mode, or the second form of the Custodian, this would actually be the only place that we'd be able to see, like, yeah, someone dressed you. Be the only one of the very few places we could see normal admin without, like, deleting our save files. So I just want to get admin. Come on, admin. Here, boy. He'll be here in a second. Don't worry. He'll come running. Which maze do you mean? You mean the backrooms one? Come on, admin. He'll be here in a second. He's always a good boy, and he comes right on time. Usually. Come on, admin. We know you're there. Oh, the first person one? That part's remained pretty consistently the same through, I think, through most of development, actually. What if, oh, there he is. Hi, Edmund. Real cutie.
In the end, no matter how much we
We'll
try
let this
to
ending play
fight
out normally.
no one likes being alone. We do so much to rip ourselves away from others. We've built a society on a foundation of expectations. We are expected to bring out the potential in ourselves and to rise above others, to prove our worth in a sea of desires. But maybe all along, we should have built our foundation out of the simplest truth.
I'm a little surprised he's not just yelling, "Motherfuck that spoon."
Humans are weak. We are driven mad without others. Everyone is fighting off their own loneliness. Sometimes it takes having our lives ripped away from us to see what truly matters.
Yeah, Rocket?
Tear down our walls, to get rid of our facades, and simply give others a chance. You may find happiness in the most unexpected of places. And your life may take you in unexpected directions out of your control.
The April Fool's version was only
Sometimes
available for a very
we need
brief
to
window of
suffer
time,
to
actually,
find
so...
true happiness.
Wow. Well, you have it right there, folks.
I'm happy. I'm happy.
Okay, so keep in mind that this update was a while back, so the newer endings aren't in the game. Is there an ending you guys are interested in seeing in particular?
I'm happy.
This one's a little bit of an
Are
audience
you?
interactive one. Because we're not going to get every single ending in the April Fool's version of Red Haze right now. I have a lot to go over in this stream, actually. I'll let that do... I'll just press F5. I won't let the rest, and I already have the achievement, so... The host ending? Oh, that's a set. I think I already have host actually on this save file, so I should be fine. I can't do that because they'll just, they'll send me back. So yes, I have to go there. Right. They're going to make me watch this again. I forgot because there's not a skip option during the April Fool's thing. But there is the skip key, so I should be able to do this. It'll go still a little bit slow, a little bit more motherfuck this spin, but I'll turn this down so we aren't too disturbed by it. So I'll turn Rocket saying over and over again down really quiet in the background as we skip through it. What I will say is that I do believe every ending is changed. Do you guys want to do... Yeah, a couple said the host ending. So, okay, everyone's the Green Man host ending. We'll do one of the host endings. I think that we should just be able to trigger it immediately if we just go there, hopefully. Possible to add it back if you were to use April Fool's outfit. That is a not terrible idea. I'd have to set everything up because there's some stuff which would require a little bit of oil grease to get that working again. Still though, yeah, it is, but it doesn't. At least with this old version of I forgot this old version of skipping the text, it's still like pauses at the pauses in dialogue, which Red Haze uses a lot of. It does go faster, though. I actually solved this encoding for a more recent project, but whatever, Red Haze is an old game, so... Hey. Thank you, Rocket. Okay, so I'm going to... Because the game restarts every time, well, I guess I could do a dev sheet for that. Let's go for ending H. I guess the easiest way for me ending H is literally just to go this way. I guess this was already in the game when the April Fool's... Right, this was in the game for a while, wasn't it? Let me check something there. It's not there, it's up here. Wait. Oh, was this like in the game but not in the game at this point? Oh, that's weird. That's like really weird. These doors aren't actually enterable. Huh. Was this area like sealed off, but it's like in the game at this point? But since I've already unlocked it, I can actually just access it here. So that means I can even go this way. Like that door works. The other doors don't. That's fascinating. It's been a long time since I played an older version of Red Haze. That hallway, I guess, was just in the game for coding purposes, but the rest of those doors weren't accessible right then. Alright, so let's see if we can trigger the host ending. Then we'll turn the volume back up. Go, Rocket, go. You got this.
Once upon a time, there was a dear little girl named Rocket. Rocket used drugs to give meaning
Right,
to
host
her
is censored, I forgot.
miserable existence. They helped her not be herself.
I mean, he is a little
Face
much.
the world into nothing but a haze. Because she hated herself. And this is just another way to tear herself down. Oh, but maybe she did deserve it.
Yeah, 16 years. It's always part of the fun. I forgot that the April Fool's version censored host.
She made everyone her enemy to shut out the world.
Like in the flashback
kindness.
isn't altered.
She created her own character.
Do you have any more?
Sometimes it's just easier to hate yourself. Easier to let go all those expectations.
I'm freezing.
Let yourself. It's too hard to keep trying. So why don't you just give
We won't be able to I should have visited Starry.
This is what
I'll
you
do that.
wanted.
We might do one more run after this, then switch the activities so I can see the Starry scene and give another ending. No. Because obviously we're not about to get to the ending since, well, yeah, apparently in this save file I haven't gotten everything. This isn't the dev profile, it's actually just the Steam one I have, so... Probably the Tenebrous, you'll turn that way. I want to see, let's see Edmund, whole naked along the neighborhood. Oh, he's got a clown nose. I forgot. Oh no. Well. I'll use an adrenaline. It's okay. I think I don't have a save file, but that's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna go say hi to Starry. And after we say hi to Starry, what ending should I go for? Because I can't get the host ending on this run. This will be the last run, and then I guess I'll see if there's anything I particularly want to mention about the April Fool's versions, because there wasn't any recordings of it. Do you remember the secrets that were in the older versions of Red Haze? I don't recall removing any secrets from the older versions of Red Haze. There's like some secrets which are a little old, but...
Once there was... She was...
I'll turn the volume down against they aren't just hearing, "Motherfuck this spoon" over and over again. I'll cheat it once.
Motherfuck this spoon! Fuck it right into Catilla's embezzle, asshole!
Just once to get out of your system. I'm gonna turn the volume back up. Okay, so, chat, which ending of Red Haze would you like to see the April Fool's version of? I can name for it. Keep in mind the newer endings aren't in this version of the game, so anything that was added after 2018 is not currently in this April Fool's version, but get the ending where Starry and Rocket escape together. Yes, I can go for that. It's a little bit of a trickier ending to get, but it's more than plausible. I'll hold control just so we can speed past this a little bit faster. But yeah, okay, so I believe is that ending S or ending T? I think it's T for together, but it could, yeah, because ending S is S for Starry. For the record, all the endings correspond with a word. I don't think the game ever actually officially announces that, but I'm pretty sure that T is the ending. It might be S, but I think it's T. It's S? Alright, so it'd be S for going out with Starry then. Oh, yeah. Right, the reverse of what I was thinking. Alright, let this all go. I mean, Rocket looks very happy there. Probably not a good thing. Yeah. Alright, let's turn the volume up. Let's go meet up with Starry this time. See that scene play out. Alright, alright. Part of me is tempted to remind myself what putting on Starry's dress in this outfit is, because I don't think it, if I recall, I don't think it's just putting on Starry's dress. But hey, I'll look into it after I'm done quickly being Starry, so you can't really do that and also try to get the happy with Starry ending, so. Well, let's see if we can have a decent time with Starry. Hi, Starry. Reach out for her. Well, let's definitely watch the scene.
Starry?
Oh, yes?
Hey, Starry.
Hey, shithead. I thought I told you to get the hell out of here. This really isn't a place for someone like you to call home.
Very high bar here for Starry, so.
Oh, Rocket. Yeah, you did tell me, but, well... Rocket!
Hey, what are you, deaf and dumb? I told you to leave. Squatting here ain't no place for someone as fragile as you to be hanging around at anyway.
Starry, Larry.
I didn't want to
That
leave
was
you
like
here all
Larry,
alone. You're always being so stubborn and unwilling to accept any help. And I admit, I'm a bit naive and don't know the ropes of
Latari.
living homeless yet. Us runaways
It almost sounds
need
like I'm trying to say
stick together.
Atari, but like Latari.
No, we really fucking don't. Listen, kid, I get it. You're new to this whole hobo life thing.
I'll let the scene play out.
It's all new and exciting for you.
For those who
still.
know Red
All
Haze,
glamorous
any
or some
option
shit.
you want me... Actually, if I'm trying to get the good ending, I should be nice to Starry right now and do a few things.
But I don't need any of that naivety. And you don't need to settle on this shithole. Anyway, I told you to stay away from me. You give me the creeps.
What? Don't say that. I just think we can get by better if we stick together.
Larry and quiet.
Everybody needs a friend. We could watch out for each other in these hard times and help each other take on the challenges we face.
Thank you, Starry.
Would you mind if I tag along?
I think a lot of people pick up on this, but I'm going to mention this just because we're seeing the scene and I'm seeing the chat. Rocket is canonically bisexual, probably pansexual, honestly. And Starry is a lesbian, so...
Well...
I'm just mentioning that for no specific reason. Let's be nice here. Or tag along.
Fine. Sure, you can tag along. But I'm not your babysitter, okay?
Got it. I look forward to getting to know you.
Thank you, Starry.
We really don't need to get to know each other. It might be better if we don't. I'll be your partner, but that doesn't mean we're friends.
Huh? Oh, I don't mean to intrude. Just, it might help out. Like roommates, you know?
and they were roommates.
Implying we have a home. Come on, shithead. I was off to see Auntie G, and this don't change nothing.
Please, don't call me that. My name is Starry. Hey! Wait for me!
Alright, let's see. I'm gonna get the mouse scene in a second. Yeah, so she has L on her forehead. And it says dumbass on the back. We're sorry. Okay, so we're gonna go over here, trigger the mouse scene. It's just gonna be with the stills, but you know.
Oh god! A rat! A rat! Rocket! Get it away!
Oh, hey, this one
Are
is
you
actually
serious,
modified.
Story? It's just a mouse. Wait, let me get this straight. You took shelter in an abandoned apartment,
Pretty much.
and
we'll see.
you're afraid of mice? Just how dumb are you?
I'm sorry. I just can't stand rats. Please, Rocket, can we just go another way?
Sure.
Well, I did just come from that way, and Auntie G isn't over there either. So in this case, you're lucky. We won't head back for now. But seriously, Starry, if you're gonna live here, you'll have to deal with a few rats.
I know. Just, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Whatever. Let's continue.
Alright, so that graphic wasn't changed. So again, I don't actually remember what the April Fool's update does and doesn't change. But I'll go up here. Let's hope I have the generator and everything turned on. I'll activate the book just to get this scene for the points.
Fairy tales.
We're gonna sort of skip past the scene at the moment. What's up? Since we're trying to get ending S at the moment, I'm trying to get some points racked up with Starry, so...
Yoo-hoo! Rocket, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Sorry, just kind of spaced out a bit.
What's on your mind?
I was thinking about my sister.
I was just thinking about my younger sister. I haven't seen her in a long while, and I was reminded of her is all.
Yeah?
You have a younger sister? You've never mentioned her before.
Yeah, I tried to leave a lot of my past behind me. I needed to get away from there, but I hope she's okay. Sorry, we should continue. Let's get going.
Alright. And will I ever disappear? I'll stay over here in case something happens. Never know. And back out we go.
Huh? Starry? Where'd she go?
I'll get the key because I want to see if the mannequins change. I don't remember if they have or haven't. Yeah, I didn't get the red key, so I won't be able to access what I was thinking about maybe doing so. Okay, good. It's going the wrong way anyway, so I'll pick up these gloves. I think it's going to circle around, if I remember correctly. This gives us a chance to look at it when he passes by. How'd you see me? What? Was this version of the game glitched? I don't know how he saw me there. This is an older version of the game. Was there a bug there? I don't need to fix it. It doesn't actually happen. I've hit there a bajillion times. Alright, well, I will use an adrenaline. Well, let's take the easy way here. Okay, I think I know which way Edmund's going, so... Should be fine to go over this way. Maybe the clown nose makes it more perceptive. Let's head over this way. Alright. Hopefully we have enough goody two-shoe points. Oh, hey, we got this version, the rainy version. To be able to say hello to Auntie G. Maybe a super attention-grabbing phase. Yeah, you can't reach the proposed lighthouse windows at this version of it. Oh, right. Oh, right. I forgot that was in this version. Well, hopefully YouTube's okay. Hi, Auntie G.
I was beaten and abused, humiliated. I couldn't pay up anymore, so I was no longer of any use to Auntie G. I don't know why I expected otherwise. In the end, no one gives a rat's ass about the homeless. We are killed or swept up in the
Maybe
night
the save file
for
doesn't have
whatever
the
ends
generator
anyone who
turned
bothers
on.
me, please.
I guess we're gonna get this ending
I
then.
had done a lot for Auntie G. No, that's a lie. I had done a lot for my next fix. I couldn't give a fuck who gave it to me. But for every drug exchange, I traded something I began to have less and less of. More than just money. I had given up my own humanity. Myself. Somewhere along the way, I had crossed a line. I had stopped caring about almost anything. That's not true either. I just didn't want to feel.
It's weird that I don't have the generator turned on.
I just didn't want to be myself anymore.
Oh well, that's okay.
I was left in complete darkness for days. I don't know. Maybe it was a bit longer or shorter than that. I wasn't given anything to eat or drink. So all I did was sleep. I slept and I slept. I'd wake up and my mouth would be dry. But there wasn't anything to drink. I began to go into relapse. I was in constant pain. I became cold, shaking and sweating. A mess of spasms, pains and cravings. I guess I hadn't had a fix in a while, huh? One day, light seeped into the room. I felt a cold and hard chain, as it was shackled to my ankle. The chain was pulled with great force, dragging me out across the floor. But I didn't put up much of a fight.
It's like the same play out, really.
Was I being trafficked?
Yeah.
This is my life now, huh? When you lack power in this world, you lack options. I waited for the inevitable. But as time went on, we weren't moved anywhere, nor did anyone come in. Still, no one was allowed to leave. We were just left to idle. What was their game here?
Are you happy?
No, I'm not.
I can make you happy.
Oh, can you?
I don't know if I want to be happy.
Everyone wants to be happy.
I don't know if I do.
You do. You just won't let yourself.
I'll make you happy. I'll let myself in. Happiness is what all humans want. And we will be happy together. We will. I began to change. And I was happy.
Alright. Wow, there's... The later updates to Red Haze add so much to the game. Like, even the sprites here, I'm a little surprised how few there are. It's been so long since I've seen the game with this few files in it. Okay, so I will just personally see if there's anything I particularly want to mention. Okay, so sorry. There's something which I saw immediately that I want to share. I think it's right now sharing the Red Haze file thing, which is a little funny. Hey, installed files. I was looking at the installed files here, so let's get this through. So I'm going to put a few images on the screen from just some stuff from this version of Red Haze that I want to specifically bring attention to. Firstly, we have the sprite for the mannequin. Let me get this on screen for you guys. These versions weren't changed, but this version was changed. This was the mannequin enemy if we had managed to go see it during the April Fool's update. Let me get that off of screen to get to the next. Alright, so Pale Smile didn't change. This was the host. Yeah, it seems appropriate, really. Okay. Oh no, why? There is some real. I think the whole point of this April Fool's update, again, this has been like 7 years since I've been removed from it. But I think the whole point was, how can I make this game as fucking stupid as I possibly can in a very short amount of time? And for just a short, dumb thing. And I had answers to that. Some of them I'm a little surprised with myself at. But hey, I have a really stupid sense of humor, so I'm not that surprised. I'm a little surprised, but not that surprised. Let me pull this next one up. So next up, we have the scuba diver, which did have something changed about it for this April Fool's update. I'm going to see if those really, die-hard Red Haze fans can pick up on what was changed about the scuba diver, okay? It's kind of subtle, and honestly, I don't think many people will be able to tell the difference, but maybe some might pick up on it. So, pretty much the same. Not anything that different about it. So, we're going to go with it. So, still, though, yeah, you upgraded. Roll as it goes. Now, there's a few things about Red Haze itself. We're going to move away from the April Fool's version of this version of the game, and instead focus on some stuff about the development of Red Haze, as well as some stuff which I just want to show off related to Red Haze. Red Haze is not the first Yai Gameworks game. It's the first one that we decided to talk about, so we'll start off with that. That'd be more interesting than the other first thing I was starting off with, which I'm making second here. I have a bunch of stuff related to every single game, so let's talk about Red Haze. Red Haze was originally conceived by me and Kurumi. Kurumi is a childhood friend of mine. The first sketch that we ever did for Red Haze is right here. This was our initial. This was drawn by Kurumi, I should mention, because Kurumi was the person who both did the sprite for Rocket, as well as came up with the basis of Rocket's character. So this was the original Rocket sketch. Now, Rocket, I remember during this time, we were also still choosing the characters' names. I think her original name was Robin, if I remember correctly. We went through quite a few different names thinking about, but we ultimately decided on Rocket and Starry for the main characters. Rocket's based off of a number of life experiences from myself, some people I know, herself, and some people she knows. I won't get too much into her personal business. We'll be talking about more about Kurumi because she has her hand in a few projects here. She didn't help much with the development of the game, and the reason for this is because she had a baby. She had a lot of stuff going on in her life, and she was also herself coming. I won't say that. I'll leave her privacy for herself. But the baby, I know she wouldn't mind me mentioning. So she did help with the conception, and she pretty much gave the okay. After the initial sketch of Rocket that we're seeing here, we shifted over to trying to decide if we wanted Rocket to be long hair or short hair. I think you know the call that we ultimately made. If you want to ever know what long hair Rocket would look like, it would probably look like that. So we thought about it, we debated on it, but I just thought that short hair made more sense personally. I remember this discourse, so I'll mention this. I remember that Kurumi had asked me, "Hey Ryan, do we get for pubic hair?" And I was like, I'm not sure if Steam's okay with that. Let's just go for like a Barbie doll anatomy look. And that was the reason for the Barbie doll anatomy, if you're ever curious. I know in the final game, you, of course, on the title screen and all that, see this sketch of Rocket, which is by Kurumi as well. I'm not sure if you see the naked, bloody version at any point. I probably shared it somewhere at some point, but I don't actually think it's in the game. So, which is this version of the drawing. Hey, there that is. And we have a bunch of other things to quickly go over with this, both new and old. Rinks did all the art stills for the game outside of like the stills that Kurumi drew early into development. I have low res early versions of like a lot of the early drawings of the game. Here's the beginning cutscene taken off a picture of a monitor of it being initially drawn by Rinks. I know, really high quality stuff. Here is these are the escape when you're naked and get arrested and stuff. I'll zoom in past the monitor so you can see like the actual edit of this, a little bit more of the original version of us trying to rough draft that ending, because that's kind of stylized like a comic book. Put that there. We have part 2 as well, which this one, I think the final turned a little different, but this was the original sketch for it. Wow. Moving on from there. This was actually not drawn by Kurumi or drawn by Rinks. This was drawn by Logan, but I got their mission to. It was the basis of the Magical Girl costume, which you unlock later in the game. Funnily enough, was not on the version we just played, so this is a bit later in. But there was the original basis for the fast travel Magical Girl costume that I know some people deeper in the game know. So, yeah. Move from there. Next up, I have still other early still stuff. So there's gonna be, I should warn this now, I guess we already kind of passed this. There will be some not safe for work stuff in the stream, because I'm just going over all the game stuff, and there's some not safe for work stuff in the game, including this. Here was our original sketch. So in fact, no, there's another one. Where did I put it? Okay, I know for a fact I have another sketch probably right over here actually, so give me a second to pull this up. I'll pull up another thing. Here is a scrapped Red Haze character, and it has a really bizarre design. I never liked the design, which is why it doesn't appear in the final game, but there they are. So originally Red Haze was supposed to have kind of a damage system, and there was this really weird creepy doctor character that would basically heal you, but would act really weird about it and have weird side effects that were randomized based off if you were to heal your character from a damaged state. I personally didn't like them, and they didn't end up in the final game, but they were a plan at some point. There was a few systems that kind of got dumped just to focus more on what we want Red Haze to be. There was a state about being damaged. In the final game, there's the clothes system, but there was supposed to be damaged, there was supposed to be drugged, and there was supposed to be clothing, basically. So clothing, damaged, drugged. Ultimately, clothing is the only one that ended up in the final game in more minuscule version. The doctor played a role when the damage system was in. Their character was written very bizarrely, because they were very hard to predict, and if they were good or not. The side effects could sometimes be helpful actually when you healed, but very, very, very rarely. More often than not, they were either just kind of weird effects, and occasionally they'd be relatively negative effects for the player to experience. As I'm still digging this up, I'll get to the next point and talk about the next thing as I'm trying to get this piece of art. We have the original Starry sketches for Starry's early design. This was when we were trying to decide what would Starry look like, and I just thought, well, I think the first one looks the best. For like what I imagine Starry looks like. The rest look fine, but I don't know. Something about the first one I think is the most striking. It gives this starry-eyed, almost like they came out. This is actually part of the reason why I call her Starry, because they're not going to Hollywood, but obviously Starry has like this. I guess, embellished view of living on her own, even if she's in like this homeless, currently squatting situation. And I thought that making her look a little bit like she's, I guess, set up for Hollywood would be a little bit funny and make her like literally starry-eyed, which is thus the name Starry. Move from there. We ultimately chose on that. Funnily enough, her original color scheme was not one of the color schemes that Rinks had put at the forefront initially. Obviously, you know which one I picked in the end, but yeah. The possibilities of what Starry might have looked like. And since I'm describing this, I also need to pull this other thing up. Give me a second to pull this up. It should be in this folder, right? I'll move on to the next one as I'm getting this set up. On top of Starry, we have some other characters. The host is the host. I early knew I wanted him to be in the construction uniform. This was the little concept sketch of him. Hello, construction host. What did I say? I said something that was not construction. What did I just say? But I wanted him to be a construction worker, so the early sketch of what we thought construction host should vaguely look like in this little role of his. We'll get rid of him for a second as I'm pulling this up. It should be, I think, it probably is in this folder, not the other folder, so this section. Okay, so I'm having to look for this one art, which I realized I did not put in the appropriate folder. Meanwhile, I will move on to the next thing. We have Anti-G. These were our original concept ideas for Anti-G. Ultimately, though closest to the second one, we didn't specifically go with any of them. These were Rinks ideas, and I took the second idea and then made her the Anti-G that we all know and love today, is the way I will very selectively choose my words. But, hey, well, you know, she has her charms in all 3 iterations. I won't look. The other 3 is what I expected when I first played. Oh, yes, darling. Like that type of thing. Alright. Moving through. Okay, so I got a few more things as I'm getting this set up. So, here's a little fun fact, and we're going to talk about this. In fact, we're going to show it off very briefly. Red Haze was originally not the game I was working on, because I'm a developer that will work on little things, not finish them, and then combine them into bigger projects. We'll see this in a second, but I was working on Cherished, an odd lighthouse initially, which if you ever wondered what the lighthouse thing going on, here's a bunch of logos for Cherished. But Cherished was not the only project. We'll be seeing Cherished in just a second, actually, so don't mind that. For this, there was another project, which unfortunately I don't have the files for anymore, but I do have the title screen. There was this standalone game, which was just known as we're about to see here, as Mariana's Visit. And as those who have played Red Haze know, what Mariana is important to Red Haze. She was actually originally the main character of a different game. She was a ghost in Mariana's Visit as well, I should mention, so she's always been a ghost. That's not different, but though she's more, of course, in a villain role in Red Haze than she is in the main character. There's the sketch I was looking for. Found it. Okay. So, this next sketch is going to be a little not safe for work. I apologize for those, though. But honestly, you probably should not be watching the stream if you're a minor. There's going to be some not safe for work stuff. Some of these games are not safe for work. Here was the original sketch of Pale Infected Rocket. She's lovely, isn't she? The initial sketch of what she would look like. She's based off of the... There's a type of parasite that goes inside slugs and infects into their eyeballs. That was the specific look. I know that she looks a bit more like a frog, and that was a determination we made to make her look more like a frog than a slug. But she is based off, I forget what they're called right now, but the ones that go inside the eyeballs and do like this reverberating color because it's trying to make like birds eat them. And then ultimately that led to the final sketch, which is closer to this, obviously, in the final game. What a beautiful being you are, Rocket. Okay. Now, next up, we're going to look at not an early version, but I actually changed the lighting of a few scenes from Rinks' initial art stuff. We're going to listen to some Starry stuff for a second, as this goes. we have, I guess, I'm not going to choose any lines in specific. I'm just going to click this audio file. You're going to hear a recording session from fucking years ago.
Recording. Oh god! A rat! A rat! Rocket! Get it away! Good, that didn't peak, so then we're at a good thing. Yeah.
We did the recording session together, trying to figure out the lines and multiple takes of all the lines before.
Oh god! A rat! A rat! Rocket! Get it away! Oh god! A rat! A rat! Rocket! Get it away! Okay. I'm sorry. I just can't stand rats. 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 Please, Rocket, can we just go another way? 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 I know. Just, I'm sorry. I know. Just, I'm sorry. I know. Just, I'm sorry.
We're not going to go over this whole
I
script.
know.
Obviously, there's a lot of takes of every single line. I'll just click to another random part just for a second for Starry.
Join me, Rocket. It'll be something beautiful and strange.
Actually, that's from way later in the game. It's still funny that we jumped right over to that.
Rocket. Let me tell you a story, Rocket. I heard a voice. I came here to help those sad cries calling out to me. I came here to help those sad cries calling out to me.
Thank you,
I
Starry.
came here to help those sad cries calling out to me.
Now, unfortunately, I lost a lot of Sereen's older lines. Obviously, I have her newer line stuff. And I have Mariana's lines here, but then weirdly, the only fucking two original Rocket lines I have is just literal pain sounds. Which is, great, I guess. But then also this alternate take on the I'm free line. I think it's because Serene spelled it differently than the rest of the file, so it ended up in a different place whenever I moved them. So I still have it. I don't know if the other lines, I guess.
I'm free! I'm free! I'm free! I'm free!
She's free.
I'm free! I'm free!
Thank you, Serene. Okay, so with that out of the way, next up, before we move on from a few Red Haze things, yeah, you think she's free? Maybe. Here was a very early 3D test for Red Haze. Red Haze, I was learning how to do the basic 3D system. I was trying to see if I could make a bed look okay in a 3D space. Answer is kinda. Nah, it wasn't as good as I was hoping it'd be. And obviously the shading is very different in this scene compared to the rest of the scene. Really stands out. Next up. Okay. So now we're gonna get into some forthcoming things. For those who are waiting for the final update of Red Haze, these are not major spoilers, but they're light spoilers, so know that. Here is a being that you'll meet in this upcoming final update. I will not explain him anymore, but just say hi to him. I'll get a little bit more of a close-up of him, obviously. Say hi! What a beautiful guy, right? And then the other thing, this is a combination sketch. There is a sprite here by myself, then a sprite here by Gracen, and a drawing by T. This is something which we'll be seeing in the final update of Red Haze. I will not elaborate on what this is about, but get to it when we get to it. But all the same. Wow. Next, we have a few things from T related to Red Haze. T's actually recreated a few of the Red Haze rooms in 3D, which I guess I'm just going to show on screen for a second. The parking lot from Red Haze recreated into 3D. We have this shot. I'm going to sort of shuffle through them for a second. Then this shot. Hey. Followed up by this shot. Hey, parking lot. Yeah. A few more to cycle through. Here. Getting close to the forest cabin. A couple more of the parking lot, then there's 2 more rooms into the next bit. Here is this shot for this part of the parking lot. And 1 more parking lot shot, which is this. Yeah. And then 2 other rooms that T modeled from 3D and Red Haze. It's the tree room from the more recent update. High tree room. And finally, what I have here is this is from the upper floors of the lighthouse. It's the room with all the bells in it. Yeah. Part of the fun, part of the fun. Now, a couple more Red Haze things to go through, and then should be good. Well, here is Rocket getting run over. Early sketch version. Don't worry, she's fine. Totally fine. Totally. That's, of course, by Rinks. Yeah, hey. Here is the non-filtered version of, I believe it's ending, yeah, I think it's ending Z, not ending Y. But because in the final game, I decided to shade these because I thought I had more to how the endings look, but they weren't originally shaded by Rings. So you've got like this ending shot, followed by this ending shot, which is totally not gruesome. Don't. YouTube, this is fine. This is fine, YouTube. Yeah. Next. Yeah, Rings did great with it, honestly. Rings had a fun comment saying, Ryan, working with you has made me a lot better at drawing gore. I'm like, yeah. Okay. So there are 2 more Red Haze things, but these are now going to, not even 2 more, there's a few more. While we're on the topic of Red Haze, we'll talk a little bit about the sequel, just a little bit. I won't show too much. I'll show a little bit, though. Just a teeny tiny little bit. Kurumi, I wanted her to do 1 more design. You guys have seen this before if you've seen some of my other streams. There's a little bit old, a little bit new with this. So this was Kurumi's design, because Kurumi was the person that designed Rocket and Red Haze. To kind of give a divide of how the characters were designed. So Kurumi designed Rocket, Rinks designed Starry, I designed Edmund, Auntie G was a mixture of Rinks and I. We sort of combined. Host was Rinks' design, and then all the pale entities and monsters and stuff are mostly just by myself. So if you're curious about the character stuff, but I wanted Kurumi to design 1 other character for a Haze game outside of just Rocket. So over here we have Klein. Hi, Klein. He'll pop up eventually. He's a character. He's quite the character, you see. He'll appear somewhere in the sequel, so get to him when we get to him. Yeah. And meanwhile, this is not the final design of this character, but I decided I'd take my hand to design one of the female characters, because my reasoning was Kurumi designed Rocket and Rinks designed Starry, so I decided, oh, I'll design this character with Lumia. This is not a final sketch, and in fact, I think I'll change some stuff towards the final, but this was the original sketch. So I'll put that up there. Hi, Lumia. Then we have a few more drawings of them, thanks to Gracen and T. So firstly, Gracen has this drawing that he made of the of these two characters. We'll see them in the screen in a second. I know Gracen's gonna say, Ryan, this is old, but I had it on hand, so I knew you were about to say. I knew word for word you were about to say it's old. There's gonna be some old drawings in here. I knew you were about to say that. Yeah, fuck. Roll as it goes. Then we also have, from the same vein, a couple drawings of these. Where did I put the other one? There's another drawing. Wait, did I put it over here? Where, oh, where did I put this? Well, I'll put this one on screen while I figure out what the other one is. Oh, there it is. Never mind, I figured it out. So here was an older drawing that, in fact, we haven't shown the other character yet. Okay, so here is a character that was originally made for Noiseless Signal, but is going to make their first appearance in Red Haze 2. Let me get them fully on screen. It's our favorite doctor. I imagine he makes a lot of squeaking sounds when he's going around his his business, I guess, of doctoring. There he goes, our little doctor guy. So I mentioned him, so we can now pull away from this doctor's design is by Rinks, by the way. We pull away from the doctor to get back to this sketch by T. This is an older sketch first, including the earlier design for a friend character, but I decided that she wasn't really necessary for the plot. But, sorry, a little there's these two. Then we have one other drawing of these two, which is a little more recent, of Klein and Lumia. I'll get it to fully go on screen there. There they are. It's not that old, T. It's newer than the other one, but I do like this one a lot. Now we remove that. There is 3 more pieces by T related to Red Haze. The first one is something conceived around the Halloween event, which you can see there. May or may not see stuff involving this, and a later date, but we'll talk about that when we talk about that. Then, let's see if I just can drag these. 2 animated bits, which are related to Red Haze 2. Yeah, does it just play? It just plays, and that's easy peasy. That is easy peasy. They don't have audio, so this should be fine. So we have this bit. This is from something related to Red Haze 2. Don't mind it. Can I replay it? Yes, or maybe. I don't know how you actually replay videos when you're like doing it here. That's okay. I'll put it in one more time. It was probably fine to see it like that. And then we have the more recent one, which goes like this. Hey, Rocket. Having your fun. We'll see more of that for Red Haze 2 stuff later. Now, pulling out. That's about it on the Red Haze side. We got a lot of stuff to go over. It took us a little bit to go over everything Red Haze related. So before we move on to another game, and while we're still kind of in sharing mode, I'm going to start off by sharing the fucking oldest thing I can share. This is what got me into video games. The original idea by myself. When I was a youngin', and I mean a youngin', like this is back when I think I was 12, 13, 11 range. Definitely around there. Because it started in the middle school, which those are my middle school years. I had to have been 12, right? because I only entered high school when I was 13. This was definitely during middle school. There was a game that I spent multiple. It's not a game. It has never been formatted into a game, but there's definitely more notebooks that I just don't know where they are anymore. And I decided to only share a little bit so we don't spend too much time on this. But yeah, we're talking about Seed. I used to do a lot of notebooks detailing a game that doesn't exist called Seed. It was an early RPG idea starring a little robot I called Seed. Seed, a really, really early childhood sketch. Sitting there, let me get this on screen for us. Seed. The ambition to make video games starts from a young age for me. With this silly idea. There's going to be a lot of eccentric characters we're going to see in a second, so let's put that away. Ancient lore here, but it's technically the start of the game development thing. We'll get rid of that. I had a bunch of old character sketches. I also had multiple notebooks, but I only was able to find 2, and I only took a few pictures just so I wasn't like littering this section with old drawings I used to do. Let me, can I get this to fit on screen for a second? Get on. Oh, I see why it's not fitting. Okay. Let me just transform and fit this one to the screen. That one's probably going to be easier than me trying to drag it there. Look at this guy. He's so happy to be here. Just like middle school, right? I mean, yeah, literally just like middle school, so. Yep. Let's get into the actual drawings of the notebook. We have over here Forest Grub and Checkered Cane. Talk about them another time, but you know, just old designs. I feel like them. I used to draw stuff like this all the time. All the time. We have this little robot companion thing here. If I can again fit this to the screen correctly. There they are, the Mad Pet. That might be like the Checkered Cane. Move as it goes, as it goes. Move that. These are all old whippers. I say whippersnapper, but it's younger me, I guess. We got, excuse me, let's get these on here. Venic I was a really big fan of. I use Venic in a lot of things, which is the plant thing that we're looking at, which is their name, but let me just fit to the screen quickly. There's these two. YouTube wasn't a thing yet. Like, it had not taken off when I was fucking like 12 and 13. I just called it the Mad Pet because it was by the Mad Scientist. It was literally just named Mad Scientist, so. Yeah. I think he did a wonderful job with MT, for the record. Bro's old. I am old. I'm like 34 right now. Yeah, the same guy all along now. Let me remove this here. There's not too many more. I have more. I'll just show like a couple more. We got this guy. I don't want to spend too much time on Seed, but it was worth mentioning just for some really, really old, why am I even making video games lore? Technically way before the eye times, but hey. I have a lot of drawings of Seed, but funnily enough, the only one I had a picture of, which I took from the notebook, was this thing where they're totally disguised, and that's obviously not them as the Swamp Hermit. Totally not them. Totally not them. What? What are you talking about? Yeah. Yeah, that'll be good for this for now. Now, let's move on to the next thing, which is not Seed, because Seed technically is where the journey starts, but obviously is in the destination. I do have some older stuff to share. I first need to show you, there's a lot of old Sonic the Hedgehog fan games I made, which are just completely lost to time. Completely lost to time. It's for the better that they lost to time. They weren't very good. When I was younger, I got into using Games Factory a lot. When I was like 10 is when I started getting into it. And I made, and this is going to sound ridiculous because it is, but I did do it. I made an 1,000 level Sonic the Hedgehog game, which no one but me and my friends played. I'm going to be honest with you, it sucked. It was not very good. It was designed terribly. I had a lot of fun making it though, and I guess that's what counts. I don't have footage of a lot of my old games. They're probably on a CD somewhere or another in my house. I have some really old games like Luigi's 17 Floors of Hell, which is literally a game where you're falling and those fucking masked old Mario games are attacking you. But you know what's coming? You know it's the Eggman Dane Sim. It's the only one I have any video footage of to prove that it existed. And it's the best one, obviously. So technically, this is the oldest footage of a Yai game. But I don't think I can legally say that, and it definitely doesn't count. But it...
The following is a non-profit parody and is not officially endorsed, sponsored, or promoted by any official company. Any feelings you may experience with A-shaped gentlemen after exposure to this game is an unintended side effect.
Can you guys hear this, by the way? I see. I don't hear it for the record, but I assume you guys are hearing it. Okay, the oldest Yai game, right there. Before you ask, you did date Commander Shepard and all of them there. This was, again, dumb, like, teenager me that wanted to make something really stupid. I had fun making it, so... yeah. Okay. Now... this is unrelated to everything, and this is made by a person known as Bubbly, but it was right next to the Eggman Lair video in the files I have ready for this. So close your eyes, but it's 5 you know what it is. I know most people here know what this fucking is. Ignore that for a second. So, next. Should we? Could we? Yeah, okay. I have a lot of stuff to play and a lot of stuff to show, but I've showed a lot recently, so let's move on to playing. I have a lot of games that I am going to show bit by bit. I think since we just did Red Haze, I'm going to move on to Arctic Haze. And I'm only going to play the first level. There was a bit more than the first level made, but it starts getting like super unfinished after the first area. There's stuff unfinished and sort of glitchy even about this first map, but we'll start off with this. I think it makes sense to move on from like Red Haze to Arctic Haze. We're not doing this in the order they released in fashion. We're going to be sort of jumping around just in terms of hopefully keeping the pacing a little interesting. I don't think I've ever shown this publicly, so like maybe a little bit, but I don't think fully. We're only going to show the first map. There was like somewhere between a dozen to 24 maps. Not done, because none of them had an art pass or anything, but functional. This project may eventually transform into something. I don't want to show too much because some of the ideas I want to hold on to, which is why I'm only going to show the first map here. You guys will probably hear it before you see it. Let me
Tell me
this
what you see when you travel in your dreams. Does something make
I'll refresh just so you can start up.
Tell me what you see when you travel in your dreams.
You guys can see it now, so there we go.
Make you doubt reality.
Let's do
Look at
this.
the perfect picture
There we go.
and the brilliancy. And tell me
There we go.
what you see
I'll turn the volume down a little bit.
when you travel in your dreams. Does something make
Yeah.
you doubt reality?
We'll do story mode. You guys don't see this as a custom cursor thing going on. So So Arctic Haze is nothing that's coming out anytime soon. It was one of the Red Haze experiment, like sequel experiments I tested for a little bit. Ultimately, I'm going with Red Haze 2, and I'm really excited for Red Haze 2, but we'll talk about that. Rogue Mode is the mode I've had in my head for a while and I wanted to test here, so let's overwrite the save file I did to test this, and we'll start with this. Before playing, the game has content not suitable for all audiences, including violence, gore, sexual scenarios, nudity, disturbing content, sensitive themes and topics, potential triggers to trauma about things like suicide, depression, PTSD, and anxiety. While the game tries to tackle all this with some tact, if any of this makes you uncomfortable or there are maybe personal risks for playing this game, please don't risk harming yourself and maybe ask for a refund. This is a horror game. It's best enjoyed in a dark and quiet environment wearing headphones with an in-game audio on. Allow yourself to be immersed. You may adjust resolution, volume, F4, F5. The mouse may be used to move and navigate menus, but it's not recommended to play the entire game this way, and you may run into issues if you try. Arctic Haze has a lot of endings and branching pathways. Don't feel stressed to do everything in a single playthrough, as that's impossible. Just explore and come to learn about the world around you the first couple times through. Action indicators. The action indicator is an arrow that will pop up above a number of objects of interest within the game if turned on. We're giving you the option to play the game with it on/off now before you begin playing. The arrow if turned on only appears when you're next to a specific object of importance, such as key items, notes, scenery of interest, etc. It doesn't highlight every interactive aspect of the game, skipping out on a lot of things that give flavor text or other flourishes that, while nice, aren't really important for gameplay. The game also doesn't use items automatically outside of keys, so objects you can use special items on to do something with will also be highlighted to give a further hint of what's important in gameplay if you need it. You may switch these settings anytime from the notebook on the desk in your home. Turn action indicators on, we'll turn them on. Nudity and sexually explicit dialogue. This game includes sexual situations, sexually explicit dialogue, and frontal nudity. However, in respect of people's boundaries and comforts, you may choose here to censor the nudity and remove the most sexually explicit dialogue from the game. The game will still have nudity, albeit censored, and sexual dialogue even if turned on, but the most sexual aspects of the game will be toned down, and there will not be any visible genitalia. You may change your settings anytime from the notebook on the settings in your house. We'll do uncensored. It doesn't matter for the level that we're playing, so... Are you a Let's Player? Wow, there's a lot of things. No, we'll turn off. Give me the full OST. Tutorials. Finally, this game is various if it can. We'll keep tutorials on, sure. Alright. Yep, nothing to really note there. We'll save the game for a second. So we're just going to explore a little bit around the island before we do anything. We can also run for a while. She actually runs really fast, for the record. But does get tired. We're going to ignore that sound. Hey. Just going to explore this island for a little bit. Don't mind me. You can walk diagonally. Yeah, video games, they get so impressive, don't they? Again, this was an earlier attempt to think about a Red Haze follow-up, but not much to say about that. We'll go this way for now. Well, that's curious. Move over this way. The door is locked. Read note. I love me if Ian get eat job up. Let's say goodbye. The rest of it is legible. Over this way. A redstone lays in the mud. It gives me a strange feeling. Let's pick it up. Obtain the red stone. You can create red and blue lights to illuminate yourself with if you pick up flares or find a colored stone. Flares are one-time use, while stones can be used infinitely while in your inventory. To turn on a red light, press the Q, all these keys, or E for the other one. If you have flares but no stones, the flare will be consumed upon pressing the button. You may extinguish the flare, turn off the stone by pressing the button again while lit. Flares automatically go out when leaving areas. You may alternatively also select the items from your inventory to use and put them out. Red lights and blue lights both have different properties. They both have a number of functions, actually. You'll have to discover them yourself, though. Speaking of which, a blue stone lays in the mud. Let's pick it up. Find the mask, then use on the door. I see. Move this way. Well, you know, I've got other the Red Haze 2 that I'm working on and wanting to put together. I think is more impressive than this game. Actually, this is a much older thought about how to do a Red Haze follow up. But it was a fun little time working on it when I was working on it. So over this way, even though we're just going to be showing the first map right now. You never were important to him. Thank you for that. Yep. Let's see. Aha. Yeah, I think, it came from over here. So let's follow the trail. I'm pretty sure I know where it's leading, but let's see if we can follow it for now. Yeah. So, of course, the blue one that we saw earlier. There's a strange mask laying on the mud. Pick it up. Let's leave it. I get the feeling I need it, but even just looking at it is unnerving. Yep, we'll pick it up. Obtain the strange mask. Bright color stone emits a glow. Some sort of decorated mask gives you an uneasy feeling. Go on our way for a second. Yeah, the blue light compels them while the red light slows them down. I remember these things specifically. That should be fine. Door is locked. Now, I'm not going to continue over to the next map because I just wanted to show off the first map. We can hear them coming towards us, though. Don't mind that. That's what we're going to show for this early and scrapped version of Arctic Haze. Though I have a little bit more to show, not the whole folder of the game, not the folder of the game. But I was going to say, stones. Now give me a second, because we have a few more things to show for Arctic Haze, though, in the meantime. Hopefully the little slice of what that could have been was interesting enough, even though we just looked at the first map of it. So now we're going to get into Arctic Haze stuff. Let's get into the character and stuff. So the first thing, which I guess I will show, is our main character, Lumi. Let's see. Did I put... No, I put this sketch here together for us to see. So here is some early concept art of Lumi. Once again, to the screen. Ta-da! It's Lumi. Early concept sketch. Easy peasy. Stones. Oh boy. Lumi had a very good friend. A few good friends, actually. Turns out she wasn't in this game by herself. And also, unlike Red Haze, where Rocket's in a new setting, we're following, in, at least we were going to follow in Arctic Haze, a character who had been through some stuff and had grown up in the environment that they were in. So they were in something familiar to them. That's starting to become more unfamiliar, I should say. We have Aurora here. Let me get to the screen for Aurora. Transform, fit to screen. So here is just a couple concept sketches of Aurora. She's pretty cool. After Aurora. Yeah, so footprint fun. Move away from that. After Aurora, we had her friend. There you are. Her name isn't written here, but if I remember, her name was simply Allison. Here is a non-colored, sort of chibified sketch of her before I get the actual sketch of her. So there's Allison. Then here is a better picture of Allison. Hi, Allison. It was another good friend of Lumi's. So roll as it goes, as it goes. Set after that. Lumi did not live with her parents. They aren't dead. She just doesn't live with them. She lived with her grandmother. Here were some concept pieces by Rinks for what the grandmother should look like. Fit to screen. Ultimately, I wanted to go with the left one. There were a few other potential concept sketches. I won't show them right here because we did choose the left one eventually. And we went through the color arrangement that we do after we pick on a design, being like, oh, what color should Lumi's grandmother be? You know, all that fun. Put that through here. There was also this dork. He was in the game. I think I have another sketch of him somewhere, but I don't actually know. It's not that important. This guy. This is like a chibi version of him. There's another sketch of him somewhere, but I don't have it on hand. But that's not the main thing I want to show. We have some sketches because we were doing like an art piece as sort of our mood piece idea for it. So we have like Lumi free falling into water here. And we have a similar free falling into water here. We tried a few different poses trying to figure out what made it look right. So after the free falling pick, ultimately the pose that we decided for that bit ended up looking like this. So yeah, losing her glove in the water, which also I should have, you know what, maybe I shouldn't draw attention to this. So there was a story point to it. I won't say what the story point was, but if you were paying attention, I don't think people knows for a little bit because it's actually not super observable. She's only wearing one glove, while her bestie is also only wearing one glove. I wonder what that's about. Anyways, let's not talk about that for now. I probably should have not drawn it. Well, this game isn't going to come out, so it's fine. So they can touch hands, of course. But anyways, with that, I will show... I'm a little sad because there were monsters that were fully sprited by a very talented guy named Ralph who helped me out with this. And I'm sad because I need to figure out a purpose for... He like finished all these monsters, and yet this game will never come out. And I wanted to put into purpose the things that he designed. I will show off a few of them right now. But like he did full sprite stuff. Like here is one of the monsters that he did the full sprite for off the design that I was asking him for. I will get another one right now because this was like fully sprite, all the animations, all the directions, all that fun. Move that there. We went through sketches of trying to figure out stuff for a second. Like, here was an early concept for this sort of scuttling, then rise and flailing lurker monster. Started off with that sort of idea. We transformed it a little bit, being like, what if it looked a little bit more like, yeah, ick. A little more ick to its stick, I guess is the way to word it there. And then after figuring out that we wanted to look a little bit more organic and sort of the way that function up, we did some animation tests to give it the sort of flail that we wanted it to have. Give me a second to find. Yeah, there's the what I'm looking for. We had this little idea of how it would turn around and do its little flick attack. which ultimately ended with us deciding that the creature would come forth like this. This was an early concept sketch of what this thing would come out as. Wow, wow. And then we got the sprite forms done of like the monster doing its thing. I'll do like a few poses on screen for a second. So it's like there's one of the sprites. Wow. Then we have it doing its like little heel head turn thing here. Turn the head. Woo. Look at it go. Wow, wow, wow. It's got places to be and heels to turn, as it does its little flail attack. Flail attack. I think it came out really nicely, honestly. Then you notice that there was a mask in the thing that we played. It was a crucial enemy in the game of RTKs known as the Ogre. We were doing like some size comparisons of the Ogre to like another sample enemy in this little concept sketch here. But we have a lot of concept sketches of the Ogre actually. Say hello to the Ogre. Ogre, ogre, ogre. There's a lot more coming of the Ogre in just a second. We have the Ogre doing its thing right here. I guess I'll layer this on top of it. Just so it's like high-rise action of the Ogre doing its thing. Wow. Then, with the Ogre there, we did more of a... we had a lot of concept sketches of the Ogre, actually, so... Let me remove that for a second. Here's like hand-drawn Ogre art. Transform, fit to screen. Ogre, ogre, ogre fun. So... Then it did come into a sprite form, and it actually has a lot of animation frames. I'm only going to show a little bit of it right now. Here's like it doing sort of like a heel and stand position. So it would like he kneel in this sort of way, and it would get back up after you did something to stun it just for a little bit. Gain itself back up for the fun of it. Here's it facing from this direction. It did have a full walk and run cycle actually from all directions finished, and like an attacking animation that it would do, which I could show, I guess, but we'll just do the start of the wind up when it's like facing away and all that. So it looks like you're posturing. Oh my. Yeah. So anyways, there's some things from the never to be released Arctic Haze. So some ideas from it will carry forth and continue on to other things. Yeah. So there is a Yai game that could have been but didn't be. Though it was worked on for a while, so hopefully the little glance at what Arctic Haze was interesting. Actually, there's one more thing I can show. I somewhat spaced. For starters, I actually missed that I did have a pirate design of this guy. He's a fucking dork for the record. We got him. I guess I'll show this. This is the last thing which I'll show. I've got 4 versions. I kept on... You will find when I go over these, one of the first things I do when I'm thinking about the game, after I come up with the character and scenario, is I'll spend some time making like a MS Paint box map. Not with any details. It's not supposed to be super detailed. It's just me trying to figure out in my head what the lay of the land is like. So we're going to see a few of these while I'm doing the stream today, because I do this very often. Ignore the vortex. We'll start off with where we started from. Main character's house, starting point. Then we enter the Snowy Village, where it's like a small village where it's the family house, the ancient museum house, the old musty haunted log cabin, ignore that. The house party that's going on actively. We got the harbor, we got the bar, we got a frozen lake that you can walk on top of, a sunken ship, we got a geyser point where there's like water gushing out, even though it's like a frozen lake. We got a crypt, we got the graveyard entrance from the national forest, and the cottage in the woods. We have a church, we have Dark Wendigo Magical House, let's ignore that one for a little bit. We got Snowcap Mountain to the high altitude camp. We have Glacial Cavern, the laboratory inside that Glacial Cavern, and some mines. We have Gothic Castle of Snow. Don't mind the Gothic Castle of Snow next to the Vortex, apparently. The Desert Spire Gorge, the Rice Farm. These are both during winter season, so you know it is a desert and a spire and a rice farm. They would be frozen. Motel with the Country Road and a farmhouse. So in the Deep Lake Source. All right. So this was the original vague map setting. This was take 1, though, because I started condensing. I always do multiple takes because I'm trying to figure out how I want the lay of the land to be. So next up we have take 2, where I changed some things about the lay of the land. We have started off here. There are 4 versions of this map that were made. This is here. So we got the main character starting out points. This part is pretty much the same, but the party was now the Crush's house, and this was the Workshop Ancestors house. We got Snowy Village. We got Pier Topside and Pier Underside here as opposed to the harbor. The bar was in the same place, and the Frozen Lake was still here. Leading to the Rocky Spire Gorge, which was moved from what was originally over here to over here, and the Geyser Point was moved next to the Rocky Point. I just kind of like the visual of these spires coming out of like this frozen lake with like the geyser coming out, which is why I think I moved this over here. I thought those would look good together. And the lay of the land made sense to me. We move over here. We got the ship second floor and entrance. Then we get to the ship hold, the ship first floor, and the ship deck, and lead our way to the deep sea source. Alright, if we went over here, we get to the mountain lower half, where you're going to reach the cottage of the Wendigo. We go to the high altitude camp in the upper half of the mountain, which might lead to a castle in the castle interior, the castle dungeon, and castle personal chambers. From the upper mountain, you can also enter the glacial caverns, which is a shortcut from the lower half to the upper half through the glacial caverns, but there's danger in there, and the dark caves that you have to take to get through them, so you need a light source because it's super dark. As you might have noticed, there was a light system working in the game, so you know. The Vortex is there still. We have the laboratory still in the glacial caverns with a few different sectors. Was it called the same? Over here we had the bar lounge, the country snowy plain, the rice farm, the water pools, the church, and the motel were moved over here into like this other part of the village, next to a graveyard and the crypt. There we go. That was version 2. But again, as I said, there were 4 versions of this. So I went back to the drawing board and then we made version 3. So I actually made the whole place smaller, the beginning village. So now you have the main character's house starting point, your crush's house, and the locked musty hotel house next to you. There was a pier, the bar, and a dark cavern that was right behind your home. So now you're more cornered in when you start as opposed to being a little more open. But you can go to a few different places. You can go through the bar to reach the deeper area of the bar and go across the frozen lake, or you can really try to go through the dark cavern, but you need light sources, or you go through the rice farm mountainside. If you go through the frozen lake, the water pool center was here and the geyser point, and then of course our favorite ship, which has a few different floors leading to the deep sea source. Also for the frozen lake, there's the bar deeper area. If we climb the mountain, we go to the high altitude camp in the graveyard, which is now placed at the top of the mountain, leading to the Gothic castle exterior that was planned for a while. Then from the castle would lead to the glacial caverns. So you could also reach the glacial caverns from the dark cavern, and that would lead to the laboratory deeper part, in the vortex. And then we have the final version of this map that was planned for Arctic Haze. Which I think this one was the most condensed of them all, actually. We got Lumine Grandmother's house, we got the musty locked haunted house, which inside the haunted house leads to the dark cave, but you need a light source. And you also need to get into the musty locked haunted house, which is locked at the start. We got a nice Noel, Teams, and Tabitha's house. I'm starting to figure out the characters a little bit more at this point, as you can probably figure out. We got the pier, waterway, the bar, and the bar deep area. If you go through the bar, you can make your way to the City Montes back alley. We got City Montes industrial horror hallways. I know I love to call my hallways horror hallways. We got the shrine leading to the vortex. We got glacial caverns and the castle going on over here. We'll go back down. You went down. You got the ship over here with all the ship decks. No longer leading to the deep sea source, though. And now you got different areas based off of actual ocean layers. We got the intertidal surfaced reef. We got the midnight zone. We got the boathouse church. The church is now set on a pier on the lake. We got the Bethnic Zone, and we got the Water Pool Center, which leads to the laboratory and the geyser point, attached now to the cottage to the Wendigo. We got Redwood Falls and the Rice Form Mountain. You go up here to High Altitude Camp, and the graveyard's at the top. We can get to the Dark Caves from here, too, to lead to the Glacial Caverns, and yeah. There's all that set up for the map I back. There we go. The reconnection was successful. Okay. OBS sometimes just has a little jolt out when YouTube servers are having fun. What should I do next? Since we just showed something, we only played like one level. Let's move on to another play thing. We have a lot to go over still. A lot. I also take Arctic Haze off the list. Let's do... I will show the very beginning of Blossoming Yandere. Sure, the old version of Blossoming Yandere. I should mention, I have greatly, deeply reimagined Blossoming Yandere. I also wanted to give it a unique look. We haven't done the unique look part yet, actually. But that's part of my big goals for it. Originally, Blossoming Yandere was being done with RPG Maker sprites, like the style of RPG Maker, which is perfectly fine and splendid. But I had a vision that was coming in, and I didn't really like sticking to the RPG Maker look, so I decided to do more original assets going from there. But we're going to look at the original version of Blossoming Yandere. Let me pull that up for ourselves here. Could be here. There we go. Blossoming Yandere. You hear it launch itself up here in just a second. Yeah. You guys will hear it before you see it, but it should pop up in just a second. Let's... Actually, you guys don't even hear it before you see it. Oh, hey, the fucking music didn't load. That's funny. I literally just tested this earlier. Why did that not load? Okay, well, let me... I can fix... Oh, I might have changed the file name between here and there. I might have done that just subconsciously because I've been trying to fix file names more and have it in my mind to make it all nice. Place of mind. Okay. I just won't load this on there to make it easy peasy and not very complicated for us. I apologize. I might have moved something, actually. Yai Gameworks kind of warning this game contains violence, sexual disturbing content. Settings. Let's do the screen resolution thing. Really? Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna figure out how to solve this. I have a sneaking suspicion. I know what I did between me testing it earlier and this. I moved it into a different folder, and I must have, which means the best thing to do to fix this very quickly is... Let me go over here to this folder, go into the Blossoming Yandere folder. There you are. Yes. That is what I'm looking for. Go into you. You're what I'm looking for. We'll put all that there. Skip all that. Put all that there. Okay. Skip all of that. Put all that there. I'm almost done. I'm doing a good job here. Put all that there. Now I believe I have probably fixed the issue I was running into. Okay. I predict I might have to fix one more thing or something, like if I rename something, but I think this should probably fix the launching issue, so. Quality content! Now everyone, raise your hands and give me your power! Let's put this on. No, not that on, that's the folder. Let's put this on. The game, the thing that people actually want to see. That is still the folder. Come on. Do I have to like change the source, then change it to this? I guess the answer to that is yes. Wow. Everyone, raise your hands and give me your power. I'm doing my best. Whoa. I think it's because I did change the file names, which that's annoying, which means I have to go into here and go into the plugins and find which plugin I use for this for... It's probably just the community one, like the default one. Yeah, it's this one. I can see it. Custom image. Probably came with a custom sawn plane. Custom sawn here? Wow. Gee willikers, I'm really doing it. Okay. And now I should take this and launch it up into there. By George, I think I've got it. Our Lord and... No, don't call me that. I'm just your regular standby guy. Okay, so we're going to launch this nice and proper this way. I have different versions of RPG Maker installed because I work with different versions for different projects. Like Red Haze needs a different version of RPG Maker than Blossoming Yandere does. And I think that part of the error probably was actually tied to that. I'm testing that for sure right now. Okay, yeah, okay. You guys are hearing it. You guys will see it in a second, I promise. Okay, and now visual should be good. The game uses SFX dialogue for when characters talk. Do you want us to keep this on or turn it off? We're going to keep it on for this little demo demonstration. We're only going to play up to the first meeting with the girl, for the record. There was a few days put into the game, but some of the ideas that I have in this version of Blossoming Yandere, I want to keep in the final version, and I don't want to spill my beans quite yet. So, let's keep it on. It's on. Are you a Let's Player? No. I don't care. Keep all the music. I want the intended experience. All music will play. I recently purchased an apartment online. It was the first home I'd ever bought for myself. I was happy to finally have a place of my own away from my family, who weren't great for my mental health. I moved in as soon as I could, and planned to never look back on that decision. From this point forward, things would be different. My life would finally be worth something. I'm happy you were able to find this place. Thanks, Miki. It's a bit out of the way from town. It wasn't too much of a hassle to locate, was it? It was no trouble, thanks for asking. Well, I found it, so it's whatever. Honestly, your instructions weren't that great. Oh, you guys have a response? Because I'll actually just answer it automatically if I don't answer in time. So be fast, be quick on this one, fellas! I'm gonna say, honestly, your instructions weren't that great. Oh. There's actually a timer on those dialogue options. I'm sorry, I made the call quickly. Oh, I'm sorry. Now, as the landowner, I only have 3 policies that you must follow. First, don't make too much noise. You might disturb the other residents. Some of them are kind of sensitive. Second, while you're allowed to have pets, they must have a collar on at all times, and you must clean up after them. But you don't have any pets, so that won't be a problem. I guess it's like future-proofing, let you know, in case you get a pet. Keep it on a leash. Finally, while your deposit is good and will last you for a few months, don't be late on your rent. You don't want to be evicted from here, do you? Be a good boy and pay for your rent on time, or else. Sorry, I have to be a responsible landowner after all. I think you'll be fine, though. If you ever need anything, please talk to me about it. I'm all ears. Your room is room 102. You should probably go and pack your things now. Oh, wait! Before you go, there's one last thing I almost forgot. Whatever you do, make sure you're in your apartment by midnight. No wandering around at late hours before the sun rises. Got it? Come check back with me once you're settled in. I'll be waiting for you. Oh. I quickly finished unpacking my things. I was ready to start anew. I decided to spend my first few days here relaxing, just getting to know the area. Alright. My bed. When I finish everything, I can tuck in here for the night. I still need to talk to the homeowner, though. I shouldn't go to bed yet. So you can actually go to bed early and not do a lot of things. We're not going to do that right now. We're going to explore on this first day. Part of the point of blossoming... Actually, maybe I shouldn't explain too much, because this is still going to be a game. It's just being, like, visually and story and stuff being reimagined. But the window is a bit dusty, but you can still peer through. It's a nice sunny day today. Yeah. An empty trash bin. My work desk. I have to get some stuff done here. My workstation is already set up and messy. I just moved in, so I don't have any work to do yet. Read your diary? No. Not now. Yeah, I'll read it. Which entry would you like to read? May 1st. I've moved away from my parents' home. I'm happy to finally be leaving that place. Between my mother always telling me I was going to hell because I didn't believe in God, and my dad always calling me an idiot, selfish, and yelling at me, I knew I needed to get out of there. For a long time, I worked hard to be loved by them, but no matter how hard I tried to be good, it was never enough for them. I didn't believe in God, so my mother resented me. I wasn't smart enough to always get good grades, and my father was frustrated with me. Because I couldn't live up to their expectations for me, they lashed out their frustrations at me. But I don't have to think about that anymore. I found a pretty decent place to call my own. How I came about it was a bit strange. I had been posting messages online about looking for a home, and someone emailed me this offer. It was away from where I previously lived, but closer to where I worked and everything. Talk about convenient. It's remarkably cheap for what's provided, the landlord seems kind, and even the carpet and walls are my favorite colors. It's almost like this place was made specifically for me. But I'm going to look a gift horse like this in the mouth. This is the start of a new chapter of my life. I'm going to work hard and craft out my own future. A couch to just relax on. I just picked this up off the street corner that was simply given it away, cleaned it up some, and it's been with me ever since. It's pretty comfy, I gotta admit. Yeah. A television I watched on my time off. As I just moved in, I'm not connected to cable yet, however. Electricity here is actually free with the house expenses. Great for someone poor like me. A pretty nice glass table. It was kept in the garage at my parents' place and was all dusty, so let me take it with me. Well, I've had some problems with my family. I am thankful they let me take a few chairs with me. A lamp I keep to brighten the place up. The room's natural lighting is good during the day, but I suspect at night it'll get a bit dim, so I'm glad I brought this. A water bottle I've been drinking from. Gotta stay hydrated. Indeed, let me hydrate actually. A bag of food I bought from some convenience store. It's mostly unhealthy junk food, but it'll get me by for the next few days. I'm actually quite an avid reader and have formed quite a small collection of literary works over the years. On this side of the bookshelf I have non-fiction, self-help, science, and mythology books. On this side of the bookshelf I have romance, thriller, fantasy, and sci-fi books. While moving in I stayed at some hotels, and as a result I've accumulated some dirty laundry. I haven't been too lazy to clean them as of yet, but I'll get around to it soon. Probably. Have it. We'll let it do its thing. It's a chair in good condition that I moved from my parents' place. I'm just gonna look at everything, so sorry I'm doing my observant self. It's sturdy and good for my back, so I wanted to make sure I took it with me. Some chips I've been slowly eating away at. Because this version of the game is never coming out, I'm trying to give like a pretty thorough look of the first day of what the original game was going to be before I reimagined it, so. Some chips I've always been eating away at. I've been slowly eating away at. Maybe I should put them away before some ants take notice. I've been too lazy to organize the shelves and everything else, so I've been keeping my clean plates out. A sink. The water's working, but I don't know if the tap here is safe to drink yet. Some cabbage and tomatoes I was cutting in an effort to try and eat something healthy. The stove that came with the apartment and some kitchenwares that were given to me as a gift. A microwave oven. I've had the same microwave for ages, but it still does good by me. My fridge. It's nearly empty currently and I just moved in, but it should last me well. This chair was here when I moved in. It looks old and rusty. I should take it out to the trash at some point. It's a nice sunny day out. I feel at peace here. Though my school days are over, I've held onto a few memories of my time there. I wasn't able to go to college. My family didn't have enough money to support me going, and I wasn't smart enough to earn any scholarship or anything. But I remember my school days fondly all the same. A fake plan I keep just to liven up the place a bit. The sink is good as new, so it shines pristinely within the dim room. A plunger I keep in case of emergencies. The shower is a bit messy, but it's clean enough that I'm okay bathing in it. A towel I've hung up. I've used it once already, but I can use it again still. I don't need to use the toilet right now. I find small things funny, sorry. There's nothing inside of the cabinet. Just my spare clothes. I keep them within this cabinet. A coat rack. A clock to check the time when I first enter my apartment, and some drawers I keep for storage. While it's still daylight, it's starting to get a bit later on in the day. The drawers simply hold some spare papers and letters and the like I've held on to. Some spare shoes I decided to hold on to. Let's ignore that for a sec. It can be nice to have more than one pair. Oh, hey. You finished unpacking, right? Are you satisfied with the place I've prepared for you? What do you guys say? Answer fast, answer fast. 1, 2, 3, 4. Otherwise, it's gonna be 5. Quick, people, speak! I know it's because there's delay. 2? Okay, I'm glad it's so cheap. Yes, with your low funds, you couldn't afford too many places around here. Nowhere else within your price range will be as good as this, if I'll be honest with you. Still, even if prices is your primary concern, I hope that's everything you wanted and more. You seem just a bit drowsy. You should get some sleep whenever it's convenient for you. So you're basically free to go to sleep whenever you want to move on to day 2. We're just going to do everything we can in day 1 for the moment. Everything from here is optional for the player to do, basically, so... But it changes what route you're on in the game. We're not going to talk more about that. Feel free to walk around and go to get to know this place at your leisure. My home is now yours as well. Anyways, I'll head out for the night. Have a good evening. We'll save there for this. Guess no one's home. Guess no one's home. Guess no one's home. Room 105. Stairs. The door is locked. We'll move on over this way for now. Wow, who's this guy?
Info about the whereabouts. Please report this info to the authorities. Now, for some music.
It's a fire extinguisher. It'd be a fire code violation if there weren't a few of these around, so I'm glad to see this place isn't being cheap in this area. Let's see. Well, all the lockers are locked. One of these happened to be mine, and I do have the key for it. Check my locker. The locker is mostly empty, but stuffed in the very back, I can see a torn sheet of paper. Read the paper? Let's read it. I finished up my final exams at school. I aced them, and now I'm set to graduate. I don't know what I think about graduating, though. I've got so many options available to me, but I'm not sure. I've got other things on my mind right now. Miki, entry A, 1 out of 5. There's something else that's scrawled in the back. The large stump with the giant axe. Read the note in my locker again? Okay, another time. The lockers are locked. None of these are mine anyways. This is a living plant rather than a fake one. It seems to be well taken care of. It's very healthy looking. Radio seems to be working, but the signal is very weak. It's a washing machine. I'm going to have to use this pretty soon, as I'm starting to run out of clothes to wear. A dryer for clothes. Yeah. A coat rack for people visiting, I suppose. You can't leave on the first day, but you can actually go places starting from day 2. I'm feeling a little bit tired, and I don't need anything from my store today, so I think I'll just stay in for now. The first day is a bit simpler than the days that come afterward, basically. It's a wood bucket next to the sink. A public sink. It looks like it was cleaned recently. The backyard lot. It's a small rock. Yeah, shrub. Riveting commentary. It's a tree stump. It's a tree. Yeah. An axe is lodged into the tree stump. But the note told us it's a stump from the giant cut down tree. An axe is lodged in a tree stump. Maybe it doesn't mean this stump. But I won't go into the hint right now. I collapsed a decaying tree. We're not going to follow that pathway anyways. It's a tree stump. Yeah? A very pretty smooth rock with a few interesting plants growing alongside it. It's a tree trunk. The door is locked. Some logs have fallen out of the pile. A small stack of logs. You don't say. It's a tree. Yeah, riveting. Alright, we're gonna move back inside for the moment. Yes? Oh my, you've come to visit me. How thoughtful. What is it that I can do for you? I just want to say hi. What were the apartment rules again? Which one do you guys want to answer? What should I know about my neighbors? I wanted to see your pretty face again. Why were you waiting outside my door earlier? We don't say anything. 5. Pick 3, pretty face. Oh boy, all different answers are going to do pretty faces in the middle. I'll pick 3. It's okay, we'll do 5. Why aren't you saying anything? Oh, I didn't respond in time. Ah! I don't mind if you just want to see me, but will you please talk to me? Apologize. It's okay, I accept your apology. You probably were just out anything else, and you shouldn't push yourself. Go get some rest, I'll talk to you tomorrow. No! No, I need another route! Give me another chance! I promise I'll be good. Yeah? Yes. Oh my, York. Oh no. Wait. I remember this is right. Okay. Let's do, what were the apartment rules again? No, what should I say about my neighbors? Right, oh wait. I forgot something. This is the old build. That I did that. Okay. Let me get the new build open for a second. Just move my save file. Should be okay. Should be okay. I had sometimes I can put my games in different builds when I'm doing things, but that would also maybe explain whatever a few typos. I sometimes move my files around. Actually, that would, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I should have been suspicious this was the old build when it was missing music files. So, that should have been my clue. That I wasn't attending to that one. Well, maybe that's fine. That's like close to the end of what we were still going to look at anyways. I'll just pull this up for a second. Give me a second. I'm just pulling this up. Let's do this, that, pulling whack, give my dog a bone. So, I'll just say the dialogue options, just to keep it nice and simple for us right here. And then we'll move on to the next thing. Especially since this build's not going to be what sticks. So if we had said, I like it a lot, she says, oh, I'm so relieved to hear that. I was really hoping it'd be to your liking. You don't know how happy I am to hear that you're satisfied, really. If you say, I'm just so glad it's cheap. Yes, with your low funds, you can afford... Yeah, okay, that whole thing. If we had said, it's okay, just okay, what about it isn't to your liking? I was so certain you'd like it. Anyways, I'm a bit disappointed. You don't like it? Why not? The room repair isn't good enough for you? What are you trying to say? Well, keep that in mind then. Hee. Yeah, then if you don't say anything, hello, why are you not answering? I guess just try to get some good rest tonight if you're spacing out like this. Still, though. And then all that fun. And then with the second conversation... Right, this is the event that reads it happening. Or is it? Where the fuck is this event? Oh wait, it's this one, isn't it? Okay, that makes sense. For now, we'll move on to, well, I guess I'll show two things. Again, we're switching stuff up. I'll just briefly show this. We're going to get an old response thing going on. Oh, actually, you can see it there. Ignore the way you just saw, because I was about to show it to you guys anyways. But up close, we got this. Let's ignore that for a little bit. This is fine. Don't worry. I had these two I wanted to show because they're not that spoilery for the final game. I know it's old. You know it's old. I know it's old. There's this one here. There's some stuff that happens. We'll talk about it later. There's more than this even applies. These are like the two very non-spoilery ones. But they are old. Anyways, there's more to that game than you may first perceive. That's all I'm going to say. Eventually, my reimagined version, with doing it with more original assets and trying to up the quality some, will be done. And yeah, it's like it's a satisfying but hard project to work on. Partially because you have to plot out a lot of potential what ifs. Also, there's a lot of writing for the type of game it is. I'm not sure if you noticed. But anyways, that's Blossoming Yandere. That one was a bit of a longer play session, so I'll move on to one of the things that I'm mostly just going to be sharing files of. Let's see. We'll do a few quick fire ones, I think. I don't have too much to show for a Mockery named Home. A Mockery named Home was a project that mostly just existed as an idea and some concept art. I honestly don't know where all the concept art is. There's some files from this particular project that I need to dig around and find. I did find these two, though, which, here we have these two characters. The right is my original sketches and my idea of what these two characters look like. To the left is a cleaned up version that Gracen did. So basically, I draw with computer mouse for the record. I usually just go into GIMP, and if I have a character design idea, I just doodle it out. And usually I have somebody who is more talented than I clean up the design of it. So no, I've got the colored version in a second. Yeah, don't worry, that one. I'm missing the plant, actually, if you have the plant, like the Venus flytrap thing. But anyways, we got these. They're boyfriend and girl. Actually, excuse me. No, this one was boyfriend and girlfriend because they go by he, they. That's fine. Sorry. Then I also had this one set up for these characters. Fit to screen. Here's a little drawing of them. Yeah, I like their designs too. I would like to eventually do something with them. They didn't really exist in a project. They exist so far as an idea. But I like them, and I like to use them eventually. So just kind of sitting around doing their things. But I thought I'd share them just because they're pretty easy to share. If you have the Venus flytrap, because they have a pet Venus flytrap dog thing, which I do not have on hand, but I guess Gracen does. I have it somewhere, but I don't know where I have it, honestly. I will move on to the next thing as you dig that up. Thank you for digging it up for me. All right. So next up, you know what? Yeah, let's talk about this one. We're going to talk about Beloved Juice next. Hey, who here has watched Beloved Juice? If it's no one, that's okay. But I've got a few things to share on the Beloved Juice side. You and Pete character does art. Oh, thank you. Let's move there. I have raised his hand. All right. Beloved Juice will return eventually. I have been working a little bit on it because I'm excited, but I will show some things. First of all, here was the original concept sketch. I'm so obsessed with the cute little strawberry girl. Yeah. Here was the original design for Beloved Juice. This was the initial sketch. This is the rough sketch and the rough idea. What started it all was this little drawing. It's a little weird to talk about where the project came from. You found it, send it my way. I'm ready for it. Scrunkly. Yeah, we got our original Beloved Juice idea. The original sketch where a few things were decided then. Then there was a second sketch without a character, which was a second piece for me of figuring out what I want Beloved Juice to be. So far in the series, you guys haven't seen anything to do with anything that looks like this. So I know this means very little to you, but this was part of me figuring out what Beloved Juice is. We got that. Oh yeah, we have the non-colored version of our favorite little Venus flytrap. So there is a colored version I know somewhere, but we have my little drawing of it, which I liked a lot. I'll call it Venus. I'm finding the other version. No rush, no rush. Here was my original sketch for the dog that the strawberry... No, this isn't Beloved Juice. This is back to the strawberry and the star characters we were just looking at. You found it? It was my original sketch of the Venus flytrap dog they had. Wow. As it goes, as it goes. There are multiple versions here. All right. Oh, yeah, there they are. Yeah, we were trying to figure out the coloring of it. You're right. There they all are right there. So I will show a few of these, actually, because we were like, this was my original design of the Venus flytrap dog. And then we were trying a few alterations. Good call on finding them there, by the way. We tried some different roots, and I'm saying all that. I think I'll just share, because we decided to go with this leaf style. And I think we wanted to go for the more vibrant color, if I remember correctly. So I'll share this version, just so I'm not like sharing like 7 different versions of us trying to color and figure out how the fucking Venus flytrap thing stands. Let's call it Venus 2. Hey, how's it going? Alright, so now take this. And here is a colored and different legged version of the Venus flytrap dog. Just doing its thing. Figuring out how our little Venus flytrap pet thing works. I think it's cute. But I digress. One day I'd like to do something with these characters. I kind of like them, but they don't exist to anything except just inventions from my head that were then helped by Gracen to be formed together more fully after I sketched them up. So yeah. Move them around. We'll say goodbye again. Was related to these lovely fellers, not the Beloved Juice, which we're about to move back to. I should probably, transform, fit to screen. There they are again. I'll keep them on screen as I'm moving back to Beloved Juice. Okay. So now back in Beloved Juice territory, I will mention this very, very briefly. We're not going to play this because it actually contains spoilers for Beloved Juice. Originally, there was an idea to do kind of a prequel game to Beloved Juice, which I called Hysterico. Hysterico is a name which I've used for a few different things, not just this. In fact, I think we'll see it again later to something else. Here is a sketch that came. If you've watched the Beloved Juice series, this the blue girl's not familiar to you, but this other boy that we're looking at here is. I will show a different version of this in literally just a second. Let me pull it up right now. I think, yeah, it's in this folder. And it should be... Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Set things up on my side. There we go. You guys will hear before you see here. I won't show the gameplay because it actually has spoilers for good old Beloved Juice, but I thought I'd show this a little bit here, so... Moving on from that. Okay. Happy like the song. Now, close that. Polywhack, give my dog a bone. We got a few more things to show for Beloved Juice. First of all, here's something which I'm going to say. No one, if somebody has noticed this, no one has mentioned, there's actually a lot of secrets in Beloved Juice. Like, in even the streams that are there. And nobody has noticed or talked about it at all. So I'm here to call everyone who's watched Beloved Juice out. None of you looked close enough. None of you. I'll give 2 examples right now. There is multiple times and hidden in every single episode, hidden messages. Like here's one that's hidden right here. We're not going to look at this one closely, but we'll look at another one closely. And they change every episode. And they're always there. And then there's also other unique secrets that happen every single thing. Scorned as Tinder, beloved as. But anyways, I can't read. I'm illiterate. That's okay. They've been hidden in every Beloved Juice video, and they change every episode. And there's other secrets in those videos, but no one has ever named a single secret from any of those videos. I can't read. I'm an Undertale fan. That makes sense. I'm just going to mention that one. I'm going to plant the seed in the mind that there has been secrets in every single video. But the people don't need to know that. Here is some stuff. This is related to the Lamp Boy game that we just saw, which aren't spoilers for Beloved Juice, so I'll show them off. It's related to Hysteria. Here is a sketch of something that was for this game. This one is drawn by Kurumi. There's an outside house exterior thing that was related to the Lamp Boy game, which has some spoilers for Beloved Juice, so we won't get too into it, but we will show this, so yeah. Next up, we had some floor map plans also drawn out for this one. These are again by Kurumi. Hey! Floor layout, and I will get to the other floor layout because there are 2 floors that I have drawn. Actually, 3 floors I have drawn here. We got all this, the boat garage, and then we had, because it was Oceanside Boathouse. Look at all of that. Fun. Now then. Here is a shot. This is a slight spoiler for Beloved Juice, though some of you might also recognize it. Not really a spoiler. It's like a really, really minor thing. But here's something that we'll one day see. One day. Yeah. Gracen's the one that's right at the lighthouse. I'll give him credit. He fucking loves lighthouses. You guys have probably seen this screenshot before. It's my little preview image of the upcoming parts of Beloved Juice. I don't really want to show more and keep the rest of what's coming a surprise. I will, however, though, show it if it doesn't have the filters on. Like, if you don't put the in-game filters on, it looks more like this, actually. If you were curious of what Beloved Juice would look like if there was, like, no filters running through it. But all the same, Here is a sketch of everyone's favorite psychiatrist drawn by the Crozier. The Gracen Crozier, I should say. Every last reference I see. For the fun of it. Here are 2 characters who may or may not appear somewhere in the future of Beloved Juice. Yeah. To the next. And now we have some things by T. There's actually hidden 3D model versions of the Beloved Juice rooms, which were modeled by T, which are also in the videos. I'm not sure if anyone, maybe people noticed, but this one wasn't super hidden, but they were in, and here's some of the pictures that appear. We got this room from Beloved Juice. We've got a couple pictures of this room, so give me a second. There's this picture of it. And this picture of it. of the room from Beloved Juice, modeled in 3D by T. It is old, but hey, the Beloved Juice videos are also old, so. We have the closet room. A few pictures of this one, too. Da, 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 da. Yeah. And one more picture of it. And finally, from the Beloved Juice side, one more picture from T, but not a 3D modeled room. It's a picture of everyone's favorite Juice Girl. There they are. Okay. Next, we move on from Beloved Juice. Oh, let me open this. I'll show off one more thing, and then we'll get back to another game thing. Probably roll through a few small game things, because I've still got several to go through. In fact, when I say several, let me count. I have like 30. I have a lot to go through. Some of them are very short, but we're not spending too long on any single things. There's a lot to go through, but hey. Let's see. We did Arctic Haze, Mockery Called Home, Beloved Juice. I don't want to make Blink Slate next. That's a little... Oh, I'll make it... Okay. So, this is a really weird game concept to explain, okay? I'll do my best to explain it. There was going to be a game of mine, which I worked with a little bit of some others, that was called Unfunny-Joke.com. That was going to be the name of the game, okay? So you launch the game, and you go through this little bit, and there was characters that you would get to know, like here's some little concept sketches. We got this gal. Move this here. We got her. This is from a long while ago, actually. And we got her. We got these two. These two were crucial characters in this Unfunny-Jokes.com. We also have this serpent. What a guy. Don't worry. He's really happy to see ya. But anyways, I have a list of unfunny jokes. I will put on a song. The song that's playing is going to be a song from Wet Corpse. We'll talk about Wet Corpse in a little bit, actually. There's a few dancers to talk about for Wet Corpse, but just know that the song that's playing is one of the boss songs from Wet Corpse. I'll play in the background as I'm reading these off. Let's do... This song will be perfect for it, I think. Let's do... Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to read these off. I'll show one on screen, but I'm mostly going to just read these, okay? Let me get ready. Yes. Let's move this to... There we go, Unfunny Joke Simulator. I'll throw one of them on the screen. Here are some instructions. Press F for a switch, drag, all that fun stuff. You know, those instructions love to include in my games. Humor is subjective. Let's actually do it like this. Humor is subjective. Are you ready to laugh? This is all just an illusion. Ha 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 ha. Fake a laugh if you pity us enough. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. Aren't you a funny one? Then let's get started. Remember, you agreed to this. Time to tickle your funny bone. Makes you think. The real joke is you paid $1 for this. Just another day in paradise. Ladies and gentlemen, the show must begin. Time to waste a bit of your life away. You are now manually breathing. We've got quite a show for you. Ready? Look at you, smart enough to press buttons. Comedy and art both are interpretive. Do you ever think about how you're going to die someday? The chicken crossed the road because that was the premise. Make sure to stay hydrated. Mental health is important and shouldn't be taken lightly. That's the joke. This isn't a joke. Giggle, snort, snort, can you see where she hides? If you guess wrong, you'll be the one who gasp dies. What if playing this game was the last thing you ever did? Lol's so randoms. Please enjoy. How long will you last? Are you afraid of the color red? I don't believe you. I don't trust you. Let's read like, let's go over like 6-8 more. Of course he'd accept. Is this really what you want? Then let's do this. The time has come. You are sure? I'm not certain you really read that. Are you sure you accept? How do you do, my fellow gamer? Please accept these terms and conditions. We'll end with that one, I think. Yeah. So, the idea is that you get these messages after doing weird bits in the game that were like in a disjointed, out-of-order story. And you get a random joke, quote-unquote, though these aren't really feeling like jokes, though they're called Unfunny-Jokes.com. As every single time you launch the game, you experience a weird bit of gameplay that's out of context of a story that's being told, and each bit you experience, you only experience once, and then you get a randomized joke from a litter, and then the game closes. If you launch the game again, you get a different part of the story, and then another joke closes it off. That was the basic structure of this idea of Unfunny-Joke.com, which was a game, not a website. Maybe one day I'll explore something a little more with this idea, but if you want a basic gist of what this one is, it's currently not been worked on in any way in quite some time. But it was an idea, so I thought I'd just read those off. The game kind of exists, but it's not in the state I'd really like to show it off, so I just thought I'd give the gist of what this experience was likely like. Pretty easy one, I'd even say. Now, next. Since I did one of those, I will switch off to a little bit of gameplay. There's a lot for us to touch on today. Let's launch up which of the games. I have a list here which I can pick from. Let's show the beginning of the old scrapped version of The Miserable Crimson Hooded Girl. Alright. Launch up The Miserable Crimson Hooded Girl. The old version, not the new version. I'll just show the beginning. remove. Let's select this window, and this should be fine. The following is not the game you will be playing. I'm going to turn the volume up for this one so it's up. We don't run into much of this during our play, but
Once upon a time, there was a miserable girl in a crimson hood. Her mother was unwell, so the girl was sent away to go stay with her grandmother, who lived deep within the woods in a strange house. People say that around those parts there resides a monster called the Gobbler, who preys on the weak. The miserable crimson-hooded girl, before she went on her way to her grandmother's house, interacted with the basket to get a snack for the road there.
there's a basket here in front of you. I'm going to turn these around a little bit. Take a look inside the basket. Not yet. Inside the basket is a loaf of bread with oil. Obtain a loaf of bread with oil.
From the basket, she obtained a loaf of bread prepared with olive oil. She was grateful for this morsel as she went on her way.
There's nothing else inside the basket. You cannot use this here.
Crimson Hood happened upon a rake gate. She asked the gate modestly if it would let her pass, to which it responded that it would, only if Crimson Hood would give it her bread, for it was a rusty gate, and the oil could help ease its stiffened hinges. Crimson Hood went into her inventory and handed the rake gate her bread with oil. The rake gate creaked open and let her through. Crimson Hood was delicate and a bit fragile in her health, but even she could run for a short bit. She would tire in short bursts, but not take long to regain her composure.
So basically, we press this, move on to the other side. But no, we're too slow. What do? Obviously run. Yeah. The switch is activated successfully.
Crimson Hood could perform special context-sensitive actions by pressing the special action key, a button she could change from the options menu. These context-sensitive actions were varied, making it a good idea to experiment often. Crimson Hood picked a beautiful flower. You're not ready yet. You should go now.
So there is intent behind the narrator starting off like a storybook narrator and then becoming like weirdly video game tutorialized. If you played the final game of Miserable Crimson Hooded Girl, you might remember the narrator, and that plays a role into what's going on with this, but anyways. I'm Kristen Hood, an 18-year-old girl moving away from my mother's place and entering a new school. Everyone calls me Crimson Hood because I always wear the crimson hood that my mother made for me. A lot of people think I'm strange, but I'm okay with that. I've crossed these woods on my way to my grandmother's house. I'm a bit nervous heading there, but I don't have a choice but to stay with her. It's nearly become night and I've just arrived. I haven't seen my grandmother in a number of years. A knot ties inside my stomach. I'm not sure out of excitement or nervousness. I tread the trail lightly as I arrive at a split in the road. And give me a sec. There we go. Or not that. There we go. Enter the woods.
Once upon a time, there was a miserable girl in a crimson hood. Her mother was unwell, so the girl was sent away to go stay with her grandmother, who lived deep within the woods in a strange house. People say that around those parts there resides a monster called the Gobbler, who preys on the weak.
To the left, the path of pins. To the right, the path of needles. It'd be cool to scoop it a little bit, but this is the old version that didn't get to become anything, so... Well, actually, the wheat field does move with the wind in the final game, so... You should be careful around these parts, miss. If you aren't careful, you may slip or fall, or maybe get attacked by a mountain lion or something. It could be weeks, maybe even longer, before anyone would find you. So please, take care. Be safe. I should also tell you that around these parts, as folk like minding their own business and not prying into others, you'd be best not to be too curious. Better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry. Moving on as we go. Treading our way to the house. We're not going to enter the house, though. I'm going to leave this early version of Miserable Crimson Hooded Girl here. Again, I'm just sort of showing off some old things. Just like taste of them, really. Are you ready to enter the strange house deep within the woods? Yes. You've been here before, haven't you? But that's where we're going to end off that one. Hey. So there was part of the old version of Miserable Crimson Hooded Girl. I do plan to give Miserable Crimson Hooded Girl an extension soon, because I am personally fond of it, but all the same, there's not like a whole... Alright, it's reconnected. Actually, I'm going to put an image on screen so people know that it's like reconnected. Here is a scrapped character from the Miserable Crimson Hooded Girl. She's kind of in the final game, and we'll learn a little bit more about her in the future, but I won't say anything more than that. Now, this disperses. Here is two things from T for the next thing. The first thing is a recreation of the palace from the start of the final version of A Miserable Crimson Hooded Girl. Yeah. The final game, you enter into a castle, it looks like this, so... The second thing is something which is related to the narrator character. The circus tent. This was also made by T. Da, 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 da. You're all fine. We'll get more into the narrator as a character another time. Right now, they're only in the miserable Crimson Girl, but I've even talked before that that's not all they're meant for, so. As it rolls, as it goes. Now, next up, we're going to do a few quick-fire small games. I will show the very, very beginning of Mom's Trip to Clear Lake. This is a game I actually announced a bit more properly, and part of me kind of wants to fully realize it, but I'll just show what I had got, like, the very, very beginning of it to give, like, an idea of what this game even was, because I don't think I ever really showed anything of it, outside, like, the little teaser trailer I released, which was, like, very, very slim on what it was about. Now, give me a second to set this up so you guys can see this. Ignore the music, it's going to be kind of loud for a second. I'll turn the music way down. Let's put it there. Yai Gameworks. Mama's Trip to Clear Lake. So I should clarify, this game was inspired by a trip I had to a lake in... it's in a different city, but it's not too far from where I live. It's like, I say it's not too far, but it's like an hour or two drive, I guess. But I'll just show the very, very beginning of this. I decided to do this in kind of a weird Game Boy pixely style. Mama loved nature. She'd take me out for walks pretty regularly. She'd tell me all about the things we would see. She'd educate me with a voice tinted with obvious passion for the land. I thought it was all pretty, but really I just wanted to spend time with Mama. One day, we went on a particularly long walk, further than we'd ever gone before. Yep, I took a lot of pictures when I was at this lake place, and I altered them and did things, especially some stuff I managed to take pictures of. We'll get to that in a little bit, but right now let's just play a little Game Boy bit. Mama told me we were going to Clear Lake. As she had announced it, I could see she was picturing the place in her mind's eye. It was true love, I could tell. She was in love with Clear Lake, a love that she never showed towards me. But I just wanted to be there with her to make her happy. So we took a trip to Clear Lake. Come on, sweetie, Mama's waiting up ahead. Don't want me to leave you behind, do you? Clear Lake is just on up ahead, come on. So it's stylized kind of like a old 3D game. Not, the game was run 3D, but like the style is vaguely Game Boy-ish. Well, it's like this 3D game thing. Well, that's some deep fog. It's okay, we're going. There's Mama, but she's not saying a word to us, actually. Mama? Nope. Guess we continue. I guess that's fine. Deeper in we go. Ooh. This is fine. Don't worry, just make my way. We're only going to show the very, very beginning of this one, so... I kind of like the tone of this project, though. I will say that. Wow. I won't show what happens next. I might want to expand on this idea one day and do more with it. But there's that. I will show a little bit more of the game from the background of the original version, though. I'll show a little bit. We'll do this. I'll keep the music playing for a second, and let me pull this up. Again, we're just kind of touching on a bunch of things. So here's some pictures that were from this game. I'll just lay them out and not say much about them. Just, let them sit there for a bit. So we'll just go through some pictures. All these are from pictures I took, by the way. Like when I was on this actual lake trip, I should mention. Yeah. For the fun of it, for the fun of it. Wow. So we'll move on to the next thing. I'm happy you like Red Haze. Alright. There's actually a game that used some of those assets from a similar thing, which I think is like its sister project. I only am going. This one didn't develop into anything. This one like is that I don't even think the rooms connect properly. It's like one room that we're gonna look at, but it'll be one room that'll be fun to look at least. I'll launch it because this one has almost nothing to say about it. It was an idea that didn't really take off, but it was fun to like experiment with 3D a bit. So. We're looking at, there you are, Indigo Stalker. Very normal about it. That's okay. I'm very normal about it too, Red Haze. Okay, let me set it up so you guys can see it. Indigo Stalker. This is another real-life picture converted. So this one was actually a picture taken by Gracen. I guess maybe. Next, let's go right into it. Ladler Estate. Which we're gonna actually let's talk about complete isolation after this, because I need to talk about the Ladler Estate. A mansion deep within the woods, miles from the nearest town. Many strange rumors surround that place. Some say it's haunted, others say it's cursed. Some believe the old family still roam the halls. Others simply think it's old and decaying, maybe full of toxic black mold. Regardless of what you believe, everyone here knows you don't go near Ladler Estate. Bad things happen there. If you've played Girls' Graveyard, you might recognize the name Spencer Ladler Estate, so... So of course some idiots such as myself, bored out of our minds, stuck in this nowhere small town, wanted to check this place out. I convinced my best friend Derek and a few people from our community college to join us as a group simply for some cheap thrills. And so 6 of us ended up going that night to the mansion staying at the outskirts of town. Really, we were hoping that anything might happen. We knew it was a bad idea, of course, but all of us had grown up in this small town. We were aware that we'd probably never amount to much, that we'd be stuck here for the rest of our lives. We had no real future waiting for us. Most of us would take over family farms or shops. We were on the path decided for us since the moment we were born, and it'd be a struggle to leave, as at least here people knew and would support us. If this town was a shithole and none of us were that special, then at the very least we want to know what was so special about Ladler Estate. How could a place supposedly so terrible come out of a town so mundane? Really, we all just wanted to live. Hey Sam, I'm Jade if you don't remember me. I'm a little nervous, but I'm glad to be a part of this. Make sure to bring a protein bar or my inhaler just in case. Make sure to bring. If you need anything or just want to talk, well, I'm available. Yeah. I was so surprised when you asked me to come. I hope I meet your expectations. Oh god, what am I saying? I can't tell if I'm excited or nervous. Yeah? Hey. Yo, Sam, glad you could make it, man. You and I have been best friends for a while, so I knew you ditched this and would show. Sure, you kept us waiting, though. Well, it'd be pretty funny if you convinced all of us to come and then ended up bailing. You are Sam the Adventurous, alright. You should go say hi to everyone. They're a little bit on edge. I'm sure they'd appreciate a little small talk. Seriously, man, go say hi to them. Trust me, old Derek's got your back. Ready to go whenever you are, man. You noticed it too, didn't you? The forest around here is dead silent. There's no animals here. It's like they're avoiding the place. Or this place. What am I wearing? This is a Candy Leo style of outfit. It's my aesthetic. I think it looks good on me. I've got a bad feeling about this. Howdy, I'm Robert, and this is my girlfriend Brittany. The two of us have always wanted to check this place out, so we're pretty happy to join y'all. I ain't scared of no house. Bring it on. Just between you and me, I'm hoping to get lucky tonight, if you know what I mean. Okay. I was born ready. You're Sam, right? I'm Brittany, and this is my stupid-ass boyfriend, Robert. He's always wanted to check this place out, but I don't see what the big deal is. It's just a big house. There's no reception out here either. God, tonight's gonna suck. Derek's your best friend, right? He's mentioned you quite a few times. Wonder if you can live up to the stories of the legendary Sam the Adventurous. It's cold out here. We should hurry up inside. Are you ready to enter the Ladler estate? How'd you get around and talk with everyone? Nope, I can't chicken out now. I'm the one who's asked everyone to come here anyway. I'm staying. I can't just leave everyone behind. I know I'm scared, but everyone's counting on me. No, I can't. You know what? Fuck this. I'm going home. Anyways, that's how we're going to experience on that one. Hey. So the next. There is another, like, a few rooms, but they don't have much to them. Funny, there's actually... I forgot. wait, I need to show two more things. From that, I will show two more things from that, then we're moving on. Okay. Not that. We're gonna be sharing this. So we're gonna skip all that. Who cares, right? Little do all these people here know that's not what's in the house they gotta be afraid of. It's what's on top of the house. And so we're gonna stop there, so I was gonna say. Yeah. It was definitely a little Ione. I thought it'd be a little fun to do something like that. You know, it's been my goal to make something vaguely Ione-ish, like, eventually. I think it would be a fun project to work on. Now, let's move on to the next. Actually, I'll use this as, like, a way to move us. I need to put this image on more often when I'm in between things. I will use this as a gateway to lead us to talk about complete isolation. Is Ladler Estate and some of the idea of that, like the very not the project, the game was a very different piece. But Complete Isolation is my longest I want to make it dream project. I originally came up with the idea for it for a long time ago. I held like an Indiegogo campaign, which I feel a little bad because I still haven't finished it to this day. The Indiegogo campaign did help me afford to make the music for the games that I make, though, which I value very greatly. I realized at the time I didn't have the technical know-how to make the game that I had in my head in complete isolation. But about 3 years ago, I realized, wait, I know how to do fucking everything to make this game a reality if I wanted to. If I could get some people to come join me and help me make it, I could. But I have like other things I want to finish before it. So now it's just if I can, because it's like a big project, it would take a lot of time. I want to get a little bit more out there and be a bit more stable project-wise before I take it on. Though it is a long-term dream project for me. Which means, obviously, as a small game developer, it's the project that I'll put a lot of time, effort, and money into making it. And then it'll release, and it'll be like one of my worst performing games ever. And I'll be like, oh no, I'm ruined as an indie dev. And then I release like some trashy thing I made in like a week, and that's gonna sell game busters. Thus, and this is the way of the indie dev. Anyways, let's get into complete isolation. Which I have some stuff I could show, which I think, it is what it is. I'll play a song, which I always think of when I think I can play isolation. This song has like a scene which I've always had in mind to it. It's actually from somebody who I used to know in high school as well. They gave me permission to use it, and I'm very, very happy that they did. So load this up. That's the part that we're going to play from that one. Anyways, these are my babies, my children. They are my longest existing characters for a game. There's other characters, there's like 26 characters in this game. It's a pretty large cast. But these are 5 of them. So at least designs. This specific sketch was drawn by Kurumi, but I have other sketches of these characters. Like here's one by Appendages, or Algonair Blue, I believe. You see Dean in the middle. Here is another sketch at Dean. Hi, Dean. He's called Howard here, but that's because the names were switched around at a certain point, and I just thought Dean was a better name for him. Hi, Dean. Bye, Dean. Whoop. Kidding. Let's move him out of frame and move him over here to remove it. We're going to show off a few people. We got a sketch of Olivia and Kiara. Now, you do not understand how much these characters are like my long-term children that one day I hope that people will come to love as much as I do. There's so much to them. I have, this is not a lie. I've talked about this. Some people already know about this. I have an 800-page Google Doc dedicated to complete isolation. With I've had many years to work on this concept. That's all I'm gonna say. I need to just sit down. I have the technical know-how to make the game at this point. But I just need to take the time to actually realize it. I guess I should play like let's play like the old Indiegogo campaign. The idea has evolved a bit over time, but let's show like the origins, the roots of it. Here's like a cheesy old thing from the past. Like this is from 2011. I'm old.
Down in nowhere, USA, a small country settlement known as Cobbletown leaves an old abandoned farm known as the Ladler Estate. Many legends and myths surround this mysterious farm, but they all have one thing in common: the Plague Doctor. Said by some to be a man driven insane, by others a terrible demon. Not much is known about him, not even if he truly exists. But I know the truth. Anyone who steps foot on that farm best have a death wish.
Hey, my name is Ryan Stanford. I'm an inspiring game creator who's been practicing making pet projects for the last 11 years. I want to make Complete Isolation, an atmospheric and terrifying horror game.
We'll stop the
Complete
video there
Isolation
for a
takes
second.
place away from civilization.
The project's still not made to this day, though I want to make it really badly. Yeah, it's baby me talking there for a second. There's definitely more I can show off about this. This was the pretty near finished Plague Doctor design. Yeah, there they are. Let me get that on screen more properly. Hi, Plague Doctor. Yeah. Yes, it is. Actually, I think my last name is in the credits of some of my games, funnily enough. There's our little plague doctor. And here... I'm gonna talk like a little kid sharing their school project. Here's the Hangman. Ooh, Hangman. Let me put them in. Hi, Hangman. Then, after that, take on the Hangman. Ooh, ooh. Here was an older take on the Hangman, but I like the other Hangman better, so we redesigned it. Here's some characters so you can know more of my babies. This is Xavier. These were a few different colors. These drawings are by Rinks, I should mention. There's Xavier. Hi, Xavier. Bye, Xavier. Here's Ryan. Because this is my dream project, of course, I decided to name a character named Ryan, though he's not really anything like me, but there is Ryan. Hi, Ryan. And here's Nathan. You saw Nathan in the first picture as well, actually. Yeah, when I see he was like over there reading the book, it's because I wonder if he likes reading. Do you think he maybe likes reading? He might like reading. Speaking of that earlier drawing, we didn't get to see a picture of Melody. Melody went through a few iterations. This is closer to her final design, but not the final one. She has this country girl thing going for her. All the Melody and Melody. I think we had a more recent sketch of Melody. Yeah, we have a couple more recent sketches of her. This was like some face drawings for Melody. Melody, oh Melody. And then we have like this full body shot of Melody, oh Melody. Wow. Let me get that there. Let's see, who else can I show? I can show Willow, right? Did I not put Willow in here? I must have put Willow in here. There's no way. Yeah, there she is. Willow. Transform, fit to screen. Wa-di-da. Move all that around. I have old Howard, the final version of Howard right there. Hi, Howard. Howard doing his thing. Yeah, Willow fun. I don't actually think I have your Willow drawing here, T. I don't remember having it in my collection, so I collect people's arts when they send stuff to me. Don't tell the people that, though. Anyways, we will move on from Howard. Let's see. I'll show these as the last thing and talk a little bit about complete isolation, just a little bit. We go with Peter, and then we have blind hunger, hunger. And then we got the old basement experiment, because, you know, who doesn't have an experiment going on in their basement? Am I right, guys? Ha 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 ha. I'll put on an old style picture of the Plague Doctor, the one that's like... I was gonna say, this project's been my baby for a very, very long time. It's basically, this needs to exist as a thing someday. I have this whole huge idea. I think the idea is very good. The really, really basic hook of the game is that there's several we're following a bunch of different characters that we're playing as, who are basically living throughout their own different genre of horror movies, which all then begin to intertwine in unexpected and interesting ways. I'll give some examples of some of the groups of characters. We have a guy who's coming back to his hometown after being gone for years after his mom went into a comatose state, but she wrote a letter to him, and he's now arriving into town, nervous to meet up with her because he had a bad relationship with her before things went really south, and going back to his old family farm that he grew up in that he hasn't been to for many years. A little bit cowardly, he comes with a friend and his friend's girlfriend to go take a trip to visit his mom. We follow a group of bandits who recently got away with a big old heist. We're trying to stay in a nowhere USA place while they are on the down low and the heat's on them. However, while on the down low and after a night of camping, the money goes missing. Where'd it go? Well, do they think these three trust each other? We're following a detective who's following a string of murders that have led to this nowhere USA town. As he's trying to investigate the case, he's being haunted by a mysterious woman in red who may or may not be real. We follow a guy who comes home to his apartment one night and decides just to kick it back and take it easy. However, a mysterious plague doctor breaks into his home and abducts him. He wakes up tied up into like a beam in some sort of basement, dressed up in a dress, as this brutish man comes in and he hands him a dog bowl full of undeterminable meat. And after he refuses to eat it, the man starts stuffing the meat down the guy's throat. He has to get out of this crazy situation he's suddenly awoken himself up in. We follow two film students who are investigating the mysterious disappearances of a group of children under a teacher who went missing nearly 20 years ago. They're doing it for their film thesis finale because they love telling mystery stories. We follow the woman who is training to be a broadcaster and a presenter, and Nathan, the quiet cameraman. There's more characters and more stories, and they begin to go into and intertwine in unexpected, interesting ways, I'd say. Not that intertwining is unexpected. I think it's just how they connect is more interesting than you might initially think. I've got this whole grand scheme. You play all these different genre horror movie scenarios, and then based on the choices that you make on how things go down, the story takes all sorts of twists and turns as things develop into a bigger story than you might ever imagine. But yeah. I've had this idea for a long time. I'll make it realized one day. Again, I realized more recently I had the technical know-how to make the idea. I had learned everything I needed to know to do the idea that was in my head from forever ago. It's just making the time for it and getting people to help me, especially with the art side of things. And making it a reality one day. One day. Anyways, that's me blabbing about Complete Isolation. He releases tomorrow. I've secretly been working on it this whole time. Not yet. No. I wish. But, no. It'd definitely be a long-form project. That's the thing. Okay. Next up. We did that. Let's do... Eeny, meeny, miny. We'll do another play thing. Gracen. And Connor, if you wanted to. Not in call. If you guys want to hop in with me, or Gracen at least, into This Is Torture together to play the prologue and try an attempt at the main level. Alright. So we'll just use the in-game commands to talk. Remember, those are the number keys. You were already ready. Alright. So, This Is Torture Together is not going to be the first online game I release. I also am waiting for an update to the netcode because there's some issues with it. But we'll play through it right now. This is the tutorial stage and the basic This Is Torture level for us to play through. You guys will see the screen in just a second. This is an online co-op game. Again, I'm waiting for some netcode updates before I continue with something. I also think I want to go with a different project as my first online netcode game. This was an interesting experiment, I'd say. I'll show what it looks like right now, just more in detail. Know that the final online co-op game will probably be tremendously different than what we're looking at right now. And will not be called This Is Torture Together, because This Is Torture Together was called this because it was an online version of the game This Is Torture from FoundHorrorGame11.x. Let me turn this on, raise this, so you guys don't see the screen at the top. That should be good. Alright, This Is Torture Together. We're not going to let a single player game, we're going to the online network. I'm going to create a room. Enter. New game. My lobby's open for both of you whenever you're ready. Hi, Gracen. Okay. Gracen, I think yeah, you want it to be green. I'll let Connor choose his color before I pick a color. Set things there. I could get into a call with them, but I'll keep this in like basic developer mode. I'll give Connor a sec. I totally love. I know you love being green. Yeah, that was green. Hey, mysterious player 103. It's like we know who. Well, I know. You don't need to name yourself. I know who you are. There's only like 5 people in the world that own this game, so I know who you. I know who you are. There you are. Choose whatever color, Connor. I'll just choose based off the last 2 remaining. Want to be yellow? Alright, I'll go blue. Let's do this. Hey. So the netcodes could be a little messy at points. I'll do this. Thank you. God, you want to go this tortured dummy? It'll be okay. Actually, I don't need instructions. I'm okay. If you spam them, it'll be cause some light delay with things. That currently is. It'll be okay. We'll go to the prologue. We do the prologue, and then we'll use the traffic cone to skip to the this is torture level thing. Would you like to play the prologue? Yes. Now transferring to the prologue. Yeah, hey. We got a girl going. Let's go, fellas. The lights of the city sure are beautiful, huh? It's easy to forget how truly beautiful a city can be when you're down there on the streets trying to get by in the heart of it all. A precious treasure seen from afar can become an ugly, wretched thing up close. Sorry, I'm just getting a little sentimental, that's all. Thank you for coming here with me, it means a lot. We've been just barely scraping by recently, so I thought we maybe just need to take a break from it all. It can be really easy to lose sight of yourself when the weight of the world keeps piling stress onto you. But I guess in some ways, that's what keeps us busy. See, that's part of what I wanted to wait for, because in this current version, no. There's a few reasons I'm deciding not to move forward with it for now, waiting for some things. God, that means such a Debbie Downer this evening. I apologize. I need to snap out of it. I know it's dark and we should probably start heading back now, but I just want to keep going. Get these negative energies out. Won't you join me? Well, come on, let's go make this moment one of those precious memories we'll always remember. You go on ahead. I'll be right behind you. Yep. We can always stay here for just a bit longer, if that's the way you like to do. The view here is very pretty, after all. Might as well take a break into the bask in its glory. But I'm ready to go on ahead whenever you are. Don't wait for me. Just imagine all those people down there trying to just live out their best lives, still knowing where they're being perceived by us and God, even if they're just tiny specks in our vision. You can go ahead. I'll catch up. Dummy. Hey, I'm talking with a girl. You really like my company, don't you? How could I resist company from a cutie like you? If you just want to nuzzle up and watch the stars, I'm not against it. But we'll never know what's if we just stay here, flying our feet into the dirt. Don't you have an adventurous spirit? That's just dying to know what's up ahead. The night's still young, and make the most of it. Come on to the other map. Okay. I don't think you got an important item, my friend, so... Moving on. We tread. Wow, she's in the tree lines. Hey, Slowpoke, I finally catching up, huh? Look at what I found, a bunch of chairs. What do you think you're doing all the way out here? Think someone was having a picnic or something? They're kind of in your way, but hey, that shouldn't be a problem for you. You're stronger than you look, after all. You just need to push them out of the way. You just gotta be a little careful about the terrain, but pushing them should be easy, no problem at all. Why don't you try to show these chairs who's boss? I'll be waiting for you up ahead, and you have your fun. Oh. Got this, we're fine. Alright. You guys are having fun sliding over that way. So there's some delay stuff that will happen. I should mention that 2 of us are playing are in America, and 1 of us is on Australia, which is actually good because it helps me test the latency. No, my chair brethren! You can't push it past the rock. If you can, like, push it a different way. You can actually, I think, if you can move it past, like, you can't push it over the rocks, but you can push it over non-tough terrain, so... Dummy. I'm moving on ahead, though. Do you want to jump? Yeah, no, yes. Here we go. Hey, come over here, Connor, you got this. Let's go on to the pretty side of sides. Oh, a sound? I wonder what that mysterious sound could be here. Nothing dangerous, I'm sure. Alright, we got this. We're all settled in to get into this little log cabin in the middle of nowhere. Hey. Roll as it goes. Everyone split up. You sure that's the best idea? Don't worry, the light will be fine. We got this. Hey. Everyone stick together. Everyone. Okay, well, I'll go this way. You guys can go that way. That's fine. Hee. You're not captured. Get out of here. So this part's a bit random on how this will go down, so we'll see how it goes for us. Alright. I got this, I got this. There's a door here. All of us trying to match it open.
Looking for, but you're who I have. So let's make the most of this. Once upon a time, there were two beautiful princesses. One was full of love, the other full of hate. They both cared, but that wasn't always perceived. Have you maybe heard this story before? Regardless, you're no princess, and I'm no king. You're gonna hate what I have in store for you. But don't worry your pretty little heads, if they even are that pretty. You don't have to do anything but survive. That should come naturally to you, should it not? Prove to me that you're worth my time. And if you cannot, then your flesh will do nicely. Please, dear Heavenly Father, let this flesh quench me. Let it quench me. Anyways, sleep. You have a long day ahead of you.
Where did you two go off to? Maybe over here. Next to the girl? Oh, you went back to the level? Oh, I see, I see. Oh, okay. It's probably because that took a minute because this wasn't coded for you guys. Okay. Oh, you can join Holly in a second. I'll restart the server, by the way, for you. I'll let Holly join us for doing the main level so we can all 4 of us. Because it turns out 4 of the fucking 5 or 6 people that have this game are all here, which is funny. I did mention this, but... New single-player game. Not single. Why would I go single-player? That's not for me. Online network. We're only going to play 1 round of the thing, but that should be fine. Create a room... Yes, new game. I'll be blue still, so. 6, actually. Oh, wow. Yeah, it is pretty fun. We're not doing any group call. We're just using the in-game text message thing, but we'll wait for you for a second, Holly, so. There's some issues with the netcode, especially with like high latency. Connor's a really good test subject because he lives like on the opposite side of the world than I do. So, but let's see how the latency works out. But waiting for some things before I continue pursuing the online co-op pursuit. But I mean, it functions. That's good, even though it definitely needs some ironing out. We'll give Holly a bit. Yeah. We're just gonna do the level that's actually from This Is Torture. So we're gonna go to the traffic cone. I think it should warp you guys because I'm the server host after I've selected, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I wish anyone was a good test subject. There you are. Pick your character. Let's do this thing. All right. I'm sending us to the Shadow Realm, so get ready. Of course. I want to see the beauty that you and your true self withhold. You are going to hate this. You are going to suffer over and over again. Each time, though, will wear on you, ruin you, and numb you. You'll then be of no use to me. You're disposable. I already know that your beauty will never live up to hers, but I implore you to at least try to be a bit pretty. I'll be watching. You'll be seen. So please give me something pleasant to look at. Alright, let's do this. I'm not returning to the lobby. I'm moving forward. No return to lobby. Forward, forward. They be at hand, man, with stick and fiddle. But since you think it an easy thing to mount above the moon, take a spreen of your own fiddle, dancing at what thou'st done. Yeah, thank you. Are you ready? Think or run, bitch. 5. Okay, we're all here. Let's do it. Alright, I'm gonna go this way. You guys go wherever. We already immediately split up all 4 different directions. Don't we? Okay, well, I'm in the maze. I'm gonna comb, since I know you guys can hear me at the moment, I'm gonna comb the maze while we're still not that in danger. Just to make sure there's nothing hidden here. For the record, for those who are watching this part is actually extremely randomized. Why do I already hear it? Why is it like super close already? Oh, you collected one out of 5. Well, I should get out of here. We're probably not going to win, but we'll try our best. Over that way. Try to die in the cleanest way possible. Okay. I'll do my best there, sir. So I'm at the top layer at the moment. Let's skim this way. Oh, hi! There's a picture right there. I'll let you take it. Oh, there's a bug there. That's okay. We can ignore it. It's not that important for what we're doing. 1. Alright. Continuing forward and outward. 7. Actually, not seeing it right, Connor, because your latency is... this map causes latency issue. We're the perfect test subject. Like, if there are certain things, you can get desynced to a point where it can cause issue, especially for the one that has the highest ping, to get, like, way behind in action, so... But, like, so I'm seeing your actions, like, a little bit after you've done them. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to wait for the ping fix, because we were testing this to see how that would work with the difference there. I'm just wandering. Don't mind me. I'm going to investigate this maze a little bit while I still got a chance to. It's usually not a good idea to save this maze for last. Let's split up, everyone. It'll be okay. I love you guys. Thank you. I'm scared. Stop spamming! Dummy. It'll be okay. Tee, I'm gonna... Help! I'm catching! Yeah, we both did it. You got an important item. Oh, what important item did you get? Oh, you got... Oh, you did... Oh, actually, I should have taken that warning. Okay, I need to get to that portal, otherwise I'm gonna be dead toast. Okay, I'm back here. I'll move my way out. I see Lake Connor. Actually, I think that's Nova. Excuse me, not Nova. Gracen. Hey. Hi, Gracen. I thought you were Connor first because I thought you were yellow, but you're definitely Gracen, which means you can probably see me a little bit late delay because we're right now all experiencing the fun of it. Oh, hey! Meet up. I'll us. I'm gonna go this way, so. We'll be fine. It's funny that you say it looks like a beehive when you see what the monster is. Moving on this way, I'll just take a gander here. Oh, this back to the library. I don't want to go back to the library. Yeah, I'll take this. I'll go to the left. I saw the ghost. Oh, this is... Okay. That was me. Honka honka. Come on to the other map. Help! Were you actually captured? So there is actually a way to free the captured players. Oh, 4 or 5. We have 4 or 5 of them? Great for us. I opened the gate in case anybody got trapped in there, so... I really hope the last picture is on the maze. This would be a really bad thing if it was. But I'm going to just pretend it's not. Run. Oh, you're about to get it? Oh! I think the win condition is currently a bit bugged because, you know, it's not a finished thing. We're experimenting. So I think we're just going to have to get nabbed for a second for this because we were testing to see how the lag was doing before we were coming up with the solution for the next part. Which is why the levels are like really divided right now and don't just lead into each other. There's the same reason why you guys loop to the first level again as opposed to go into the second level. It's because the level end conditions we hadn't set in proper place yet because we were just like testing the levels and the latency and all the last time. You found it. On my side, we have 3 out of 5. It'll catch up with you, Connor. That's kind of funny. This thing, I can't say until after we fix out some online stuff. I'm holding out for that. Plus, this version of it is not what's going to release. I'm going to work on something different. I learned some things about making this and how to lower latency, but also just the netcode could be improved and all that. So there's no real deadline on it, but it was just a little experiment and test for us, which has had its successes and its downfalls. And so working them out. Okay, I'll just get caught right now. It's going to get me really fast anyway. Alright, that's actually not really fast right now. I want to see the beauty you had in your true self. You're going to hate this. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. The thing I said earlier. Get some flies in there. Play blackjack? Nah, actually I will play around blackjack. Game start. This is what you can do while you're waiting. Dealer 7. Player start. Player card 8, 4, 12. Okay. I'm gonna hold. 7. Okay, 14. Oh, I lost. Fuck. Well, that's okay. I'll do the other thing I can do while I'm waiting. New game. Don't mind me, just having fun. Everyone loves Tetris. I love Tetris. I'm not good at it, but I love it. Ooh, okay, so this is probably a decent enough demonstration of what this is. Basic idea. I think the main point is you guys find it off there and go on to the next thing from This is Torture together. Yeah, Tetris. Or simply too much for it. Wow. All player has been caught. Oh, I want to see. Wait, let me pause this. Hi. Oh, you wanted to come play Tetris too? I see, Connor. It's not catching me, but yeah, it might have flown past you because it was focused on Gracen. There's a few things that definitely need some ironing now on this, but it's been a fun experiment. It's like it's functional, and I'm happy about that. But there's things I learned when I was making this, which I want to redo. Plus, there's things in the Neko that need to be ironed out, which is I wouldn't really say it's a finished product in the state, but it's a fun experiment to play around with, I would say. I'm just too pro gamer. Look at Gracen dodging bees left and right. All right. Do you mind if I finish the session here to move on to the next thing for the stream? Even though you're being too pro gamer right now. So lonely this game over the room. Yeah, Connor, I know you're being silly about it. Because your latency is the worst one because you're in Australia while we're all in America. So you see that's like really delayed to you. Okay. So I'm going to close this out. There was some of This Is Torture together. It's a fun little experiment, so there's Plague Doctor again. Alright, there's not a whole lot to share from This Is Torture, but there is more than nothing. Which, let me pull up what I mean by that. I guess this is going to be our transition to Found Horror Game 11.x. I have some pretty ridiculous things that I sometimes get from the Found Horror Game 11.x peeps. They are cracked, and sometimes I wonder how the fuck they do things they do. I mean that in multiple ways, like figuring out the shapes, but it's even more than just the shapes. Let me show vaguely what I mean. You know what we were just playing? There was a concentrated effort to make a figurable map of how things connect in different loop patterns, because the doorways actually are a bit random per thing. And also trying to loop out what this maze part looks like. Trying to make the maps together to figure out how everything connects in different seeds of how the map loads. And this by itself is pretty impressive. But this isn't the most impressive thing, actually. It actually gets a little crazier. So, this next one usually... okay, let's try this one first before I do it. Save it on the screen. Transform, fit to screen. Let me remove this. Might just be taking a moment to load because this one's huge. Yeah, it's like still loading in my image browser, so I'm wondering. Yeah, there it is. It's for the next game, which is good old Game 4, Red Light, Green Light. The one that, you know, some people... I like Red Light, Green Light. This map isn't loading here properly, so I'll have to show it through another method. Let me show it like this, actually, because I think this will work. Okay. Let's do a window capture, but this time make it of this document. So this is a map of Red Light, Green Light from Found Horror Game 11.x by the Brazilian community. Oh, I'm happy that you liked it. Some people really liked it too. As you see, there was a map effort to figure out all the secrets of this and map it out perfectly for how certain things work. We got the start. The map is really slow because it's actually fucking huge. Sala 4, the door 4. Then which leads us to this area where they're talking about how these rooms link into the big door room. We got the pathway which leads up here. Sala 5 leads to the lobby inside Sala 5 in that room. This can lead here, which leads into the darkness. We got there to Sala 1, which this leads here, which leads up here to these rooms that you can get through with the sequence. I'm going to pass by that to go back over here to Sala 2 to figure out how all these things work. Part of the fun. Okay. We'll look at that in a little bit. There is one more thing, which I can screen share and is relevant to this conversation before I move on to Found Horror Game 11.x. I've got some fun things to show for Found Horror Game 11.x. Oh, it's like a more practical map. I'll show this. This one isn't really hard to show. It's not as big as some of the other ones as well. This is somebody who was doing a separate effort on the map, trying to make it so that's like a grid map. So instead of doing like a picture map, they're just saying how the map would logically link together if it was like through a grid map for the game 4 specifically. A found horror game 11.x. Yeah. Okay. Let's put that together. Fit the screen. So, which game from Found Horror Game 11.x would you guys like me to play as I talk about Found Horror Game 11.x? Would you prefer to do Attendant, the gas station one, Hollow Bliss Prologue, the 3D one with Chris, Cootie Patootie, which is, Cootie Patootie. Game 4, Red Light, Green Light, which is the Red Light, Green Light we were just seeing the maps of. One of the Game 5 games could be Pure Field, could be... We just did This Is Torture, so probably not This Is Torture. But we're doing like the online version of it. Or Game 6, which is of course the Ominous Whisperer. Or Game 7, which is the Lamb. Pure Field, Cootie Patootie, Attendant. Cutie. You guys have made a 3-way tie between Cutie, Pure Field, and Attendant. You changed your mind to Cutie? Okay. I had a cough. Let's do Cutie. I'm going to show some stuff behind the game before I get to this, though. I actually have some Pure Fields stuff to show you guys. You guys ready for some Pure Field stuff? Because I got a little bit to show you. So everybody knows that there are characters in Pure Field. We got this dude, good old Macho Man. We got Bible Dog, whose original name was Dog Priest, but I agree that Bible Dog is a better name for them. We have the hero. He's the hero. We've got the Ice Cream Man. It's the Ice Cream Man. We got the Kawaii Detective. We got the Ninja. We got the Nude Girl. Again, there'll be some not safe for work stuff. Some games are not safe for work. This is really just a butt. Nude Girl. We got Normal Guy. It's Normal Guy. Just a regular guy. And now there's a little bit more. Okay? So first of all, the Shadow Being, who I think you'll only be able to roughly see because it's a black background. I get the non-black version and sort of like put him over the others. This thing's name is Rooter, if you're ever curious what this thing was called. There's a slightly better version of Rooter, which I will get right here. The thing that appears in the attendant convenience store at the end. Another version of Rooter. Having fun. However, did you know there were 2 scrapped versions and of like characters that didn't actually appear in the actual thing? 2 characters lost to time in the Pure Field? Did you know? A Rooter like R-O-T, but being like Rooter is kind of funny. I think it was partially the intent of these weird characters. Making them removed so I can show the surprising last 2 characters who aren't actually a thing. Actually, I'll keep these guys here for a second. So there was a lost member of the group. His name was Alice. Say hello to the lost Pure Field member, Alice. He was supposed to be part of the game, but he didn't make the cut. Sorry, everyone. Alice wasn't in the Pure Field. I know you're all very, very disappointed by his lack of inclusion. But sometimes it's just, things just don't make it. Which leads us to our second thing, which is less of a character. We have Shadow 2, which was supposed to be an enemy type thing. Has different little animation frames, so we could do like its animating thing. But it didn't appear in the Pure Field either. We have our 2 lost pure field things. These weird, like, shadow alien looking googly eye things that'll be like, and come out to try and grab you. And Alice. I know I've robbed a generation of these beloved characters, but alas, alas. The only other thing to mention about the pure field is I decided ultimately to go with like 3D trees, but originally I made some 2D trees to try and fit with the weird aesthetic of the game. Weren't used because ultimately went with 3D trees. Okay, there's some insight on stuff from the pure field in Found Horror Game 11.x. And before I get to playing Cootie Patootie, here is another not safe for work warning, okay? So you might have noticed that not Aina ended up, when you were playing her in Found Horror Game 11.x, This is Torture, was naked. That's because the voice actor, Sugar Cubes, and I are dirty little perverts. No, that's not the full story, but it gets to the point of this. The voice actor for Aina had actually helped with drawing a sort of story to where this was going. These are not safe for work, but she's okay with me sharing them right now. We have this, which these are not going to pop up the game. I was saying on it a little bit, I'm like, nah, this might be a little too lewd. We got that first drawing. Then we got the follow-up. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Wow. Which then leads to the final. There they are. Those were drawn by Sugar Cubes, who was the voice actor of Aina in part 1, that's the character Aina, so... Wow. There's nothing shown. It's fine. Let's pretend it's fine. Okay, now we're going to play Cootie Patootie. Which actually allows me to speak about... This is a good segue to actually just talking about Cootie Patootie, because I had stuff to say about Cootie Patootie. But let's play Cootie Patootie before I talk about Cootie Patootie. Cootie Patootie is not very long. I can do it. I'm pretty sure my save file already is like in the second half of the game. Let's get... I was searching up Cootie Patootie for some reason. I should be searching up Found Horror Game 11.x. Silly old me. Alright, Cootie Patootie. Yep. Hi, Cutie. Always miss hearing you whenever I get back to you. Patootie, that's the name for me. Oh, we're at the very, very end of the game. What the fuck? I stopped right at the ending last time. One second.
I'm Cootie Patootie! Well, I hope that sounds okay. Wow. Wow.
You want to do it like that? That wasn't the perfect voice right then. Kitty has a little bit more nuance, but quick on the fly after I've been talking for a while. There goes Cutie. Here's the key to Yai Gameworks games. Half the time if there's a voice, half the time it's my voice. There's other people that help voice, and more recently I've been trying to get more voice actors on board. But half the time it's probably just me voicing it. So... wow! Cutie was a lot shorter than I remembered. Wow. Wow. I'll let the game send me back to the last point, because that was a little too short for my Cutie experience. I don't need to play the whole thing, but... it's gonna, like, yeah, just close the game. Let me give it back! I want Cutie! Oh. I can't believe I stopped last time. I think I remember what I was doing, even. Alright, so it leads me back to this door. I can either go to the second half of the game in question marks, I've already solved this puzzle, or I can go back to the exit, which sends me back to the very, very beginning. I'll do the puzzle bit. I'll just go through a few rooms of Cutie in the middle, I guess. Let's go, Cutie. We got this. Going down the path we see. Wow. Look at Cutie go. It closed the game again. Oh, Cutie. I'm gonna launch it back up again. We already have the password, I think, solved, so I think we should be okay just to go through it. To a new attendant, I asked for this. Would you like to enter? Yeah. I need to find the red guy. I mean, I don't need to, but I want to. Red guy! There you are! Take a look outside yourself. Okay. It's a tape laid out. Stretches one day long. Welcome to Scribbles for Tribbles, the tunnel of love. Lean straight to the earth's heart and feed back to all of ours. You don't say. Ooh, it's a statue. 2 tentacles grasp into a single heart. Gross. Let's go on for that. Love is consuming. Oh. It's just another light bulb. Yeah. 6 the parts of your enclosure. Yeah. Caution, the first common date for breakups of non-serious relationships is 3 weeks. Alright, let's see, we got this. That's 3 across, got it. That's 2 across. Which then was yellow 3 across. Well, I need 4 across or something though. What's red? No, red's down. That's 4 across. Now is there 2 back? What's this? That's 3 back, okay. That's down. So that's 4 across, that's 4 across. Let's try blue. Oh no, that was just okay, I see what happened there. So pink, pink. It's gonna be green, one of these. No, it's not that one. Okay. There's a few ways you can do this, but I'm trying one of the methods. I've seen where all these buttons do is, so you sort of need to figure out to solve the puzzle. That's 4 backwards. Got it. So orange or black. It could be red, actually, because I didn't test after doing this. Let's just try orange or black first, though. Okay, orange sends you there. Red, I think, sends you 1 down. 1, 2, 3. No, that would land me over there. I don't know what black does. Let's figure it out. Okay. Oh! Well, that didn't do me good. Okay. I need to do some sciencing here. So then, orange. Red. Okay. 4 would definitely get me killed that way. What does this purple do? Well, 3, that was perfect, but now I need to figure out what 2 is. Or I could do 4 that way. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm smart. Now I go back here. And now I just need to go 4 back this way, which was that black? Or was that yellow? I don't remember. Let's just... I'll try black. Oh, it's up! Oh, wait. Oh, actually, that was fine. I don't think it's orange, because I've used that. Yellow. Red is down. 1, 2, 3. That wouldn't be good. I should probably just go this way and go 4 across it. I hope it's green. It wasn't green. Okay, well, I remember mostly what I was doing. Let's see if I got this down. So pink, pink. It's orange next. Then it's red. This is the part which I'm forgetting. Is it black or is it blue or is it... Let's try blue. The blue's just up. Okay, that's 3 across, which then I can go 4 back. I think I touched green. No, it was not. Green was the one I fucked up on. I could get this! I promise I'm a smart person. There's probably other ways to do this that are a bit easier than what I'm doing right now, but it's definitely a way to do this the way that I'm doing it. Okay. Then orange, red. And then I use purple to get over there. Then pink to go over here. What have I not tried after this? I've definitely tried green. That's fucked me up every single time. And yellow? Oh, that actually worked. But what do I do from here? How do I move 2 that way? I don't know which one is the 2 that way. It's not red. Red is up. Pink is 4 to the left. One of these is also 4 to the left, but let me see. I don't think it's purple. Or blue. I don't remember what black does. I'm gonna do black. Oh, well, I mean, that wasn't the best, but nor was it the worst. I can just do this and win. Yeah. There we go, I did it. Obtain the hearts. Ta-da! I solved my own puzzle. So, there's a little dark pathway there. Yeah, I like shiny things. Yeah, you don't say cutie? Wow. What are you hiding over there, little guy? Seems to be definitely hiding something. Yep, just grooving.
I don't know what I want. I want love, but I also can't handle it. I need it, but I also can't take it.
Yeah. So there's a tiny little slice of Cootie Patootie. Like, honestly, it's not a big game. But I have had long dreams of reimagining Cootie Patootie. Which leads us to talking about the reimagining that I one day will do of Cootie Patootie. I could do it literally at any time. It's just if the world is ready for Cootie Patootie. We have this piece of art. There that is. Of the reimagining of Cootie Patootie. You can move that above that one. I guess I could do it like, woo. Oh, that also puts the logo over it, right? Because it's not transparent. Yeah. We'll pull back a few layers. The Cootie Patootie game, starring such colorful characters such as Cutie. Though she looks a bit different than she used to. Then we got characters like Becky Bucket, who's new to the Cootie Patootie universe. And here's this gal. She's just here along for the ride. We'll show off these 3. But there's more. There's a lot more to the Cootie Patootie reimagining. One day, Cutie, you'll be real in my heart. But for now, none of that cutie nonsense. The Cutie, honestly, the Cutie reimagining would probably only take like a month and a half of work from what the scope of the project is and how much work I already have done on it. But whenever, it seems like it's the best window. Thank you. I like making these little characters. So, anyways, that was a decent way to lead in Cootie Patootie. It's also a decent way for me to lead into the next couple things. Next up, we're going to be talking about a game which is going to embarrass at least one person here, but I'm looking forward to it coming out. It's one of our oldest collaboration projects, and it's part of Found Horror Game 11.x. Oh, yeah, let's do Anecdote. Let's do Anecdote next. Anecdote makes sense to do next, so. Anecdote of the Town That Vanished. This was a collaborative, or it continues to be a collaborative project between myself, Holly, Gracen, and Connor, who were the people who were you just saw playing together in This Is Torture together. So, anyways, but this was a really old one. It was like a get your teeth around the type of project. You guys will see it in just a second. I look forward to this being part of the Found Horror Game 11.x package. It's honestly going to be one of the biggest games in the package, but it should be fun. Anecdote of the Town That Vanished. We'll do a new game and just show a little. I've shown this game before. I'm not going to show anything tremendously new outside of the stuff, like, of pieces of it, because it still needs to come together more fully. Alright, you'll save? Yeah. Skip the house? No, I want to watch. Show me that opening. Somewhere along the coast where land meets the sea, you may find the town that vanished. Overnight, hundreds of residents disappeared without trace. To this day, no one knows what happened to them. But I have for you a special opportunity that someone as curious as yourself may appreciate. I present unto you the anecdote transcribed in the final night that the young woman Tricia Oliver spent upon this earth. How did I become in possession of such valuable information, you ask? You don't need to know that for now. Just please let that curiosity of yours be your guide. You'll need it. Take a look yonder and come to your own conclusions. I'm sure you'll find things even I don't know about with time. I want to keep things kind of old school, nostalgic to the era it came from, I'll be honest. Rather than like make it like improved. I want it to be like it's the rough era it came from for us, so. Everyone tells you over and over again how grief is complicated. But it really is simple. Grief is love. I don't even think they're separate things. To love someone means you'll grieve for them. And to love and to grieve someone makes you human. But even with this rationale, with my mind accepting that as truth, my heart continues to hurt and ache. It's been a few months now at this point, I'm fine most of the time. But the littlest of things creep into my mind, and soon my heart explodes into a flurry of pain, love, longing, remorse, and tangles up with a mess of the core of my being. He died at 24, taking his own life. He had several attempts over the last 2 years, leading up to his death. There had been a few scares, but that didn't lessen the impact. I think he thought himself a failure. He was banished from his household at 18 and had been living alone in this nowhere town for several years. The housing was affordable, but to find work here with the economy was hell, and with a minimal work history and a bit of an awkward demeanor in his depression. I hope he knew how important he was to me. I had been best friends with him for 10 years. He was my pillar, and we hung out to take our minds off the shitty parts of our lives. But I had gotten too busy with my own life, not taking as much time to hang out with him or even just talk with him the last few months he was alive. I regret that now, but I don't blame myself for anything like that. We had planned to be roommates and were close, but he never liked to open up to me about his problems. His overall impact on the world was so small, but the impact he had on me is something I'm going to live with for the rest of my days. But I need to get it out of my mind off all this. I should focus more on myself in the now, not just think back into thinking about something that can't be changed now. I need to figure out what I'm going to do today. I should get back home before Dad worries. A sturdy but slowly decaying log. It makes a pretty pleasant point to just sit down and take in all the swamp atmosphere, though. Some swamp grass that's grown pretty tall due to the bog water around here. It's just a weed, nothing too exciting. Yeah. Those reeds are pretty common in the swamp. I hear their exact species is actually only found around this part of the world. I don't say anything special about it, but I guess what's special is an eye of the beholder. There's a sign of some gameplay instructions now. I don't need them. I can't read. A few mushrooms are growing in a cluster. Ooh, this is a pretty big mushroom. Look how long it's been growing here. Who knows? Those with good eyes may have spotted something there, but that's okay. If you didn't as well. It's a tree that's lost its leaves. Pretty common around this time of year. Let's continue into the decrepit unknown. Not gonna open that up. Do I have anything in my inventory actually? No, of course I don't. The old knower has been left out. So for those who already own Found Tor Game 11.x or plan to own in the future, this is plotted to be one of the games, as a heads up. We'll get to it when we get to it. I'll show a little bit of it off and then some stuff about it. Someone's waiting for you in your room. Dad's no longer responsive. He's just staring vacantly ahead in his boxers. A candle's been lit on the table. Well. I should head to bed. Okay. I'm pooped. Time to hit the hay. It's daytime now. Leave it to leave it. Strange, the wardrobe is locked. Wait, that means I can't change my clothes, can I? There's probably a key for it somewhere. Just some books I've collected over the years. Textbooks, magazines, a few library books I forgot to ever return. A few of my favorite books are on the shelf. I enjoy reading. It's something I can focus on. I need to poke fun at somebody in just a second. They're gonna hate me for doing it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Wow! That's a huge apple! That was the first ever sprite that Gracen had contributed to a Yai Gameworks game. Yeah. Wow, it's so much bigger than the character. It's huge. It's not to scale at all. Go over this way. We won't interact much here. Wow, I'm just walking down the street like a normal person in my PJs. Seems fine to me. Crossing down the road one day, where will I stop to sway? Yeah. I want to play in the park, but the kids won't let me and they're cruel. Do my favorite old little beach thing. This will eventually be a Found Horror Game 11.x game, so... And there's a lot more to finish up about it. It's not the next one that's coming out or anything, so... Roll as it goes. Look at that sea. It's as far as the eye can see. Okay, so let's look at some of the inner stuff about this game, just because we're taking a little look for now, but there's a lot more to go over. I cooked with surfboards though, yeah. Treading, dude. Totally radical with those boards, my guy. Alright, so let's talk some about Anecdote, the town that vanished. It's part of the Found Horror Game 11.x stuff. I've got some old art to embarrass people with, so that's part of the fun for me. Firstly, we got this twink. Wow. Look at this twink. Just look at this twink. I say, oh dare I say, boy, look at this, that there twink. Twinking it up. We're going down to Twinkie Town. Okay, I'll take these off the screen for a second. I know it wasn't your art. There's art from a few people. We got old sketch of the MC. MC sketch a go-go. Then we have some other stuff. I don't want to show too much of what's to come, but I will show a little bit. So, we got the initial layout of the map, which you kind of just saw us go through. We got the houses and the beach and the forest. But there was actually a more updated version of this map I made after this, which goes a little bit more into detail of what we were going through and going for. Part of the fun. And then some things that are vaguely spoilers, but I think it's fine. Wow. I wonder what's happening with her. That's pretty odd. Wow. I wonder what's happening with him. That's pretty odd. Wow. I wonder what's happening with them. That's pretty odd. Yeah, Connor, you get some features. There's more I could show. And there's definitely more I can. But I wanted to use some of the coolest stuff for a surprise. So there's a lot of cool stuff in my opinion. That's also part of the reason I want to keep it in the old state it was in. We sprayed most of what we need. I might ask you guys for a few more sprites in the future when I get around to working on it again. But honestly, we did quite a bit back in the day for this one. We still got a lot to go through. I'm not going to lie to you. There will be a VOD in case because I know this is going to run a bit long, so. That was, I mean, it's like, it's the cool stuff, but I don't think it's the coolest stuff, if that makes sense. It's cool enough to show and stand out without the context around it, but I didn't want to show the coolest stuff, so. Yeah, it holds a special place in my heart, too. Happy to have it as part of the project, but it comes around. Anyways, we're now going to move on to the next game, the game that is actually the next game for Found Horror Game 11.x. So, the one that people actually play next whenever the game resumes. Let me get that ready for us. I'm pretty sure it's in this. Yep. In Pale Moon, I Saw Her Smile is the name of the game. That is the next Found Horror Game 11.x game. I will show off a bit of it, as I've been doing with these things, haven't I? This one will be playable eventually, so I guess in some ways, that's not what I want to show. Oh, is this doing this? Oh no, it's doing the thing where it needs a thing that it doesn't have, but it should have. Where did I... Wait, actually. I might have an answer to this one. I might be able... There's a file that's corrupted in the files for some reason. but I actually might have a solution for this one. Sometimes when I run into these issues, I don't have a solution. I'm like, what do I do? And I have to come up, but I might have a solution for this one. I don't know how that file got corrupted, though. It's been in the same folder for a while. Maybe the file itself? It's like data being lost. But I think I have this on my Google Drive. I have a Google Drive, so, you know, it's good to have backup. I'll put on the 10th anniversary message. I keep forgetting to put it up. It's a good thing rather than a black screen, I would say. So it's a nice image. It's by T. And Google Docs roll list. I'm gonna pull this up. I need to make my weeb girl worse. You gotta make her terrible, Gracen. You gotta make her deplorable. I'm going to my Google Drive. You guys can't see that. It's private. Okay, is this file in here, but not corrupted? That's what I need. I need this file, but not corrupted by the woes and the sins of the earth. Now, I know that's hard. The world is pretty sinful, but you've seen it, the vision. The vision in your eyeballs. I'll vision those eyeballs in a second. I was going to tell you to take a selfie, but then I remember it's your. I'll play another battle theme from Wet Corpse. Wet Corpse has some pretty good music, in my opinion. I'm happy with how the music is. A lot of it's not original, but some of it is. And I'm looking forward to realizing that. I should show Wet Corpse after this. Here's another battle theme from Wet Corpse. As I pull this up. Yeah? Actually, there is something about the anchor in this stream. That's funny you mentioned that. It's not a final thing, but there's something about them. We'll get to that. Why did this fucking corrupt? Do I not have a replacement for it? That's actually annoying. Like, so I'm gonna have to do like a temporary solution, but it's gonna like mess everything up. I can already tell. Do I really not have another version of this? I wonder how it got corrupted. That's weird. Because it definitely hasn't always been corrupted. Let's get this. So there's a, like, this will make the game run, but all the sprites won't be appearing correctly because I'm like using a temporary replacement file. I'll put this file here in case I can find a way to, I don't think I'll be able to save it due to how loud it seems, but just in case I somehow can. I wonder what happened to make that file corrupted in the first place. Yeah, it's gonna like make the first scene not look right at all. So I will mention the graveyard is not supposed to have this many spiny plants. Okay, so know that the final game has graves where all these plants and stuff are popping up from. It's just, for some reason, the file with their image is corrupted, and I guess I'll just have to resprite them at some point, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but I'm not going to do that right now. So just know that the things that are like weirdly misplaced in the graveyard are supposed to be graves. They're just other things right now. They're not supposed to be. There's my little context for this piece of footage that you're about to see. In Pale Moon, I saw her smile. So this is the next game I found working with the next time. Dispose of her. She isn't coming back. Just let her go. Alas. There we go. These plants are not supposed to be plants, they're supposed to be like grass things, but just ignore that. This graveyard is... it's like on my throat. The graveyard's a little wonky, but hey. In Pale Moon, I saw her smile. This part is really fucked up. It's supposed to be grass, if you're curious what it is, all this stuff that we're seeing floating is. Oh, this part's normal, though. There's a book covered in blood sitting in the middle of the field. Various pages are torn up. One passage is very readable. Nah, I'm okay. Say that for the people that are going to play this eventually, when it's not in this broken stippling.
I'm so stupid. So stupid.
Wow, trees. Getting deep into the woods.
What was that?
Crisscrossing into the darkness. Don't worry, we're just entering into the darkness. There's nothing to be afraid of. Another note? I'm not gonna take a gander. I don't feel comfortable reading this. Yep.
Wait, isn't this for the car?
Sprite's not supposed to be there in this version, but that's okay. There's another diary page trying to read the diary page. I'm okay. Why is this here? It's a grand mystery, that's for sure. Let's go this way. You don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing something. Fine, I'll read it. I heard it beckon for me. Come back. No. Yes, what's up? I see. Well, this is the next game I found to working on Live.x. There's some glitches of what's being aesthetically presented right now to the sprite or the image error, but care for a drink, dear sir? You seem mighty thirsty. Please just a little sip. I'll quench your thirst. Drink with me. Oh, okay. Oh dear. It's too late, isn't it? I missed my chance to dance with them, didn't I? If I hop in now, I'll just be awkward, right? I should just stay here and not make a scene. Don't mind me, I don't wish to be a bother. Yeah? You think by being so hard not to be a bother, you might yourself be becoming a bother? Just a little food for thought for you, I guess. Okay. Hey, you grooving. Feel that groove, man? It's like the rhythm of my heart. You just gotta be you, my dude. Shine your spotlight onto me. If you can't handle the heat, then get out of the oven. Just forget your worries and let loose, bro. Just dance if you feel it within yourself, man. Yeah? If I don't look at the ground, then it doesn't exist. I can't see it, so thus it is not there. What I feel underneath my feet is just an illusion. All that exists is the sky. Dancing in the sky with diamonds, if you say so. Moving on this way. Please take me. I don't want to try anything anymore, so do as you will. I won't fight back. Do whatever you will. Please just do it already. Don't keep me waiting. Okay. I know what you're thinking, but it's not true. I'm not a murderer. I never killed anyone. Just this drink is so delicious, it aged nicely. Really, I should savor the flavor. Nothing is wrong. Yeah? Hey? I'm such a miserable creature. I'm not smart, nor am I pretty, nor am I courageous. I'm lazy, I'm jealous, and I'm insecure. Even now I want your pity, and I hate myself for that. Just leave me already. Yeah? Hey, it's a bunny. It's just a bunny that's sitting here. Just a normal bunny. Hope this bunny is okay. Let me read that. Read me. To exit this maze, first take the path to the left. Okay. The exit is down the right path, not the left path. I'll trust you. Take a left here. Okay. Sleep well. Go up here to reach the exit. We're making our way downtown. You fell for it. Oh. That doesn't feel nice. Yeah? Oh. That's all we're going to see for now. I want to save the rest of it as a surprise because it is the next Found Horror Game 11.x video. Hope you have a good stream too. Now, that game, hopefully it'll be fun and people like the finished product. Let's get going with the next one. I have a bunch of stuff to go through. Next up, of the games from the Found Horror Game 11. Oh, I know what I should show. So, I should show the games from this collection. That makes sense. A lot of stuff to go through, and since we're right next to it, might as well do this bit next. So, next up, this is a game that, unfortunately, the game itself will not release, and there's a few reasons for that. Not that I dislike the idea or I dislike the game. It's just that I think the idea can evolve into something more than it originally was. This was originally going to be part of the Dusk Golem's Anthology of Horror collection, but those games have been distributed elsewhere, like Girls' Graveyard Mystery is now part of the Close Your Eyes remake. Well of Despair and In Pale Moon I Saw Her Smile are now part of like the Found Horror Game 11.x collection. The thing which isn't coming is I Haunt This Place. This is kind of a scrapped game, and I do want to show what, like, just the very beginning of it, like the other things here, but this one didn't get too far along, and there's niceness in it, but I'd rather it evolve in a different way, I'd say. Okay. Let me screen share this so you guys can see it. I Haunt This Place. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready or not, here I come. So we both decided to hide in here, huh? Shh, don't speak so loud. They'll find us if we speak too loudly. Okay, not like we lose anything by being found, though. What do you mean? We'll lose the game. Yeah? Why does it matter if we lose the game? There's no stakes to it. In fact, it'd probably be more fun if we were found right away than if we just stayed here hiding in the dark. Then why don't we make our own stakes? What do you mean by that? Take a hold of my hand. What? You heard me. Just grab my hand. Okay. Why are we doing this? Let my hand go where they find us. Let my hand go when they find us. Why? Because now the longer they take to find us, the longer we get to hold hands. Oh. Okay. I woke up one morning to the news that my best friend had passed away. There was a thematic motif to this anecdote, but we'll talk about that later. I didn't know how to respond, feeling numb and heartless for a time. Did they really matter so little to me that I felt simply bewilderment and curiosity upon hearing the news? Am I really so sick in the head that the first thing I want to know is the details surrounding it, like this some sick little gossiper's article? But after a few hours letting it sink in, as I went to fetch a glass of water, I thought about the last time we had seen each other. Crossed in my mind, and the tears began to come out uncontrollably. I pathetically murmured their name to myself in a way etching out what had happened to them onto my being. In my mind, I clutched onto racing, fleeting memories that we had shared together. That short moment alone left the overbearing feeling of loneliness take hold of me. But I was just happy in the moment to confirm I did care for them like I thought I did. That all that time that we had spent together did mean something to me. That this pain I was feeling was proof that they existed and mattered to someone. But the fact they had taken their own life made it hurt all the way more. It began to weigh on me in a way that's hard to describe. I didn't blame myself nor hold myself accountable for their suicide, but more than anything, I hope they knew how much I really did love them. That with them gone, there was the big, empty, vacant spot in my heart, that the feelings of caring and love I had for them now had nowhere to go and nowhere to be channeled into. I felt lost, confused, and lonely. I wanted to do something, anything really, for my own closure, and that's when I remembered that place. A little piece by Rinks. An old abandoned building, the center of central services. I had once worked on it with hundreds, maybe even thousands of others. It was to be an all-purpose building made to support living, shopping, and business. However, the death of the man who concocted up this dream led to many contractors backing out of the project, and soon the building was left to rot and decay. My best friend had worked here too. We had grown up together, meeting each other at a party by a stroke of pure chance that blossomed into a lasting bond. We shared many memories here, memories I would hold on to for the rest of my days. Despite the scope of this place, this is the only entryway. I always thought this to be a major design flaw. Why would a place supposed to house thousands of people only have one entrance and exit? Welcome to Central Services. This building was to be the center of Central Services, a sprawling multi-purpose facility. It's not really the center of anything anymore, though. We'll move on our Lily Jerry way. I see. Well, let's take a look at things. Rinks loves watercolors, I can say that up front. There's a telephone in the corner, but of course it's not working. It's still a surprise to see it sitting there. Even if it's a landline, you'd think looters would have taken it or something. Then again, this was always a pretty nice, busy part of town. Maybe it's kept this place protected? Some collected folders. They're rather musty now. This is nostalgic. It's a guest book of worker names and times they checked in. It's worn out and fragile now, but I still have memories of signing this thing every day I come into work. It's a clipboard, but the words on the page have grown faint and been smeared with the passage of time. We'll take a look and say hi there. An old office chair, probably where the receptionist would greet people coming in. We're only going to go through this room and like one other room. There's a few rooms after it, but I don't think there's anything. They're like unfinished and like functional, but I wouldn't say. This whole game is kind of barren at the moment. There could definitely be a lot more to it. I like the idea of it, but there's a reason I decided not to carry forward with it. Some big lettering on the wall spells out where we are, Central Services. Let's move on over this way. We'll go at least to the next room, though. They obviously don't want me to continue, but I'm going in. It's a trash can discarded with rocks, papers, and miscellaneous debris. It's a traffic cone. Many people comment my hat looks like one of these, but I don't see it. The clipboard is old and worn, but there seems to be a newer message written down on it that's newer than the rest of the text that's still pretty legible. It went beyond. Huh? It's a picture. But wait. Is this... When the building project shut down, it was very sudden to most of us. We were all evacuated to not waste another cent to construct this place. A lot was left behind in the following chaos to be trapped in here basically forever, almost like this place was a time capsule or maybe a graveyard. Among the many things that were left behind was a dorky little poem that my best friend had written for me back when we had just started hanging out. I had no monetary value, so it should have remained safe from the robbers and looters that turned up in the last few years, but it has a lot of sentimental value to me. It was with that poem that our bond began to really take off, and we really started to talk to one another. This picture showed him and I, some other workers, posing like dorks. This was just after we had started working here and really deepened our bond. To be honest, the poem itself wasn't very good. The writing always was a bit pretentious and laying it on pretty thick, but it still meant a lot to me, and now with them gone, I wanted to read it again. So in an act to try and find some closure, I've come back here to find that poem. I know it won't bring them back or anything like that, but I just feel that I should do this. That'll help me feel like there was an ending to our friendship outside of pointless death. And maybe then I'll finally know what to do with all the surplus love and pain trapped within my own heart. We're gonna stop there, though. Whoop. The following rooms aren't that exciting, I promise you. They were in like various states of like unfinished, so. But to roll with and go with. I like parts of it, but I think it could be a lot better. That's what I'll say about it. That's why I decided not to continue with it. It was more of a narrative focused thing, but. And it did go. I won't talk too much about it because there are ideas that I'm still holding on to from it, but. I think what was there, even though we could have been shaped up more, I think it would work better in a different form than it was being told. So, with that said, I don't have a whole lot to show for that game, but it was just part of it, and I was like, oh, I'll show that one because that one's like a canned project thing. Okay, I'm going to switch off from playing a little bit back to showing because there's a lot to still show and go over. We went over bonfires. There's some close your eyes things I need to show. I should get to a close your eyes thing pretty soon, so I can show that off pretty well. We did complete isolation. We did Cootie Patootie. Okay. So, some projects which are on hold are the Do You Care Dahliphoria sets. These were on Steam for a little bit, so I'll show their stuff. At the moment, they are just kind of not happening unless one day I decide to pick them back up. Do you care? I like these characters. I didn't really like how the game they were in was coming out, but I like them as an idea, and I might come back to these characters more than I would to the actual idea. There was, here's one of the sprites of like one of the two of them. Roll with and go with. They were also attached to the idea Dahliphoria, which you're now seeing here in front of you. These two characters, one of them has been appearing recently in the Close Your Eyes remake, but they've had a longer plan for me for a while, which is also connected to Sweet Nothings. This one was a very short-lived thing, though I do like the drawing they made for it, so there's that. All these last few drawings have been drawings I personally did with my computer mouse and GIMP, because I don't have a tablet. Roll as it goes, as it goes. Alright, so that's the really simple dive into Do You Care territory. Okay. Let's actually do this next. Actually, no, I'll first, let's round back away. I don't want to show too much of Feast Your Eyes. The reason I don't want to show too much of Feast Your Eyes is that we're literally in the process of developing an update for it. Originally, I was going to try and finish it by this month, by the end of the month, but unfortunately, having to leave early because my grandmother got into worse health, so that's probably the reason we're also holding this stream a bit early. Well, but I will show off, because the theater was the room that Gracen and I last worked on and put into a pretty decent spot. I can probably just show off a little bit of the theater, and that will be a-okay. I forgot to close a few of the last few game tabs. I'm closing them now. I'll just show the theater and then some of the stuff about the game and around the game. Feast Your Eyes is currently about to get price increase and the last big update, so the game is fully complete. But I'll show the movie theater, because I like how it came out. I mean, she's in her 90s, so it's, I hope that things go well, but also there's the whole, but want to be there and visit her while we can. Feast Your Eyes, fun. Okay, we'll do Start of the Tunnel. All I'm going to show from the game here is that we have been updating parts of the game. Here is part of the process for the updated theater. Hey.
Welcome.
Part of the fun. Now we're going to delve into the materials. I literally just want to show the theater there. So, Feast Your Eyes has a few interesting things about it because it's actually built upon the foundation of a few different ideas that sort of just turned into it. There was the original Close Your Eyes intermission, which this sort of morphed into. Some parts of Close Your Eyes intermission were put into Please Love My Computer game, so It was also, the second chapter was built off the game idea that we did for Kokoro. Let me give me a second. I'll open it up so you guys can see it. And I can say the full title here with it. Uwu Kokoro Lovesick, which was originally its own thing, but then became basically the foundation of Chapter 2 of Feast Your Eyes. I don't regret it, though. I like how it came out and came together, really. Here was an initial concept sketch for Valerie, who, for those who know Close Your Eyes, they know that Valerie is an interesting name choice, but there was one take. Take one. Then we got to take two. Take two. And then we get to the final design. Take three. And this was the design that won out for Valerie, so. Hi, Valerie. Now, there's a few other things to touch on. There is a bit that happens in the version of Feast Your Eyes, one of the scrap versions, actually, which you can play in Found Horror Game 11.x. There's this part which opens up with Simon talking to you, but you're seeing all these weird angles close up of a couch. And so, I'm just here to say that there is absolutely, positively nothing sexual at all about the scene. I don't know how anyone could see anything. Oh, you're not seeing this. Get that off the screen. So anyways, we're going to move on to the next thing. There's a few 3D models I could show. There's a version of Simon that exists in this. So we have this version, which was a really early idea sketch of how I thought this version should look. Then another person did a much better version of my character. I'm blessed sometimes. Yeah. I think they did good. Good old Simon. We have some 3D models that were made for the original version of Feast Your Eyes. I'll post two of the videos here. Here is one of Marshmallow Monk's head being 3D modeled for this. And then which follows up with a little example of Marshmallow Monk's original little idle animation. Look at Marshmallow Monk go. They're such a cutie. Originally, there was supposed to be a lot of different costumes planned, but decided to scrap that for various reasons. But here's a few of the costumes. We got Marshmallow Monk basically as a clown. Look at that clown guy. But there's others there. But there's more! Then we got like old school actual monk, Marshmallow Monk. This actually is a costume in Close Your Eyes remake, but it hasn't been revealed fully yet. We got like a Ness Jason style Marshmallow Monk murderer thing. We have just a nice sky aesthetic Marshmallow Monk. We had like a sweets Marshmallow Monk. There were others as well. Like here's Tuxedo Marshmallow Monk. But yeah. Actually, I don't think I showed them, did I? That didn't demonstrate to you guys, did it? So this is Monk. This is Jason. Yeah, this is Jason Voorhees. That did not demonstrate to you. I apologize. This is Clown. This is Monk. This is Jason Voorhees. I mean, totally not Jason Voorhees. No, this doesn't come out in anything. This is the Midnights. This is the like Sweets. This is Tuxedo. All right. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Then right now we're working on the update. Gracen made a very nicely scaled table of the pancake table that Marshmallow and them always eat the pancakes at. It didn't really look good in the original, so did a better perspective version. I think he did a great job. So next, here was the game over screen originally for when the game was Kokoro. Well, the second chapter was Kokoro. Game over. I wonder what that game over screen was about. It's a mystery. I mentioned before that I have maps for several of these games. Before we really turned it into a location, here was like the map of the house that features in Kokoro, which then turned into the Feast Your Eyes Chapter 2. I will say the map ended up being very, very accurate to the final game, on the first floor especially, but there was a room removed in like the bottom left, and we decided to simplify the second floor. The rest of it's pretty faithful, though, like actually pretty close to what it was going for originally. Move that there. Again, Rinks loves doing watercolor, and here's kind of a watercolor example, which I'm going to say. Rinks originally wanted to do a fully watercolored version of the drawings in the game, which this was her original process. This was her drawing one of the first CG images that you see in the game, and the end result of her doing the watercoloring process ended up looking like this. So this was our watercolor experiment. Now this looks good, but I kind of thought that it made the game look a little too velvety, and I wasn't really sure it was going to jive with the atmosphere I was going for this specific project. So I gave some feedback, and I was like, instead of going for like this sort of velvety watercolor look, I think for this project it might be better if we do it a little bit more digital mixed with painting and do more of a smeared look. In which she took my advice, and I think she did a great job. The end result ended up looking like this, which personally I like a lot, actually. And so all the stills in the game end up with this sort of droopy look that I think has a nice aesthetic to it. I do not know. I would have to ask her. So, but yeah. Here is a slight spoiler for something to come in the upcoming Chapter 3 of good old Feast Your Eyes. We're not going to give any more context to that. That's just something that's happening. Next, let's look at concept art for Sweetie. Sweetie is a character who appears very, very briefly. But we have some concept art of her. Here was one concept piece for good old Sweetie. More of a plant motif. Here's one where she got a little bit more of a queen motif. So plant motif, then going to something more like a queen royalty motif, which then built its way to a few different ideas, doing something where she's like more of a sludge or a snake, or an advancement of the like plant motif, and then like a deeper shaded royalty type thing. Ultimately, none of these ended up being the design, but the designs might be pocketed around to be something eventually, so yeah. Anything else from Feast Your Eyes I want to mention in particular? No, that seems pretty conclusive to the things I want to share about it. Does this whip anything? No, that's fine. I'll show this just because it's here. It's a whip of the Simon drawing that was used in a part of the original Feast Your Eyes and will be used again in Chapter 3 of the final game, so. Alright. Next up on the menu, we're going to do a small little detour for a second into two really, really brief scrapped early ideas, but I still have them, so and they're not going to turn into anything as far as I know. So might as well show them off. When I started using Smile Game Builder, this was actually before I started using them in the Found Horror Game 11.x game, specifically Game 2 and the Feast Your Eyes games are made in the engine, which is Hollow-Bliss Prologue, if you're wondering there for a second. I had an idea to experiment making a 3D Red Haze and a 3D Girls Graveyard in the engines, and really all that came of it was a little engine test to see if it was plausible. The results were, they were fine, but I wasn't fully satisfied with them. I have a better way I could do it now these days if I want to tackle such a thing. But it's always kind of fun to look back and see what's there, I think. So none of these are too long. Both of them should only last like a minute to show off, mostly because really, at the end of the day, they're kind of just demos, techie things, just to see if I could. Not so much that they've turned into anything conclusive, but I'll show them off all the same. Let's put this through that. But firstly, Dusk's Red Haze of Horror 3D. Let me turn on the camera for you guys. Da, 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 da. So here's this little tech demo. It doesn't. There's some bugs, you'll know, especially in the walking animation. We got Rocket here, having her good old times here in the rain. Some dots there. Run a little bit. Let's get to the building.
Why, hello. I'm Dusk, and I'm here to present you one simple challenge.
Yeah?
Make it to room 333. Simple as that. That's not going to be too hard for you, is it? Good luck.
Okay. You can't actually read this paper. There's nothing that's transcribable on it. The animation gets kind of bugged in here, which you might be noticing because we're like sliding around this rock head. Yeah, but hey. We have a room that's like trying to emulate more of a Red Haze room as sort of just to see how those would look together. But again, this was more just a tech demo than anything, and I was like, I don't know, I think that this isn't fully satisfying. So, we got the scrap barrel, because I'm looking at barrel, I think it's scrap barrel. Okay, but we had one other demo like this, which after I concluded how the 2D looked, I wanted to see if like simple 3D edits and like models and stuff could look a bit better for the case. So then I tried a second idea, which was more working with Girls' Graveyard as foundation, because Girls' Graveyard has a very simple look to it, I'd say. So then we had the experiment for Girls' Graveyard. Let me look. Yeah, okay, you guys can already see, so start the game. It only has 2 rounds, I should mention, just as an experiment. Then I'll also show some models and stuff I made for it briefly. So it's just Girls' Graveyard. We got Kiki here. We got the boy staying there. Wants us to go out and get candy. We have ghosts. Spooky ghosts. They're a little cuter than they were when they were in 2D, honestly. I saw that candy. Alright, so then we avoid the ghosts. They go about their beeswax. We return with the candy. Yeah. Round 2. We can save our game. Sure. Again, there's only 2 rounds for it to be done with this. In just a second, that's one of the level I can like show. It's just a test room. So we got some water here now cooking us up. Oh no, a scary ghost. Ooh. This level has a bit of a scrolling problem you may observe, like there's tearing in the ground when you move. But that's just part of how this came out, I guess. I think it's the camera angle, honestly. The bat's also bugged. It's supposed to be circling the grave. Obviously, it wasn't right there. Get back to work, you dumbass bat. What if I die? Okay, I'll go this way now. It's not a bug, it's... I just ran right into that. It's not a bug, it's a feature. I'll go this way again. That ghost almost got me. Thankfully, you're quite a bit faster than the ghost in this than you are in the original Girls' Graveyard. Like, if you both are running in a straight line, you get speed on it, so... Okay. Oh no, there's some ghost in this graveyard. Better get this piece of candy. That ghost over there really wants a piece of this candy. Alright. At least have to return back to home base. It's not... If I get caught, I get caught, but I'm gonna try my best to get there, just because I can. Let's move on over this way. Easy peasy. Thus, I learned if I could. The answer, it's a little better than the Red Haze result, but not by a whole lot. It feels a little clunky, looks a little clunky. You could definitely improve and polish it, but that's the reason I decided to scrap this tech demo. I do have one other thing to show from this little thing, though. I did have a little test map, which had just some things running just for exemplification, which we'll just look at pretty shortly or quickly. Let's launch it up on the playtest so you guys can see it again. Alright. So I think, yeah, I can control my camera in this one. You can't actually in the other ones just because I disabled the feature. That's X there. There's a little bit of a zoom in. Where's the tilt? Oh, that's like a first person thing. If I could strafe, I'd do this view, but For now, if I can remember the tilt camera controls. So, like, is a page up and page down? No, not really. Okay. It's definitely some button, but I'm not remembering what it is. There's definitely a way to send this. I guess I'll do it in first person, though. It's a little meddlesome. Can you even work with this? I guess if I pull back like that, oh look, it's those things from Girl's Graveyard. Let me pull the camera back. That's the hole from Girl's Graveyard. Oh hey, this is not animated, though it's supposed to be. But it's, I mean, it vaguely animates. We got Rocket. Look at her. It's Rocket from the hit game, I guess Girl's Graveyard in this case. It's the girl in red in this game, I suppose. Rocket's the one over there. And then we got Shadow Rocket, or Shadow Girl in Red, or Girl in Shadow, maybe. Look at her go. It's one of the enemies from the original Girl's Graveyard. Then we got Kiki. Look at Kiki go. Then we got Hatless Kiki. Look at them together. Just so cute together. Then we got Evil Marshmallow and Naked Rocket, because these were both things in the original. There's the scene where the girl in red appears naked, so that's where Rocket's doing here. Then towards the end, you fight Marshmallow in the later versions of Girl's Graveyard. So at that version, yes, but alright, that's enough of that. In fairness, I did recreate most of the things that were in Girl's Graveyard, even just quickly in this. Given Girl's Graveyard doesn't have like a lot of assets or anything. So is it possible to make Girl's Graveyard in this engine? Yes, but I don't think it'd be like the best version of Girl's Graveyard. So that's why I just decided to scrap it. It was just a little experiment, and I don't regret doing the experiment, but I'll definitely never turn it into anything. If I find a way to do a cool version of that, maybe, but not the way that was coming out there. Speaking of Girl's Graveyard, oh, that's a good segue. Let's talk a little bit about it. So there's Girl's Graveyard Mystery running currently in the Close Your Eyes remake, as well as a little update to add some story stuff to the original Girl's Graveyard in the Close Your Eyes remake. So let's first talk about the original Girl's Graveyard, then some ideas about Girl's Graveyard otherwise than it. Did you know that Girl's Graveyard all started with this image? This was the original conception behind the idea of Girl's Graveyard. The rest came from elsewhere, but you can see all the pieces here. Well, the original idea was the Girl's Garden from 1984, but you got the girl collecting candy, we got the ghost, we got the bats, and we got the mannequin. That totally doesn't look like anything here. Then, I guess other pieces, there's not like a whole lot to show. Did you know that Yai Gameworks used to have a website? Don't go to the website now. It's trash owned by some AI fucking shills. I don't care though, because I wasn't really doing too much with it. But here's some old banners from the website. Here's one that was there for Girl's Graveyard. Here's one that was there for Close Your Eyes. We'll be seeing some others of these later. It doesn't have all the AI games, but it has a lot of the early ones. This is little sections that you click to get to pages for them on the website. So, indeed. But there's two of the banners right now. Alright. Now, from the Girl's Graveyard side of what's in here, I guess we go into the reimagining. I have long fiddled with the idea of a Girl's Graveyard reimagining. It's actually come in several different ways now. This is roughly an idea I have for a Girl's Graveyard reimagining. And I think it's a pretty cool look for it. But that's just one idea. I have more of like a magical girl thing going on with like this idea. We're also going to see this bunny on the left again in a little bit. This bunny ended up, I decided not to use in Girl's Graveyard. I decided to use it in the upcoming Inferbito, which we'll talk about actually after this, because that's a great segue to that one. By the way, that monster on the right is from this drawing, which I was doing of these things, considering things for Girl's Graveyard, so... Wow, as it goes. There's also this idea, which has more of these fantasy creature type things, which you can see here. In fact, I'll let the background be the background for a second. We got Kiki and Host. These were all my drawings, these characters, but there was also like updated versions that were being done elsewhere that weren't mine for Satan's Depression. I'll show that in a second. But we got Kiki, and a version of the Host is being kind of like a rodeo presenter. We got this guy, we got this gal, and we got this guy. Then we got the queen over here. Let me click that. We got the queen over here, and then we got this moon guy who's like a puppeteer over here. And these were all characters I designed, and Gracen tidied the last guy up a little bit, and the queen. I don't have the tidied up queen on hand. It's like somewhere, but it's not right on hand. But I do have on hand the tidied up version of the moon guy. I like what Gracen did with my original design, though I do slightly miss the face, but at the same time, I think the faceless version is still pretty cool. So it's like pros and cons type thing to me. Just to get a cool little guy. Yeah. I didn't give it to me. Give it to me. Although this works as an okay segue. Hey, there it is. I remember that you had drawn the queen. I just didn't have it on hand. I know it's like hiding in one of these folders, but I'll take it. So I do have the queen now, so I can just show that. Move that. And let's get this version of the queen. No, don't do it, queenie. Okay, so here is the drawn version of this queen. Transform, fit the screen. It's mostly, Gracen kept most of my design in the same, just mainly fixed up shading is what he did on it, so. There be the queen. I like the designs I was making them for this version of Girls Graveyard. For some reason, Girls Graveyard endlessly inspires me, which is why I think I keep returning to it. It's like a muse for me. But I don't think people that play my games particularly love Girls Graveyard. I hope to one day make a version of Girls Graveyard that my fans like more. I know there's some Yai fans that really do like Girls Graveyard. I even know a few of them quite personally. But I know that that's not like the popular Yai game. When people talk about their favorite Yai games, very rarely, very rarely is Girls Graveyard like something that you'll even hear in the like top 5 or something. But I want to make a version of Girls Graveyard, which hopefully more people like. And I will say that I am endlessly inspired by Girls Graveyard. So, hey, stand and lay to the people that are bigger fans of Girls Graveyard. All right. Next up, let's use that leeway to get into Inferbito. There is actually a lot to say about Inferbito. So Inferbito is a game that I was originally going to try and release in October, but due to grandmother stuff and other things getting delayed, they'll probably be more likely to come out in November. I will show the very, very first room of it right now, just because it's the upcoming new thing. And there's a lot more work to get done. Still a lot to do, but I look forward to working on it and finishing it. If I need more time, I'll say it, but otherwise, I hope to work hard on it. Let's pull up which folder did I put it in? I put it in this folder. Okay. That would explain why I didn't spot it immediately. So, we will take a look at the very, very, very first start of Inferbito. Also, this is a work in progress, so don't expect this to be the final, because it is still very much a thing that's being worked on. Yeah. Inferbito. Yeah, we'll talk about Inferbito. We're about to talk about, because Inferbito's been through a lot of iterations. New game. Yeah. I can't remember my sister's face. I've tried to paint her many times now, but her facial features never form in my mind. They feel like they're just out of my reach. I commit to the canvas, hoping a sliver of her may just come out naturally, but it never turns out right. Some say the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over and to expect different results. But I want to capture her face before it entirely deteriorates from my mind. Because I'm the only one who remembers her. If I don't remember her, then it'll be like she never even existed. And so I paint, hoping somehow to immortalize her. But how can I when I don't even remember her face? Maybe I should take a breather and come back to this later. Alright. So there. Yeah. Right now, we're not going to do too much. This room is still, like a lot of rooms, still just a work in progress, just trying to make everything work at the moment. Pause menu for the fun of it. Yeah. I'll be, hopefully, there's places I want to go with Inferbito. We're going to touch on that just a tiny little bit, because this game's actually gone through a shit ton of iterations over the years. I just keep coming back to it for whatever reason. She get over best friend. Okay. Not the folders, silly Billy. Okay, so let's talk about Inferbito for a second. There's a lot to go over. I'll first talk about the newest version, and then I'm going to go backwards a little bit to the oldest version, okay? And then there's versions in between. This particular project, more than most of my games, has gone through like multiple iterations over time. And there's aspects of each iteration that are still in the game. I won't talk very specifically about what is still the same, what has changed a lot, but I'll talk about where they were with the individual versions at least. So, here we go with Inferbito. So, our most recent character started off as this sketch, which again is something which Gracen then touched up. I can see it here. This was my original sketch of this character. Gracen really just added better shading to the hair to the final, which, you know, did a good job. Also did something with the face, which I agree with. That was just an improvement. Originally, I was going to sprite the main character of Inferbito being a bit more chibi and like in a cutesy style like this, but ultimately that wasn't quite sitting right with me. So I went back to the drawing board and did a version of Inferbito's main character, which I ended up quite happy with, which is this iteration of her sprite. You're going to find out I've redone the main character of Inferbito many times. It's just the last version of her that's the final version, basically. There is a lot of stuff going on here with this take on Inferbito. There's the hair that's on the title screen and doing blah, 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 blah. Then we have a sketch from Crozier. This one for the main character whose name is Haley for the title screen there. It's Haley doing their fun. Then, yeah. Now we're going to backtrack a little bit. We're talking about the most recent version of Inferbito. Let's go back to the oldest version of Inferbito. The oldest version of Inferbito, way back in 2015, 10 years ago, right after Close Your Eyes had come out, which is funny, because actually this would almost be the 10-year anniversary of the concept of Inferbito, because it was the first project conceived after Close Your Eyes was released on the Steam. So, originally, we had this gal as our main character. She went through a few iterations before we came to this design. So let's put this through here. The hair drawing was from T, these drawings are from Rinks, just for full contextualization. Let's move that there. So we went through a few different designs of this character, and I was like, okay, I think the ponytail suits this character the best, and that was just my opinion for what this character is supposed to feel like. Ultimately, she was accompanied by a vaguely familiar face, though not in the way that people specifically would recognize this character. So, yeah. Hey. Hi. Yeah, not a vaguely familiar face. There were some other characters in the story. Like, there was this guy And this one's a little interesting because there was this character who would appear, and he would sometimes look completely normal and sometimes look like he was completely like dehydrated and like starving, I guess. And both of them acted similar but a little different to each other. Good old guy having his fun. We had this shady guy who, early in the story, our main character sees this guy jump out into an oncoming train, and it keeps on seeing him appear and like through the walls and like painting and gooping out stuff. That was part of the idea there. But then there's the central piece of this version of Inferbito, which this version of Inferbito featured, let's just say, a stellar growing antagonist, like an evolving monster. It started off as this baby thing. There was this really kind of grotesque, almost like abortion birthing scene, where this baby came out, and the baby through the course of the game would just keep on evolving in different forms. I have 4 of its form drawings here on hand right now. So we have the original baby sketch by Rinks. The baby would then go into like this backwards crawling skeleton lizard type thing. Yeah. It go crawl, 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 and do its thing. It would then evolve into almost like this spider meatball version, where this version was a little bit more dastardly and had more traps and was a little bit more devious and sinister and mocking. So roll as it goes, as it goes. And then the last one I have a drawing of here on, actually there's 2 more I have a drawing. I almost forgot to share like this in-between version. This was in between the baby and the crawling version. If I put them side by side, you can see how this is like the in-between of this one and this one. Sort of to show that the monster is evolving and growing and changing at its own rate, but remove as it goes. And then there was another version that came after, not these baby versions, but the meatball version, which I have on hand, which is like this weird, gross skin fly thing, where the meatball like grows more skin coming out of just its meat and growing like a body around it now. And but instead of eyes, it's like fly wings coming off and doing its thing. So there were some of the evolutions of this monster in the original version of Inferbito. All I'll say is that the final version of Inferbito has not abandoned the idea of a constantly evolving monster. So, but I won't say more than that for now, so. Anyways, that version of Inferbito was pretty cool, but was not the final version of Inferbito. We then get to what I call the painter or awkward girl version. It was either going to star this little character I drew, which is then touched up by Gracen, right here. It was either going to star this little fella, or it was going to star this girl who we're about to see in a second. We have a few different sketches, but a girl that looks like this. This girl also went through a few different designs. Whoop. Whoop. You can see 3 right there. But then there's other iterations of this character when we were trying to harbor in onto a design. So ultimately did go for a design that was a bit like this or this. Yeah. I might use her design for something, because we actually do have... I did do a finished sprite of this character. In fact, I have it right here. I have, like, several different stages. The evolution of the main character of Inferbito has been very interesting. But here was, like, her sprite, which I was using at the time, so... There she be, there she be. I might use her for something else eventually. This version was a painter girl, as you can see, which you're starting to figure out that... You might notice that I'm keeping some stuff from all versions. The girl becoming a painter girl was part of the process of this version as well. This version also had like more whimsical characters that were this time designed by Gracen here. We have this clock girl. Tick tock. Hey girl, what? Do you know what time it is, or is your face just a clock? Yeah. Yeah. Then we have It's an angel. TikTok. So there was like more whimsical kind of fantasy characters that were like permitting this one. These two were drawn by Gracen. There's more coming. There's more coming. I'll show a couple which I did draw, but then Gracen did his thing where he like touched up how I colored it. These two designs were drawn by me for this version of the game, but then they were touched up in coloring by Crozier. So then these two did their thing. Led up. There's more. I'm just pulling them up. We have this mermaid. Let me get that into the screen fully. Mermaid. Well, they'll pick up that I'm talking about Gracen Crozier, so. And then we have this star girl who is not wearing pants. That's okay, though. She's got a star. It's fine. Then we have this foresty girl version. Wow. Going with a forest spawn. Which then, this actually includes the angel that I just posted, but has some other stuff going on. It's a screen for this weird angel family thing going on with the puppeteering thing happening where the angel's like a puppet to this one with his own mouth shut. Roll as it goes. Hey, it's old pieces that come from an era, which I'm happy to see. There were other ideas to try and touch up the Inferbito. I'm not going to go over every single change that's like ever happened in Inferbito. Like some examples. There was a time where I was thinking Inferbito maybe should star this little bean. And I did get pretty far with like designing this little bean into like a character again. I've actually made multiple sprites for the main character of Inferbito, which hopefully I can do something with all these eventually. But yeah, a little bean doing its thing. Look at them go. I like how you can tell when I've done certain designs. Not just because I'm drawing with a mouse and I've got like the least artistic shading ability, but like I think the designs of each person we're seeing are pretty precise. I like that. They can basically tell who's designed what if you become familiar enough with who's like drawing what. But they also kind of work together, which I think is fun. There was this whole idea where the house was like on stilts. Funnily enough, this is actually kind of relevant to Sink Your Teeth, which that might make this a good leeway to sink your teeth, actually. But not for now. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's definitely something else I want to share from this. So there is a bunny character which I have made for Inferbito. I'll just show these two sprites. I won't show the other ones for the bunny character at the moment. So there are multiple rabbits in the final version of Inferbito. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Gracen had a drawing of the little bean before I move on to the little bean thing. Gracen did a touch up of their own take on the little bean, which came out like this. For our little bean girl. There she be. Okay. Now from this place, I'll remove that. There is a bunny, which I'll just show these two sprites. I won't show the other sprites for them. This is a bunny simply known as... Well, actually, I won't get into it. But, well, I guess I will. They're Hazel. They are a suicidal plush rabbit. They want to die. But I'm having some difficulty with that. There is I'm going to give a warning. This is not safe for work, not in like a sexual way, but it definitely has some trigger warnings to go with it. There's things such as cutting, suicide stuff in this particular little animation. But there's a little animation that was made for Inferbito by T, which I will show here. Again, trigger warning, there is stuff in here about self-harm and suicide in this little animation. You're going to see this little sad bunny be a suicidal, depressed bunny. This is not the animation. We're about to get to it. But just heads up on that one. Let's get to this. There's a little bunny friend. Anyways, that bunny's going through some shit. We'll get more into all that when we get into all that. There's stuff going on in Inferbito. I don't want to talk too much about what's going on with Inferbito, but there's a little bit more about it. Good stretch. Roll as it goes, as it goes. Anything else? Oh, there's one more thing to show about Inferbito. Earlier, when I was showing Gracen's designs, I forgot that Rinks had drawn a little bit for that version, too. So for the more whimsical fantasy version of Inferbito, here is... Rinks wanted to draw some literal waiters, and like you'll see what I mean by that in a second. So here is some waiter-type beings for the whimsical version of Inferbito. Oh, I look forward to seeing it there, T. But here's some waiter stuff going on. And then we get to the next version. After the waiter, Rinks made some, I'll set that on the screen. More bonjour, my sir, monsieur. Versions of these versions. And then we have transform, fit the screen. I think these things are these are my favorites of the bunch. I don't actually fully know what they are, but we've got like a bird thing, and then we got like this floating thing. They give you sort of almost like, I want to say like a businessman hosty type deal, like something that's kind of cute in there. Huh? But anyways, there's all that patty whack from Ringside. Alright, so Inferbito, lots of stuff going there. There's been a lot of versions made of it over time. I could segue into Sink Your Teeth, but I'll segue for a second to showing this a little bit. We're going to see the meaning of the clock tick-tock in just a second. This should go into Dahliphoria. This is going to be another really, really short one. I don't want to show too much because there's stuff from this project that's carrying over to other projects. I'll just focus a teeny tiny little bit on this. And for maybe a minute. And then move on to the next thing. Let's go for Dahliphoria. Okay, open this up. Okay. Window share. Dahliphoria, the origin. Transform. Fit the screen. Okay. So, we go to this version of things. We'll go to new game. Oh, wait, no, wait, this is actually the wrong version. Oh no! It's going infinitely! This is the wrong version. A little funny, but not my intent. I meant to go for this version. Hi, boohoo. Alright, so let me share the screen again so you guys can see it. Dahliphoria. So here's what I meant to show. Hey babe, why are you just standing there? Come over here and let's cozy up at a campfire together. You come over here instead. God, you're cheesy. What, afraid to be alone? Yeah, sure thing, babe. I really don't want to show too much of this one because even though this specific project's not coming out, almost every element from stuff in this project is going to pop up in other projects. So I kind of want to keep it into its little safe zone. As I said, just show it very briefly. Let's move this there. Close that. The sprites there were done. The environment by Gracen. The character sprites done by myself. So, roll there. Yeah, we're going through a lot of short things at the moment. Alright, so from Dahliphoria, I guess that leads me to talking a little bit about Sink Your Teeth stuff, So, first of all, I'm going to talk about the character design stuff, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the music of Sink Your Teeth. So, I've had several songs done for Sink Your Teeth, and I guess I'll use this as an example to show how they've grown while I go over some character stuff. I'm going to show the initial concept sketches for the 5 main characters in the game while I play the first version of a song that's used in Sink Your Teeth, which is just known as Sink Your Teeth. So here is the first version of the song. I'll play the first version of the song and the last version. This song went through 9 different iterations. The person I worked with on it did a great job. They actually don't want to be named, which is the funny thing. They do ghostwriting usually. But I like how it turned out. So this was the initial version. So Sink Your Teeth is what stars Crow, which we're about to see in a second. I'll turn this image off. You can't really see the sketch lines here, but you can see the final version of Crow, which I guess is the most important thing. That's Crow, the main character of Sink Your Teeth. Then, moving from the initial design to these, we had an attempt at making a character named Bunny. You can't... Let me actually put like a different background here so you can see it. Well, there's Matron. I didn't exactly mean to make Matron on the screen right now, but there's Matron. We'll talk more about Matron in a second. What can work as a background thing? I'll figure it out. Okay. Use that for a second. So here's some original Crow sketches. So, yep. I know you really like Matron. We'll show a few Matrons in a second. But first, going to talk about Crow. I was trying to figure out the right balance of making them goopy and making them look stern, and more stern was ultimately the right call, so... I had a pretty strong vision of how I wanted this character to look. I just had to get the proportions right when I was trying to figure it out. Nope. Gracen helped with shading and the coloring on the final version of Crow, while the design is obviously my own, because I kept on trying to do it before I got the version which I was happy with. This is the first version of Crow, and then all that. Then we got Bunny, which Bunny, I almost settled on what I wanted out of Bunny pretty early in. While she's still maybe a little bit up for design, it is what it is. There was like another design of Bunny, but I was like, I don't really like it, so... So that was the first version of the song. This song went through a lot of iterations. The final version is this. I'll play in the background as I'm doing this. Now, here is Gracen's character design, the Lazarus. I think Gracen did a fucking amazing job with this design, by the way. So I asked him to create a certain type of character, and I wanted his free reign because he has a very specific eye for types of designs I would describe as being somewhere between angelic, mechanical, human, and I think that they did a great job. This is the character Lazaret, and as I said, I think a lot of people like the design. I always have liked it myself here. His role in the game is very interesting, but we'll get more into that a bit later, so... Yeah. I agree, Gracen's designs are peak. So. Move on from there. Move as it goes. Alright, and then the other characters I designed, I tried some attempts at making a ghost type here. You know, singling in on some things that may or may not work well for a ghost as like a on-watcher, I guess you could say. And then we have Matron, which is this giant red woman, so she's just happy to see you. Alright, I'll let this version of the song play and I'll move on to some things that Tia's done with Matron. He's been up and out with the projects, but just like you've been up and out with the projects. But anyways, next up, we have Matron songs. We're going to look at some Matron stuff. So this is Matron's theme, which Matron is the giant red woman here, so... on Matron here. Roll it that way. Yeah. He's very particular about his Matron there, but got a fingernail thing going on. This version of Matron staying here. Yep. More Lazarus have to come, for sure. I agree, Grace's design Lazarus is really great. Lazarus fun's going to develop in a little bit. Alright. Then from the side here, I will show the sketch and trying to do some takes on how ghosts could work. This, I'm gonna actually let this song and the last Sickeningly Sweet song play. But yeah. let's go back to playing some things for a sec. Feast your eyes. I think we can let me do this here. Set this up. Let's do this next. Okay. I still have a list of stuff and a lot of stuff still got through. I've got a really silly thing to show next, so I'll turn the music down. Sorry, I almost forgot to. And this next thing isn't a game, it's a tech demo. It kind of gives away something I'm planning to do in the future, but I'll give it away. I'll give a little hint about something. So I will put us into... Let me get it open. Not you, not you. I'm looking for... There it is, my perfect neighbor. So this is not a game, it doesn't exist as a game. It literally just exists as a quick tech demo for like 2 small things. Oh, right, this is the wrong. That's why I was finding. I was confused. Like, where is it? I remember I put it in this folder. Right, smart job, me. There. Here we go. My next, or my perfect neighbor. This is literally just a tech demo, so don't get your hopes high. There's not even like a level to it. It's literally just a tech demo to test something. Set that there. Roll as it goes. Set this up so you guys can see the window. Hey. Hi. More confidence. So this isn't a level. This is really error signs, and then me and this thing. My animation this way doesn't even work. But this was just testing something very specific. It's 2 things actually. First is this.
Ryan's a bitch-ass motherfucker who is going to make another cliched cute meta horror game because he is very unoriginal.
That's just text to speech. I just wanted to see if it could work in RPG Maker, but it's actually not the real test of this. Okay, so that's just the first part of this test. The second part now happens. It was recording what I was doing, and then it can play back the recording to me, basically. That was the test. So, yeah. Be there as a bee. That's not even really a game experience. It's just a little tech demo to test a couple things. But yeah. All right. Next up from that little tech demo thing. Set here, there. Next up, let's talk about PeeTee Babybuu. So, PeeTee Babybuu has a sort of complex situation around it, and I will talk about that, I guess, now. PeeTee Babybuu was a project that I originally conceived with Kurumi back in the day. She and I had been like long time friends, and of course originally started with Haze together. This one was after Red Haze, and it was to do a project more intricately together. Unfortunately, things I do not think okay. Sandy thankfully had given the permission that if something happened and she got busy or something like that, that I could continue on with the project how I see fit, just like I did with Red Haze. However, I do not know what happened to Kurumi, and I'm a little worried about her. I won't get into all that right now, but I hope she is okay. So let's see. Now, Open up PeeTee Babybuu. So I'm going to show not the final version of PeeTee Babybuu. There's reasons for that. There's some stuff that was included I want to save as a surprise for the main game. But I'll show the original version of PeeTee Babybuu. And then I'll go over the reconstruction of PeeTee Babybuu is a project between Crozier and myself, Gracen Crozier. He's been doing some fantastic concept art just for the concept of it, which I'm looking forward to then fleshing out to a fuller thing. I will show the original version of PeeTee Babybuu because I don't think it includes spoilers where I want it to go, but then I will show some concept art that Gracen had drawn, along with some of the original concept art by Kurumi. So, but first we'll play through the first. This version is a simplified version of what the full game was supposed to be. It was just like basically a demo to make sure everything was working okay. It goes through 3, let's call it laps. So the laps don't really change a whole lot here. It's just we were testing some things. And yeah. So swing the window in full screen mode, all that fun. Audio is important, so use headphones. Yai Gameworks. From Candy Veins. My boyfriend hasn't been answering his phone recently. I know we had our share of problems, but I didn't realize they'd gotten this bad. I've come to visit him, to talk face to face. The other language was Russian, correct. I'm still very much in love with him. I hate what's become of us. I hate this. But I don't hate him. The truth is, I'm anxious. If we can't work through this... No, I won't think about that. I want everything to be okay. So here we go with PeeTee Babybuu, starring our girl here. Who's, by the way, her name is not PeeTee. PeeTee is actually the name of the boyfriend. But yeah, we'll talk more about her in a second. We'll just let the stuff play out as it does. So we walk really slowly here, and there's not going to be a whole lot that happens during these 3 loops, but I want to show off a few small things. I've come here to meet my boyfriend. I'm not turning back now after coming all this way. This is basically the first version of PeeTee Babybuu. And there's a better version. This version has a few things that we were animating doing a little differently, not in this version. But on the evening, as the evening turns to night, the various street lights have turned on. The sign reads slow. I should be snooping around people's windows. Guess nobody's home. Alright, let's move on down the road as we go. Got places to be. Guess nobody's home. The glass of the evening sun makes it a bit hard to see inside, but it looks just like a normal room. The person who lives here seems to be sweeping to the left there. Should probably talk to them rather than knock on their door. Hey. Oh, hello there. Nice to meet you. My name is Camilla, and I can't help but notice you seem to be a bit lost. Who might you be? My name is Lila, and yeah, I'm looking for my boyfriend PeeTee. Have you by chance seen him around? Unfortunately, I haven't been paying any attention at all. I get a bit caught up in my own little world while I'm sweeping. But little old PeeTee lives at the house just down the road, right by the forest. You can't miss him. I hope you find him. He seemed a bit down recently, don't you think? Oh, excuse me, that was rude of me. It's none of my business after all. I'm sure he'll be happy to see you. You'll cheer that boy right up. Yeah? Say hi to little PeeTee for me, will ya? We are neighbors, so I hope that boy is taken care. Moving on through as we go. Set there, a giant tree that's turned a beautiful gold this autumn. It feels rather majestic, honestly. Continue on outward. There's nothing within the bush. Guess nobody's home. A quaint little garden of what appears to be blueberries. I'm tempted to pick some. They're a pretty tasty and healthy snack, but that'd be stealing. Moving on forward, we're almost to PeeTee's place, an empty clothesline. Getting to the end here. Pretty simple. I shouldn't be checking other people's mail, even if it is his. The house is brightly lit, but I don't see him inside. This is his home, but where is he? It's the mystery. This is his house, but no one is answering the door. The lights are on. Is he not home? Alright, a little tree growing by the side of his house. It's a bit small, but I think it's cute. Crisscross applesauce on two over here. I remember this forest. I wonder if he's taking a walk right now. He does love this place. Huh? It's a parking space. The sign reads stop. I shouldn't be sitting around people's windows. Yeah, probably not. It'd probably be best if I don't keep bothering the place. As we go. The glare of the evening sun makes it a bit hard to see inside, yeah. Hey, did you visit old PeeTee already? I wanted to his house, the lights were on, but he didn't seem to be home. Listen, is it normal? You know what, never mind. And well, ain't that mighty peculiar? He might just be taking a walk in the forest. I've seen him go there on evenings like these. I hope we find him. Me too. It's getting a bit late. You best be careful now. As the evening turns to night, the various streetlights have turned on. Moving on forward, welcome back. So, a giant tree that's been a beautiful gold this autumn. It feels rather majestic. Yeah. We move onward and forward. There's nothing within the bush. Alright. Yeah. It's probably best if I don't keep bothering this place. A quaint little garden what appears to be blueberries. Set to pick some, and they're pretty, yep. But that be stealing. We continue on our quest. Hey. I shouldn't be checking other people's mail, even if it is his. The house is probably lit, but I don't see him inside. This is home, but where is he? I should look around for him. Let's see. I remember this forest. I wonder if he's taking a walk now. He does love this place. Why do I keep ending up back in this parking lot? What's happening? Why is nobody here? The window is too dusty to see through. The sign reads ahead. The streetlights are on as nightfall approaches, but I'm just noticing the sky is motionless. Neither the sun nor a cloud in the sky is making a stir. What's happening? Why is nobody here? I should stop peeping through people's windows, but where is everyone? Why, welcome back, Lila. Any final luck on finding PeeTee? Listen, Camilla, what's going on in this neighborhood? I've passed you 3 times already, whenever I began to enter the forest. Dearie, you must be tired. Maybe you should take care of yourself before trying to take care of your problem with PeeTee. Problem? Who said PeeTee and I have a problem? It's all over your face, sweetie. Listen, it's getting late. If you can't get back home safely, you can rest at my place for the night. What? Camilla, listen, I don't mean to start shit here, but I hardly know you. I'm not gonna sleep at your place. Yes, of course. How reckless of me. Sorry for asking. I was just trying to be hospitable. Thanks, but no thanks. I'm gonna continue looking for PeeTee. Take care now. learn as we go. I wonder how long this tree has been here to grow it to this size. It gives off such a raw feeling of beauty and power. There's nothing within this bush. Why is nobody here? I really do love blueberries, and I'm getting a bit hungry. No, I promised myself I wouldn't. Yeah. Moving on through. An empty clothesline. I'm not going to bother PeeTee's mail. Oh, hey. Hey, PeeTee's back. It was careless of him to leave his lights on. I should go talk to him directly. Yeah. Hey, PeeTee, where you've been? Oh, Lila, you actually showed. I can't expect you not to come, honestly. PeeTee, you're important to me. Of course I'd come. I guess that's true. You're important to me too, you know. If that's true, then why have you been avoiding me? That's because... I don't want to hear your excuses, PeeTee. I was really hurt, you know, especially after... I'm really upset with you, PeeTee. I know, I wish I knew how to respond better. I'm sorry. Stop apologizing already. You're really aggravating me. I don't want to make you feel bad either, PeeTee. I just can't control how I feel. God, I thought so much about what I'd say or do once I saw you, but... I don't know how I feel right now. No, it's my fault, Lila. I'm a real moron sometimes. If I just would... PeeTee, you're wrong. This isn't about faults. I just... And we're gonna stop it for the upcoming loops. So there was a more fleshed out version of this. Both, like, this was the first iteration, then we did a second iteration. But unfortunately, this specific version probably will not come fully to be. Because I don't know what's happened to Kurumi. I'm a little worried about that. There's reasons I'm worried, but that's like her own business. All the same, I did get permission to move forward, and I probably will move forward with Gracen if he's down to move forward with it with me, so... Because he's a very talented artist, I think he can do his own wonderful work. I will now show some stuff involving PeeTee Babybuu. Both the original version by Kurumi and the version that's being formed a little bit with Gracen. I won't show too much, but I'll show a few things. Alright. Here we go with PeeTee Babybuu. So, first of all, some stuff from the original version of PeeTee Babybuu, which wasn't fully demonstrated here. Originally, we were thinking about making PeeTee of the titular PeeTee Babybuu theme look a bit more like this. But we ultimately decided that we liked the candy color pastel colors more than like the more normal like hunting jacket, brown hair type color scheme. So PeeTee transformed, and he cacophonied into his own being. Wow. So you see, together as they will. Okay, so besides that version of PeeTee, of course, we had our same fun with figuring out. Lilia's design actually came super naturally. It was just a simple request from myself, and then Kurumi had a really strong vision of how Lilia should look. I think it's just a very strong character design, my opinion. I've always liked how Lilia looks here, so rolls as it goes. We had a bunch of different middle and beginning like looks, and we were trying to like figure out what the Steam cover thing would look like through going through different poses. This was one. This was one. This is the one that ultimately won with us. Here's one that was like a runner-up that we used for something else for different takes on this version of PeeTee Babybuu. We were trying to like come up with what the covers or vaguely look like. moving through with all of this. We have the sketch and not the sprite of our good old Camellia. Also, slight spoiler for the original version, though there's more to this than you may first acknowledge. Oh, Camellia. For the record, this game was going to get surprisingly gory, I think. I will show one thing from Kurumi's version, and then I'll show some stuff from Gracen's version. Well, first, here was our initial concept sketch of what this neighborhood looked like the area that you pass through. The original concept sketch of the pass-through area. Okay. So, here was the first monster that you would encounter in good old PeeTee Babybuu. Warning, that definitely has a triphobia thing going on. She can walk it off. Just to give a little bit more fun to this design, it loved picking at its own face and wiggling around on its fingers. Loves it. Loves doing it. Don't mind it. It's just having a good time. Now, we're going to get to Gracen's version. There's a lot from Gracen's version that I am going to hide for now because I want to build it up more with him. But first of all, we have a lovely ferret who is now a character. I love this little guy. I really do. When you guys get to know him, I think you may come to love him too. But there he is. He's human-sized, I should mention. He's not like a small little ferret thing. He's pretty... I like this guy a lot. When you get to know him, I think you'll like him too. We have a couple things. We have... So, you know that PeeTee Babybuu has like this looping thing going on. Here's something tangibly related, which is something that you probably don't want to find in a looping room, to find that maybe the room itself is a bit more alive than you initially thought it was. Lick that up. Licking goodness. But I don't think people, when they're experiencing a looping room scenario, would immediately think, oh, the room is alive. But, you know, there's some stuff going on in this particular project. Anyways, here's another design I will give absolutely no context to. That's from PeeTee Babybuu, drawn by Gracen Crozier there. Yeah. It's like, I hope you both are doing okay, but... this version, I'm trying to get the whole claw in there. I won't give context for this character, but yee. Look at them go. I really tend to like the designs as well, so... Anyways, there is some stuff about PeeTee Babybuu, and I hope to bring it along and make it finally come out. I get asked about PeeTee Babybuu every once in a while. Like, maybe once every 2 to 4 months, somebody asks me about it. They stumble on something about PeeTee Babybuu. Some people stumble on the store page. Some people stumble on an OST test I did for this game, because the music's like wholly original, and I'm going to be honest, PeeTee Babybuu kind of has a slamming soundtrack. The songs that you heard right then were not the best demonstration of the whole music. In fact, I guess I can show a little bit of music. I've shown it before, literally. It's relevant to what we're talking about anyways. Okay. Need to get a few things rolling going. See, PeeTee Babybuu, and then I don't want change and I don't want regret. I just didn't do something yet. This game PeeTee Babyboo's music like set up, so give me a second. I'm gonna play several random songs from PeeTee Babybuu, just a bunch of them in succession, in no real order. Of course. I hope you're all doing well too. I'm sort of skipping the song, so. Yeah. A lot of stuff. Won't show too much more, but we'll get to PeeTee Babybuu eventually. I do have a fondness for it. I wish I could finish it with Kurumi, but I'm also excited to work on it with Gracen. So, all right. So from going from PeeTee Babybuu, let's see. I still got our whole list here. PeeTee Babybuu there. Okay. Next up, let's do eeny, meeny, miny. Okay. So this isn't, I guess we're going to show a few things there. Hey, how's it going? Let me put this back up as I'm setting this up for the next thing. I'm going to do a few hot rounds very quickly. I'm going to humiliate Gracen. All right? We're gonna do that for a little bit. So
this bitch empty. Yeet.
Let's do it. Hey. It's Gracen and this weird green man. Oh, look at them. Just two guys, just two pals. Hey, Crozier, how art thou? Whoa. Also, where's Marshmallow Monk? I don't know. Marshmallow Monk's like over here. He's dead. Marshmallow Monk is fucking dead. There we go. We have our whole setup. The whole crew is here. Sorry, stupid, I know. But let's what host is gonna just go over here with Mr. Crozier for a second. Come over to his office, you see. It's going off places. Oh, but what's this? What's this? What's this? Oh, there's something. Whoa, hold on a second. What? Am I seeing this with my eyes correctly? Oh no, you guys don't want to see this. You guys do not want to see this. It's a little weird. It's a little out there. Oh, guys. I'm just saying. I'll show it to you if you think that you're strong enough in your hearts, in your heart of hearts, to think that you're ready for this. But I need to know that you guys are ready for this. This is a moment where we need to come together, hold hands. We need to be here for like a support circle for each other. We're here and available, and we have things to speak on if we wish to speak on it. Marine it. Shaking. Okay. If y'all think you can handle it, then you will be able to bear witness to some things that maybe mankind wasn't meant to see. That's just all I'm going to say about this. But yeah, let's, I guess, get to it. You see, turns out the host, I guess, is up to some beeswax with Crozier pulling his strings, as one might say. Marshmallow Monk's still dead, because of course that's what's happening. Doing some stuff over there. Get off of him. Oh no. How horrible, how terrible. But, Gotta make it get up close and personal about it. It's gotta be a problem area for people. So, wow, you got little grippers on them, don't you know? It's okay though. I don't know. This is like biblically accurate. That's what this tells me. This is a biblically accurate thing that's happening. Biblically accurate events concurring here. It's all in the Bible. You all can read it right there. So don't worry about it. It's all there. It's all in goodness. Marshmallow Monk is also out of the picture now. It's okay. It's okay. But don't worry, because it turns out this is all a dream. It's a dream being transmitted from a freaky guy coming to give somebody nightmares in the middle of the night. Being conveyed through nightmares to in the middle of it all. All this artwork is by Gracen, I should mention. So I just spread my own narrative with it. But just wanted to get through that whole bit. It's Gracen having fun in his free time. Still though, hey, rolls as it goes, good stretch on my side. All right, speaking of Gracen, I hyped him up a little bit right now because we're going to talk about the project that's a bunch of me, a bunch of him, and a bunch of Connor. Static Haze, which is the proper huge-scaled sequel to Red Haze. There's Red Haze 2, which is a direct sequel to Red Haze, and it's more ambitious than Red Haze, but it's less ambitious than Static Haze. Both are more ambitious than Red Haze, but I, for a long time, wanted to do 2 sequels to Red Haze, one which I called a mini-sequel, and one which I called the big sequel. And the mini-sequel is Red Haze 2, because that one is basically Red Haze, but can I do Red Haze again, but better, if I can? I'll try at least. It's up to the people to decide if they think I did a good job or not. But I'm going to segue into talking about Static Haze, which Static Haze I'm very, very excited about. It's a project that needs to be seen to the world. We're going to be seeing a lot of Sign. I'm not going to show too much of the details. We're going to focus a little bit on the characters. A lot of Sign, some of the other characters, but keeping a lot of things under wraps right now, okay? Static Haze, fun as we talk about it. Let's get on to Static Haze. I have Static Haze music. Let me find a Static Haze song that I want to play right now. That's a good idea for this. I've got music from Static Haze. Might as well use it while I'm talking about the hit game. I don't know if it's a hit game. Hopefully people like it. But talk about Static Haze. That just makes logical sense to me. Let's go with this song. Okay. So here is a Static Haze song playing as we look at some pictures of Static Haze. First of all, let's meet our main character, Sign. It's spelled S-C-Y-N-E. And this is Sign. They go by they, them pronouns, before you ask, so I will be referring to them as such. Sign has decided to work out at a satellite station way off into a snowy, I guess you could call it like mid-Europe, really. Let's have a look at Sign in just a second. Hi, Sign. This is closer to the art style used in the game, or want to be used in the game, I should probably say. There's already a lot of sketches of the characters and stuff, but the fucking art book for this game is gonna be fucking massive, that's all I'm gonna say. Grace is doing fantastic work with it. Yeah. Anyways, going on to some Sign stuff. Here is Sign getting up into Winterfair, because Sign goes into a really cold place. They're like in somewhere between, I guess you could say, like the Middle East mountain range and Soviet Russia. It gets really cold at the high altitude that they're at, so they gotta prepare for the weather. So look at all that snow. Here is another set picture of Sign in some winter gear. Winter Sign fun. Now, talking about Sign, here is Sign in a shawl. Say hello to Shawl Sign. Sign likes to fashionize up a little bit with where things are going. They like it. Sign on this particular day just wanted to look pretty. So there is some fun with Sign. And various different Sign fun. Yeah. All the fun of it, all the fun of it. Sign's our main character, but they got a lot of stuff going on. We won't get fully into that right now. But Sign's not the only character in good old, Static Haze. We got Uda. Say hello to Uda. Uda's been through some shit. I won't say too much about them, but maybe probably you can guess by some things they've been experimented on in some not fun ways. They've got a little bit of a main monster in them, but they're otherwise pretty sweet. Hi, Uda. Doing good today? Uda seems like they're doing good today. Alright. We got a earlier version of Uda here. Uda Fun. Followed by a later version of Uda. Oh, Uda. Da, 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 da. Here we see Sign and Uda together. There they are. They might have some stuff going on, I'm just saying. To roll with and go with, blurb. Alright. However, though, they're actually just characters of a cast of characters in this game. We'll say hello to basically not all of them. There's more characters than I'm even showing right here. But these are like 5 of like maybe 8 main characters in the game. Right now you only see... let me get this fully so you can see them all. All the art that you're seeing right now is all drawn by Gracen. By the way, he's like the sole artist on this project. I'm doing some bits, not of the art side though. But Gracen's the art lead on this project. He designed, outside of the host, he designed every single character. He's also been the one doing all these drawings, so he gets full credit for everything here. This project is basically a 50-50 me, Gracen, and myself project. It's how we decided to design Static Haze. I'm doing a lot of the writing, music, design, stuff of the things I can enjoy, eventing, scripting, coding. While he's doing a lot of the art, character designing, art assets, animation stuff, and part of the fun of it, so... roll with and go with. Oh wait, did I say the host? I mean, the Sandman. Don't worry. The Sandman's just here to record your dreams. I mean, what could be scary about just the Sandman coming to give you nice dreams and record them? I mean, where's the fear in that? All the same, all the same. We are going to say hi now to the Tinkerer. This is the Tinkerer. He's the main character in Static Haze. Hi, Tinkerer. Yeah. Now, Tinkerer likes to do things a bit professionally. He is a curious mind with scientific inquiry, and he has his own way of doing things. He's very passionate about what he does, I would say. Tinkerer doing his thing. I will say, though, despite the fact that Tinkerer isn't exactly malicious as much as he is curious, Sign is not a very big fan of the Tinkerer. Not a big fan at all, actually. Anyways, he doesn't work alone, though. The Tinkerer is not alone. He has a partner. Now, these two are business partners, but they don't really see eye to eye of how they do things. They don't really get along too well. That said, they do think that they make up for the deficiencies in each other. They both have a passion for what the other one does not, so... This is the Archivist, so Archivist doing his Archivist stuff. They both have names. We're not going to divulge that right now. Sign just has not just a little bit, just a you know, a the tiniest tiny little bit problem of dealing with the Tinkerer and the Archivist. They might have some moral dilemmas and deficiencies with what they're up to. But hey, be what it be, what it be. That's enough of that. Anyways, we're going to ignore those moral deficiencies for the moment. Instead, we'll get to them all doing JoJo poses, because that is a thing that was drawn. No, I digress. Turns out they also come in cute little sprite forms. Again, Gracen's taking the art side of things, so here's some of his early attempts at the spriting, and I think they came out great. Here we have Uda, Sign, and the Tinkerer. So, just early sprite forms to them. Dun, dun, dun. You have to ask yourself when you're working closely with the characters of a particular project, you ask yourself questions like, how does Sign drink? When they're always wearing this mask, like, how does that go? Just the questions that one has to ask. It's okay, though. I won't show too much more. We got, like, literally hundreds of pieces of art up this alley already of this fucking game. But... show Sign getting a little frustrated here. Show this thing which totally has no deeper meaning, and don't look too deep into it. You know, actually I've got the perfect thing to play with this. Not the song I've been listening to. But let me find this thing which I'm thinking of. It'll take me a second. Give me a second. It'll take me a moment to find this. I know it will. It's somewhere around these parts. I swear there's gold in these hills. This will just take a moment of your time. Thank you for your patience. You stare at this thing. You're going to hear a few different songs. Some of them might be a little loud, and I apologize if they are. I think I know where to find this, but it's like, it's one of these. I should have organized this a little better. Maybe just a tiny little bit better than I did. But at least you get to hear more Static Haze music, I guess. That's the positive side of looking at that, if you care to hear more Static Haze music. Yeah. Let's see, where is this thing I'm looking for right now? I'm looking really hard for it too. It's not that one. Oh, I think it's this, yeah. There we go. I was looking for this one. It's related to the image tangentially, so... I'm gonna skip ahead in this song. It's related to what's on screen, so... we'll stop it there. Yeah. Static Haze is something which I am working really. It's a big project. Both Grace and I and Connor all want to see it come into realization quite badly. Here's a piece of art by Fox Suppy, or Nova here, of Sign. Yo, what's up? This is the one piece that you've seen that has not been by Grace that I should mention. Now, here is a map. It goes down a lot deeper, but let's ignore that. This is actually not the final map. This was the first edition, and we changed the setting quite a bit to the longer in the desert. But hey, part of the fun. All right, so I hope you guys look forward to good old Static Haze. It is a longer project. It's going to take some time to make. Very likely Red Haze 2 will be like definitely be out, at least in early access. We're probably even close to fully out by the time that like Static Haze is like starting to fully manifest into its thing. But Static Haze is a high passion project, and I hope people look forward to it. Our goal with Static Haze, in big part, outside of just loving ourselves, the characters, and the world, and there's a lot, even though I'm focusing on this, there's characters I love I'm not showing right now for spoilers. One of the like characters with the most dialogue in the game isn't actually pictured here at all, so I was gonna say that's a little funny. Though they have a unique role in the game, but we don't talk about that right now. Part of what I've designed this game, for starters, this I'll share it like this. This game is planned to have 80 endings. I want people to. The game is big. If you were to put the entirety of Red Haze on top of each other, the goal is that it would be roughly somewhere between 6 to 7 Red Hazes stomped on top of each other in terms of scale, and there's far more drastic environment changes. We're trying to make it a very high quality game. Red Haze, though, has its shortcuts. We're going for really detailed audio design and really detailed graphical design, and to make it into a very high quality, maybe one of the highest quality RPG Maker games that people have ever seen, which is also depth and full of content. Where people, I want there to be people that are just stuck in the beginning area and they think that the game is so much smaller than it is, but yet they're completely entranced by the game and loving just the small slice that they're playing. That's my vision for what I want Static Haze to be. I want people that are just like in the beginning area, who don't even know they're like not like tapping into like 90% of the game, to be like enthralled with the gameplay loops and stuff happening in just the small 10% that they're like experiencing right then. And that alone by itself is just a satisfying gameplay experience. But then there's like so much more to it, and depths that just end up going deeper and deeper in a way. I guess I would call it the Haze way. So it's the big ambition version of Static Haze, so people look forward to it. It's a big effort project, so be part of the fun. It'll be a longer project, though. Again, other projects will definitely be releasing before this one. But no, it is high effort, high focus, high love coming from us. So I love talking about it. But I don't want to say too much, so I'm going to stop talking about it. I have not said very much at the moment, so I wouldn't say there's anything that's like super mega spoilery, and anything that's even like main characters that we're not even touching on, or stuff about the setting, or even I haven't given the basic story synopsis of what you're even doing. But I will say this. In the way that Red Haze was loosely, like very, very loosely, based off of the fairy tale of Red Riding Hood as its core basis, the tale of Static Haze, it has more going on. Again, saying that like Red Haze is purely Red Riding Hood, if you played Red Haze, I think you know, well, indeed, there is definitely Red Riding Hood in there. That is not the entirety of Red Haze. There's a lot going on. But Static Haze's core motif in a similar way is the ugly duckling, which we will get to. But yeah. All the same. Now, away from Static Haze. That's actually a decent leadway to me showing the Red Haze Blacklight demo. I don't think... Yeah, I think I'm the only one that has it. This one could have been played online, but I'd have I didn't think I had to set this up so that we had access to it. So I'll just play it by myself for a second. This will not turn into anything probably, but I did work on making an interconnected online version of the Red Haze setting without the bells and whistles. So it's fully explorable, but kind of empty. But I will show. There's a little bit. I did more than just that. I did a lot of coding to make shadows and stuff work in the Red Haze. You'll see what I'm talking about in a second. Let me just get to it. There was an idea I had to make a blacklight version of Red Haze. Some of you maybe remember me talking about it in the past. I did actually spend not like a lot of time, but a decent amount of time just testing out this idea. And I will show the result of that a little bit right now. Yeah, this was Blackout. I will share the screen so you guys can see. Oh, as it goes, as it goes. Okay. Let's do online network. We're going to create a room because this game was made to be online, similar to the This Is Torture thing, though that one's a little bit more developed as a game. For now, I'm just going to create a room because I think I'm the only person that has access to this. Okay, so do you guys want me to play a Starry, Rocket Shadow, Greta Shadow, or Edmund Shadow? Edmund, Starry, Edmund. Alright, let's see where we got. Another Starry, another Edmund. You guys are just tying Edmund and Starry up. Oh. A push for Edmund. Okay. Now I'm going to warn, Edmund is going to have Rocket's breathing whispers because the game just has them as the core thing here. If this had gone further, I was planning to give him individual voice stuff, but prepare for when he's running to make Rockets like the breathing sounds that she makes when she's running around. So get ready for that. Edmund Shadow, let's do this thing. I'm going to close the chat because I've got no one to chat with. We start off in Starry's room because the story starts with Starry. One night when the apartment, all the power goes out and we're just stuck alone. We're skipping the story right now for pure gameplay functionality. Okay. Edmund Shadow. No items at the moment. Now, this is also using a new shadow system for Red Haze, which is this corner thing that you're kind of seeing here. Oh, that blacked out, you see. Whoa, look at that. Whoa. I was doing tech testing around here, can you tell? It's Red Haze Blackout. I'm going to run over here for a second. Let's grab a key. There's a key here. You could pick it up or leave it for someone else. Pick up the key. I'll take the key. Okay, so this right now the levels are all interconnected, but there's not like obstacles or goals. So you can't. The doors that are supposed to be locked are locked, and there are keys in all the places I plan there to be keys. Which way do you guys want me to go? Do you want me to go to the right to this hallway if you know Red Haze? Do you want me to try unlocking this lower floor right here? Do you want me to go downstairs? Do you want me to go upstairs? Do you want me to try going to the bathroom? I think the bathroom's locked. Let me double check that. No, the bathroom's open, so let me check it. One says up. Up, let's go up. Okay, I just want to go up at the moment. That makes sense. Let me first finish exploring this. Again, currently the whole place is explorable and connected correctly and doors are locked and all that. It's just that, like, the level is done, but the game design isn't. The shadow stuff, I spent some time trying to make sure it was all perfect and working perfectly. And so I tested all the environments and all that, but there isn't anything that's going to, like, stop us or anything, so... You can go in the big circle, it's all interconnected, so... Upstairs, stay put, I'll say... Okay, let's do it. Because this door was open. Let's take a look. There's a key in here. Yeah. Let's see. Pick this up. There's a key here. You can pick up, leave somewhere else. I'm getting all the keys. I do deserve 2 keys. Thank you for asking. Over this way. Okay. Okay, this was open. Ooh. The moss is sparkling in the darkness. That's interesting. I'm acting like I don't know it already does that. Again, there's no threats or anything in the current version. It definitely would be if this was planned to be a thing. Though playing a little bit with expectations, but... Checking this way. You think in a giant room like this, there's a very high chance there's a key hidden somewhere, and I want to get all the keys. You can't open all the doors if you don't have all the keys. Well, there's a key. I guess, yeah, it makes sense that key would be where the goddess statue was originally, but noticeably the goddess statue is missing. I got 3 keys, so... Doing my beeswax, seeing all there is to see. Moving on out. So there's also some doors that you unlock from the other side, just, you know, like Red Haze. But since it's like a multiplayer thing, you guys are working together to unlock more of the facility, so... It was going for a very different type of thing, I'd say. You unlock the door. In this is Torture Together, you're working towards a similar goal. In this, you can kind of either explore together or apart to unlock more of the facility. And there was a story that was building and a different type of threat thing going on. The door is locked. You can use a key to open it. Use a key to open this door. Let's talk about it in a second. So that door is locked, but the door's locked around here. The door's locked on this side. So you'll open that from there. How about you? Oh, it's the Tenebrous room. Of course, it's no longer a Tenebrous here, but there's a key. It's a little easy because we don't have any threats in this current version of this, so... The door is locked. You usually use a key to open it. Okay, so here's my question. Do you guys want me to try opening up one of these 2 rooms, the anti-G room or the detergent room, or should I go upstairs or should I go back downstairs? What do you guys want? What do you want from me? You gotta go up, downstairs, up. All right. Up we go. Okay, well, we're here. Well, that doesn't feel suspicious. But there's no threats in this version. I'm completely okay. Oh, we want the NTG's room. I see, I see. We'll get back around to it, I'm sure. Just a little play around with this. The door is broken. There's no opening this. But there's probably another way, then. A giant pile of mannequin pieces are gone. The door is locked. You need a key to open it. Do you guys think I should use the key to get inside here? Yay or nay? Or should I just go back? Not yet? Okay. We trail off. Can't get through there. Move on over this way. It's kind of funny being in this room with a flashlight, isn't it? Don't worry, there's nothing dangerous in this version, so... There is definitely a key here, though. Another key for me. Soon they'll call me the key dynasty. Okay, okay. Huh. Where's the giant tree? Door's locked. He use a key to open it. If you guys want me to use a key, let me know. I'll just assume not from the last door. I'll continue upward because I kind of head this direction. Let's head upstairs. You want me to use a key there? You see, oh, hey, key. It's like a freebie sitting there. Probably because it takes some work to get here. At the moment, right, this floor is the one that's not fully functional. Moment, so we'll head back down. Key. I use key. I'll start using keys. This room is like a dead end room, so I'm not sure this one was particularly worth it. That said, the giant furniture and the baby are gone. This is just kind of an empty room, at least for now. There probably would be something there in the room if we designed it more, but hey, that's fine. Size. Nah, I spent all my keys. I'm a greedy key bastard. This is also kind of a dead end, but let's pretend I don't know that. And I've got like 4 or 5 keys. Key. The pot plant looks so vibrant compared to everything else I've seen so far. Oh, hey, we got a key for our key. Well, that's easy keysy. Let me guess, this door is locked. No, it was actually open. That's even more surprising. And we got another key. We got 2 keys for a 1 key we spent there. Probably there's supposed to be a thread in this room, but of course, you know, there's not one. This currently is just a basic, interconnected, explorable version of everything. Yeah. Yeah. That door's broken. We'll go down here. What happened with the audio there? I'm gonna check out NTG's room. I'm curious. Ooh, key. Move on over this way. Unless we make our grand escape this way. Yeah, sparkly ass key. Part of the fun of it. I'm gonna hop down the detergent room. It'll be the faster way down. Is there a key for me? No key, but I did unlock a shortcut down here. I can step on it. Oh, no, it's not functioning right now. It's definitely supposed to function as one. Right now, I haven't put in a lot of function in the room. It's just getting everything connected and working. You could argue that was a pathway to get to the basement, though, so... Because this is an old-ass apartment. I'm going downstairs. So where Edmund is supposed to belong, the hallways. Well, nothing suspicious about that room. Can I go outside? Should I use a key to open the door? Can I use a key? Should I? Should I be like, nah, I'm not interested. I mean, boog. Alright. The key is being used. Wow, it's not a whole lot brighter out here, is it? I guess the apartments do seem to be in the fucking middle of nowhere, so... Don't you ever mention key lime pie. Well, I've made my way to the graveyard. Wow. Jumped you, your cat coming in to surprise you to say hi. Honestly, well, nice to be outside. I'm not at least find the only currency that we can speak in this, you know, rough version of this game, which is keys. They're not speaking my key language. That's all I'm saying. Let's move back over there. Alright, now we wander the hallways like an Edmund should. All I have to do is start my laughing. Wow. Let me in! Heading on back through this way. Yeah? Is there... Okay. The next 3 people that name rooms in Red Haze, I'll try to get to those rooms. If you don't want it to be a really long journey, name something that would be like there. I'll try to get to it. We'll see if we can. I'll take the 3 suggestions I see. Leave the key to the janitor closet and run around searching. Okay, the save room. That's the first thing. You're talking about the one that's like right here, right? Where you get the key. The evil ass fridge. Okay, the freezer. And the janitor closet. Okay, I can head to those 3 rooms. This room is open even. And hey, there's a key where you get a key in Red Haze. Can't read this now because everything's currently just a bare bone version of itself. But head on out. Alright. Probably the Terra Turbos room doesn't have Terra Turbos because all the Terra Turbos rooms that are normally Terra Turbos rooms are just normal rooms now. Okay, so next up, the freezer. Yep, use the key. The music got scary in here. Oh, they're making me, like, barricade myself with keys. Like, you need keys to enter this. There's something fucking supposed to be evil in this freezer. Of course, it's gonna be nothing right now, just playing the empty version, but... There wasn't a door here in the original Red Haze. What the hell is all this? There's a key, I can see that. How was that sound? You guys heard that too, right? Over this way. We're going to the depths of this freezer. Dead end. Well, I'm thankfully not in danger right now, but... No, this version's completely safe. Right now, this is like This version of Red Haze Blackout was just testing to make the entire facility interlocked and have the key system working, basically. Everything else isn't really that functional. The shadow system and all that's functioning. I did design all that and for all the rooms and all that, but... Another door. I will say the freezer definitely got expanded since the original. Noi. Hope that you feel better soon, Crozier. Heading back down. Yeah, I guess I have to get out of this part before I get to the normal freezer from Red Haze, funnily enough. Let's get down here. I think the person who's asking us to explore the freezer got a lot more than they bargained for. Oh. I think I triggered an event, but the event isn't fully in right now. Oh, well. There was a little time with the experiment I was working on for a bit with Red Haze Blackout. There's a little bit more to it. Obviously, the whole facility is not fully explorable. You can't go to the top floors of the lighthouse, but most of Red Haze is explorable, so... A little experiment, and I'm not sure if I'll do anything with it or not, but I didn't regret working on it at all, so... Yep. Even though it's currently just a bunch of stuff interconnected into the Red Haze world. And how it handles loading is a little interesting, but I won't fully get into that right now. I haven't tested that in multiplayer yet, because I think I'm the only person in the fucking world that owns it, which makes sense working on it, but hey. Hey! Oh, there's something else which I can show. Give me a second, give me a second. Still though. Let's do it like this. Where? There we go. Here's this. Hey. A lot of Easter eggs in this one. So, next up. We got... I got a few of these to run through. This. You know, just the guy being questioned. A. Okay. Then, next up, we're going to go in a very different direction. Here's a little story. So I think several people here already have heard this because I've talked about it before, but it makes me sad every time I think of it. It's why it's so worth bringing up here. Back a long time ago, after I had made Slate, which was the first game I ever released onto the internet. Well, okay, second if you count this old Sonic fan game that was fucking ages ago and lots of time, thankfully. But the first game, Blank Slate was the first game I released onto the internet. And there was this game I worked on for like a month. And it got pretty far. But ultimately, I totally lost access to it. Now, this was before Girls' Graveyard, and some rooms I had made for that game ended up in Girls' Graveyard. You'll even recognize a little bit of that in this video. There was a game I worked on called NEET. It was one of my earlier games. I am so sad that I have just completely lost access to this game. I kind of liked it. It was like one of my earlier things. And all that's left is a video I made when I was like 3 days working on it. That is all that is left of this game. I promise there was so much more to the version that I just lost the time. You don't get to see like the first like 15 minutes of the game in this video. And then there was like another 2 hours to the game that was built after like this little short video. I'm a little sad this is all that's left of it, but I will play this video just because it's like, yeah.
Hey everyone, this is Dusk as that gamer. This is a game I've been working on live stream on, called NEET. Currently the game is just a work in progress, and more than that, right now we only have been making this game for the last 3 days. So this is after 3 days of development, and this is not close to the full game, so it'll be about maybe fourth of it. And this is stuff that we just got done last night. We're still going to be working on it for the next 6 days and release this game on March 20th. I hope you guys enjoy this little preview, and all critique is welcome. Keep in mind that though this is a pretty quick project, here we go.
Might recognize that part from basically the end of the girl's graveyard, so yeah. This looping room is the last bit that's shown in this video. I'm a little sad I completely lost access to this thing. And it's like lost to time. There's so much more to this than what this video shows, so. But hey, old piece of lost Yai media. So thanks, but yeah. I need to talk to some people because there's a surprising number of people that draw the host as a trucker. And I don't know what that's about. It's not like a lot of people, but it's more people than you'd think. That's like a more common thing that you would think. It's not like super common, but it's like it's happened a few times. So Iceberg chat still though. Oh, I don't know what it's about. Okay. Of course, everyone's talking about the units going around recently, so. Hey. Well, let's see. there's a bunch of stuff I still need to share. I guess I'll do a little bit of the sharing rounds for a bit. Okay. Hey, did you know that Dusk Golem is a character? Like, I obviously go online by the name Dusk Golem, but do you know that Dusk Golem is a character? And it's actually true. I named myself Dusk Golem because there was a character that I had made, which I really liked, in my old seed idea called Dusk Golem. So I named myself Dusk Golem off of a character I had made. And then they haven't done anything of note. So, well, I guess they did something. Most people don't know that. This is actually a Yai lore spill. Who here has played Please Love My Computer game? And I guess also found horror game 11.x game 6. Not game 6, game 7 plays in this. Some of you people probably already know this. I think I've shared it like once before on the stream. But I'll share it here because it's relevant. I'm looking at it. Yeah. So, this is all relevant. And I'm going to say this up front. This is all Dusk, okay? Your tea, sir. Hey. Funnily enough, it was actually spelled out this was Dusk in Please Love My Computer game, but I don't think most people picked up on it. In the puzzle where you're supposed to solve Wendy, it literally says who Wendy is, and it says who Dusk is. But I don't think many people figured that out in Please Love My Computer game. So, yeah. Anyways, but this is just... We'll oh no. It seems that my neck is dislocating from my body. How unfortunate. Oh no. It appears... Oh, whoop, 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 whoop. It's gurgling out. Oh no, it's all coming out now. All the secrets, oh... Oh, it's all spilling out now. Oh no, how absolutely embarrassing. People are gonna see that it's all spilling out. Well, here that goes. Don't worry. I'm having a good time. I'm just being a little devil on the shoulder over here, so don't mind all that. So, I'm not sure, I think maybe some people had known that the tall guy that's in, like, Please Love My Computer game and all that is Dusk, but I don't think everyone knows that. Here's something which I think less people know is Dusk. Alright? Alright, stick with me for a second. For those who know a little bit about Yai here and there, you have to stick with me for a second. Sometimes it's good to stretch out those old muscles, right? Everyone feeling it? Let the old muscles just pulsate. To let your muscles pulsate. Gosh, whip into shape here. Okay, yep. Here we go. Alright, gotta let it out, need some legs there. A little hard to whip in those muscles when you got those legs going on. Alright. It's okay. Almost there. We're in the process. Whoop. Gotta whip it back. There we go. Throw in the back end. Gotta get that spine going. There we go. Okay. Here we go. It stretches here. Okay, should be good. Feeling great. Feeling fantastic. You don't even know. Okay. Now going back a little bit. Just a little bit, though. Sir, dare I say... Actually, I could probably put this with this underneath and then do like a... Sir, dare I say you've spilled your tea? Sir, you there, spilled your tea? Waiter, more meat, please. I need gracious amounts of meat. Alright. Now, okay, let's put the meat back up. Let's try on some fine suits. Delectable, fun suits. Let it play out. There we go. Off we go. Off to skedaddle. There is some Dusk lore. One day Dusk will do something. I don't mean me, but the character Dusk. Dusk was a character before I decided to make my online persona. So. Indeed. Alright. Now. Tick-tock goes the clock, goes around and never stops. I did feast your eyes. We did found Horror Game 11.x, so I could still do Birthday Boy Rec. I do like Birthday Boy Rec. But Birthday Boy Rec will also eventually be a please let me... Actually, here's a good question. Who here knows what Birthday Boy Rec is? I feel like most of you probably do, but maybe not everyone. So I'm just a little curious. Who here knows Birthday Boy Rec? Holly does. I cast Cootie Patootie voice. I have played it, yeah. Yeah, I hate Tomato Farmer. I love Tomato Farmer. Yeehaw. Yeehaw! Sorry. Me, not me. Clueless. It's eventually going to be a Found Horror Game 11.x game, like fully complete. There's a big part of it that's been like free to play. There was a period in the Yai Gameworks Discord where I basically said, "Hey, I've got this early access to this free game I'm considering. Who wants to play it?" And anyone that said yes just got a free Steam key for it. So that's the people who have the game. The people that were in the Yai server that when I asked, "Hey, who wants this?" and they said yes, they got it. So. But it will eventually be the full thing, because that's only part of the experience. The full thing will eventually just be in Found Horror Game 11.x, so it's one of the final games, so I won't say too much more than that. It is a tough cookie, even the beginning part's pretty tough. We'll play a teeny tiny bit, because it's not something that the average Joe can access right now. Eventually they'll be able to access it, because it's part of Found Horror Game 11.x, but it has been available for how many years now? I think it's been like 6-7 years that's been available. Birthday Boy Rec I like Birthday Boy Rec. I honestly do, and I'm looking forward to even working more on it, since I find it sort of endearing, even though I know it's like, oh, you find your own game endearing? I don't know. I like what I work on. But I like this thing. Some things I like more than others that I've worked on. Some things I have a weird relationship. Like, okay, I have come to like Take the Dream 9. Oh yeah, I forgot the birthday song. I'll talk about this actually later when we get to Take the Dream 9. We gotta sing the birthday boy song. It's my birthday, let's say the game to play. I got it on there. Cheesecake, birthday. You guys can see it now. I think I will. Party, birthday. It's all for me. A year is done, it's time for fun. Boy, oh boy, pass me around another one. Boy, oh boy. I'm oh so glad you all are here. Boy, oh boy. I'll see you all this time next year. Boy, oh boy. I mean, it's perfect for playing for the Yai Gameworks 10-year anniversary. Hello, is that the birthday boy I see? Get up, sleepyhead. It's a very special day. Now, Sonny, I'm a bit forgetful these days. What was your name again? No, my name... my name is... Gameworks. I'm 10 years old. It fit. I'm surprised it actually did, but... Yai Gameworks. Ah, yes, Yai Gameworks. How could I be so forgetful on your birthday? Hurry along now. I'm waiting up the path ahead in the village center right by a giant birthday cake we've prepared just for you. Don't be late. It's time. It's the bed I sleep in. It's comfortable enough. Sten, I hope you don't mind me sharing this for a second, but I will for a second say that Sten, a long time ago, drew a 3D... Sten Blood, I should mention in the chat, drew a 3D model of Birthday Boy from Birthday Boy Rec, and I've held on to that picture. I know it's not like the most complex thing in the world, but I was endeared to it the moment that you drew it, Sten. So I'm going to pull it up now if you don't mind me pulling it up here. I didn't have your permission to share it, so I apologize if you don't, but I like it. It's Sten Blood's Birthday Boy Rec. Look at it. I think it's... I know Birthday Boy Rec is just a cube and a cone, but for some reason I'm endeared to it. Anyways. Still though, I see. It's a torn out article from Tips and Tricks magazine. Read it? Don't. I hate reading. I don't mind reading, actually. It's best to play this game with a party. Much like a birthday, it's better with others. Try to find some friends or others playing the game or a stream audience to experience with. Press F4 to resize the window. Tips and Tricks. This game does use audio. Have a good birthday, you hear? Thanks, Tips and Tricks magazine. One of the only pieces of furniture I own. I store just about everything in this. I got some gum, a paperclip, all the good stuff. It's pink because that color is radical. Thank you, Birthday Boy. Alright. Let's save. Happy birthday, Yai Gameworks. Please make sure not to eat too much cake. Save some of those tasty morsels for later. Make sure to stay posted for all of your local news and remember to look both ways before you cross the streets. Thank you, sign. I bet you didn't know, but your birthday cake is made out of all now local ingredients. It's made to serve way more people than there are in this village, at least these days. Yeah, I did not know that. Thank you, sign. Let's go on our way! Yippee-yi-yay! The door is locked. It is someone's home, so that makes sense. Let's go on over this way. Birthday Boy is just on his way. He's so excited. Oh yeah, hi, Seal. Hey, haha, I'm enjoying the sun. How about you? I'm not. That's okay. Not everyone enjoys the same things. That's what makes life interesting. You take care. I'm gonna be here happy through, though a little hungry. I'm a bit hungry, but I don't want to get up. I'm enjoying the sun too much. It's okay, though. I'll just sit here and waddle and crave something for my sweet tooth. Yeah. Let's go here. Okay, let's actually go this way. Yeah. Moving on through. Let's see where we end up. Hello. Wow, it's a giant pot. I could easily fit inside this. Gracen, you might have a point. Gracen said to me, when I made Close Your Eyes, that was a really weird comment. That Marshmallow Monk would see the cement mixer in Close Your Eyes remake after the first host scene and think how it'd be scary if somebody fit him inside the cement mixer. And I didn't think anything of it at the time. But now I just realized I made a similar comment in Birthday Boy Rec. Do I just have an urge to stuff little characters, little critters, into like big cauldrons? Is that something I want to do? Anyways, they're really going all out for my birthday stew, huh? Hee, if it isn't the birthday boy, Yai Gameworks. I've been waiting for you. I'm prepping your birthday stew. But alas, I'm missing a few ingredients. I'm also missing my mind cookbook, which tells me what I need. Sorry, I'm so useless on your special day. So, bring me my cookbook and then we'll see what we need for your stew. If you find my cookbook, please bring it to me right away so we can begin working your birthday stew. I want to hear the end. The characters make, if you get to the end of the message, they make a little sound. I want to hear this one's end sound. Sorry. Wow, it's a giant Pockies if inside. They're really going out for my birthday stew, huh? That's one way to look at birthday boy. Or Yai Gameworks, I guess is your name. Canonically, now on, you are Yai Gameworks. I see that bird. We'll ignore it for now. So here's the thing, which people who don't know this game probably already... Well, people that know this game already know this. People who don't know this will now know this. This is a very cryptic puzzle game. I know it doesn't look like it right now, but this is actually not... It's not the hardest puzzle game I've made, even though this is just the beginning. It's going to get harder. But it is a pretty cryptic puzzle game. Some steps are easy to figure out. Well, I wouldn't say easy, but like, here's a bit. There is, in this room, a bird. I'm gonna find it. That you can be sure of. You may have noticed there's something in this tree. There's a piece of candy up in this tree, but you can't reach it. Oh no, I'm so short. But guess what's around here somewhere or another, if I can fucking find it. There it is! The fucking bird. The bird doesn't like us. It runs away from us no matter where we are. So we need to direct this bird. Go, bird. Go a little bit more that way. If you use your skills of observation, you can notice that there's a bird flying around that runs away from you. And there's this piece of candy. We just gotta... There we go! There's candy on the ground. No, I don't know where this candy's been. Yeah, I'll pick it up. Obtain the blue candy. Well, guess what? The blue candy probably goes to the blue seal. I'm a bit hungry, but I don't want to get up. I'm enjoying the sun too much. Hey, is that a piece of candy? Could I have it? I promise I'll make it worth your while. No. Aw, that's okay. You do you, sir. Yeah, you can have it. Oh, thank you. Please, take this. I don't really need it. Maybe you'll find a use for it. Actually, I want to hear the seals end that sound. I'll just sit here and relax in the sun. It's nice and warm, real cozy against this grass. I was like, hee. And it's your birthday? That just makes today even better. Please enjoy yourself. Don't mind me. If I can do anything for you, just let me know. Except get up. That's the one thing I cannot do. I'm enjoying the sun too much. Obtain the blue box cutter. Alright, we got the blue box cutter. Of course, the fact that it's called the blue box cutter implies that there's other color box cutters. But we'll get to all that when we get to it. The door is locked. It is someone's home, so that makes sense. Well, let's go on in. It's a blue balloon. It's a red balloon. It's a yellow balloon. It's a green balloon. You're a happy birthday boy. That's what the cake says. Ah, you finally arrived. Yai Gameworks, welcome to birthday party. It's nothing too special. Just a little get-together. We did get you a few presents. You can find them You can find them lying around somewhere. Just relax today, have a look around. If you have any questions, just come and talk with me. I'll answer what I can. Are you my dad? Talk. What do I do? Can I have some cake? What are you up to? Let's do it all. You can talk multiple times, by the way. Yellow meets purple. Oh, hi there. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember something. There's only a few people who live in our humble little village, but there's still so much to keep track of around here. You should go talk to everyone. I'm sure they'll be glad to see the birthday boy. I don't mean to preach to you, but you are taking good care of yourself, correct? Please do so, as in the words of God, our bodies are our vessels. Well, and if you don't take care of your vessel, then your astral form will deteriorate along with it as well. Uh-huh. Yellow meets purple, there we go. Do you read much literature? Well, I suppose you probably don't. You don't even own a bookshelf within your home. You are rather poor. Tell you what, come to my place later, but before the sun sets, please. There's this one book I have, which I think you'd find rather fascinating. I can lend it to you. It's titled The Diablateur. Please take time to read it when you can. Do you have like 3 or 4 messages? That was a new message. I just skipped past it, so I did have 4 messages. Oh, this is he has like 5 messages. Do you ever consider the consequences of your actions? Like what could have happened if you'd acted or done something differently? I think about that a lot. Honestly, it's a pretty serious problem for me that actively hampers my life. I know I should live in the moment more, but the mind wanders, you know. Yeah. Still though. Today's your special day. You should enjoy it and just chat with an old man like me. You should just enjoy it. And just chatting with an old man like me, I doubt is that interesting. So get along. Have a good time. We'll talk about some important matters later as it is. I know, the poor shaming. What do I do? Well, it's your birthday. Just take a look around. Let others appreciate you and see what there is to do and what there is to find. I guess also you should go hang out and talk with some people about any troubles you have. It might be more fun to work together than to work alone. Yeah, that's always the same, but talk can be different. Can I have some cake? Not yet. We have a special celebration later. Tonight planned where we'll all get some cake. So just wait. I promise you it'll be worth it. What are you up to? I'm doing fine. A bit in pain, but don't concern yourself too much with me. After all, today is your birthday. I'll stand here and watch you whippersnappers having a good time. That's enough for me. Bye. Have a good day. Alright. Ooh, a party can go. Hey, look, it's a blue present. It's a pretty cute party popper. It's a blue birthday present. Hey, the blue box cutter can open this. Let's see what's inside. It's one of my gifts, but what is it? There's a place in the back to input some phrase. It says, input purpose. I don't know what that means. Try and find sign in? Your purpose is hugs. Nothing happened. Well, we gotta find out what its purpose is, I guess. Just a few cups. Some fruit punch. Why hello there, Yai Gameworks. I hope you're having a joyous day. I can't talk much right now, so I'm busy prepping for the celebrations later tonight. But please indulge yourself in whatever you choose. After all, today is your special day. Now run along now. I need to concentrate on my thoughts. Aha, you are always so silly, Yai Gameworks. Have a good day today. You deserve it. Aha, yeah, okay. Take care. Enjoy your birthday. Aha, okay. Please do not bother the cellar door. My daughter's down there having a party. I don't want you to disturb her. Yep. There's a door on the floor. It's shut tight. I can't open it. You can, like, hear something behind it, right? Hear that? It's, like, on the left ear right now. Now it's below us. Now it's in the right ear. This door on the floor. It's shut tight. I can't open it. Let's see. It's a party hat. Pretty similar to mine. These symbols don't look at all familiar. Not at all. Never heard of them. Electricity is blocking the way forward. Well, that's a little weird. Okay. Oh, hey, it's Rutabaga! It's funny because I think a lot of Yai fans don't even know who the fuck Rutabaga is. Because Rutabagas only appeared in super niche, out-of-the-way things if you really delve deep into certain games. Those other Yai fans are like, oh, it's Rutabaga! I'd be curious to know the amount of people that have played a few of my games. So, like, I know who Rutabaga is. I met them in Blink game. And so I'd be like, Rutabaga? Who the fuck? Little would they know that Rutabaga is in more than one of these games, actually. They're in a few of them now. We don't really, that's how I was drinking. I should have reading and drinking, I guess. We don't really know each other well, but I just love parties, so I hope you don't mind. My daddy got you a present. Anyhow, so you can look forward to that when the time comes. I can't wait for the birthday party. I'm sure it'll be swell. I can't, okay? That's the... I guess that's all you say. It's the birthday present. Oh, the blue box guy won't open it. I guess I need something else to open this with. Alright, let's see. Checking around the perimeters. There's a red present. We'll go over this way. Hey, a piñata! There's a piñata hanging in the tree. There's probably something inside, but I can't reach it or break it yet. Hey, and the green present. Alright, we're gonna go meet everyone's favorite character, mine included. The path is blocked off with a lock. Yeehaw, partner! What brings your handsome to my tomato crops? Feeling like some nice, luxurious tomatoes? Okay, let's talk. Did you know my tomatoes get to be put on a fancy cake? Yep, sirree, my little tomatoes get to grow up to be so beautiful. See those little hearts on that cake of yours? Boy, those be some of my tomatoes. Every single one of those hearts be one of my tomatoes overflowing with love. I hope you appreciate my tomatoes on that cake of yours, boy. I hope you gobble them up real good and start sweating when you do. Because, boy, those tomatoes sure are getting me hot and bothered. Thank you, Tomato Farmer. Gosh darn these mosquitoes, man. Aren't they such a pain, boy? Don't you just want to suck you? Don't you just want them to suck you already? Like, damn, I know my mama called me ugly, but why those mosquitoes gotta tease me like this? I say just suck me already. Get it over with. I want your nozzles inside of me. Thank you, Tomato Farmer. It's on days like these that I just want to sit back and smell the flowers. But then the damn bees like them flowers too, and I'm allergic to them there bees, so I got them hogging my beautiful flowers. Makes a grown man like me want to cry. Boo hoo hoo, the tears are flowing, boy, but it does not. But it's not because of them damn bees. I just have hay fever, you see. Yeah, thank you, Tomato Farmer. Did you know I used to be green? It's true, swear on my mama's undisclosed sexual partner history. But I stand in the sun's two lawns, and I turn nice and red when I'm ripe and maybe a little sunburned. It's fine though, it don't hurt. Heck, I can't feel much of anything anymore. Not since little sweet ginger Ann left me for that chicken kernel. Yeah? Ever like a tree, boy? Tastes just like what my mama used to bake me in the back of the barn. You see, Mama never was a fool. She knew I was damn ugly, so she kept me in the animal pens with the cattle and the goats and the like. Was real smelly, but I got used to it. And my mama prepared me these apple cobbler pies. Best damn pies you ever seen. Taste a bit like them trees. I love looking trees, you see. Tastes great. Yeah? Ever sit down and think what it'd be like to be a little forest critter? A critter like a cricket? You go hop, 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 hippity hop all day long, and all you gotta really worry about is those pollywog toads. I imagine I'd poop myself the side of even a nearsighted frog if I were a cricket. Ever think about that stuff, man? I don't know. So, boy, I like you, but please don't you ever go about going through that there gate. Howie, I can't even begin to describe what's right through there. I can't tell you because I forgot. But what I do remember is that you don't want to see the tomato fields, boy. You really don't. Ever lick your fingers after reaching into a bag of your favorite chips, trying to salivate in the flavors of the salty skin meeting the oily crumbs of your cheap snack? Gross! Ever think about where them fingers been? Do you wash your hands like a normal human being? Or are you one of them gross sexual deviants that don't do a good scrubbing? You're just pulling your nasty stank into your mouth. You're basically pooping right into your mouth. What a freak. Okay. Can't repeat that like that. Okay, there we go. So that's about the gate. That gate, I don't remember how you unlocks it, but I do remember that one pretty armless girl knows the trick. If you find her, you should ask her to open the gate if you want, I mean. I personally wouldn't recommend going in there, but you'll live your best life, boy. Say tomatoes. Say, boy, if you're so interested in my tomatoes, how about we make a little wager? If you can tell me how many of my tomatoes there are in total of this village, I'll give you a prize. Something real shiny. Let's see you take a guess. How many tomatoes do you reckon are currently in this village? Pie. Nope! That ain't it. Well, try again whenever you think you got it. I warn, there's a trick to it. Good luck, boy. Southern home cooking. Red drinks is delicious. Papa's chicken pot pie just the way he left it when he left Mama behind. Them chicken wings are to die for, boy. My milkshakes don't bring all the boys to the yard, but my pound cake sure do. Listen, boy, if I see you licking one of my tomatoes, you might just find me licking your back. Candy jams, that'd make all the neighborhood boys jealous. Them yeah? I think I might have gotten all that, but... Don't tell nobody, but I'm sticking black-eyed peas in these overalls. I see. Well, there's the tomato farmer. We'll talk to him again a little bit later. So... we're gonna go talk to the girl over here by the circus tent, because that's what the tomato farmer suggested we do. The circus is in town. Come one, come all to see the circus. Soon, at least, at this point in time, there's still some last-minute preparations being done. Come check back here later. The circus is not. Yeah, okay, there we go. That. You say it's something from the backside or no? No. Same thing, got it. Why, hello there, traveler. Do you wish to enter into a world of the mysterious and the strange? You've come to the right place, then. For within this tent of wonders, you shall find all sorts of peculiarities. However, it shames me to say that we're not quite ready yet. Could you come back around later? We should be prepared by this evening. You may stick around if you wish, but do not feel you have to. I predict you'll be our very first customer regardless. I will be seeing you later. Why, hello there, what do you need? I do not have much to say at this time. You're probably better off going and talking with someone else. Why, hello there, what do you need? Today is such a delight. There's so much suspected and yet much to be unexpected. I think you're in for all sorts of surprises yourself. Today, yeah, okay, there we go. Got that again. Have you heard any of the noises coming forth from this tent? If you have, pretend you haven't. That's what I'd advise. Okay, let's see. Can I help out? As perchance, there is something you most certainly can help with. Would you be up for some labor? I do have something to give you if you help out. You will find all roads lead back to your assistance here. Can I help you out? Sure. As perchance? Sure. Thank you. Then solve this puzzle box. Good luck. He just, like, makes... Cell's trying to solve a puzzle box. It's hard labor. I mean, it could be, I guess, but... Why, hello there. What do you need? What am I supposed to do about this box? Have your... Okay. That's for you to figure out. Good luck. What's this tent about? Simply, it is a tent of wonders. Beyond that, I cannot disclose to you for now. I bet you're curious what's inside, yes? Because if you aren't, you should be. Alright, puzzle box. Gray as the clouds. Only two sides to the coin. Answer? Dawn till dusk. The moon eclipses the sun. The moon controls the ocean currents. Only two sides to the coin. Clouds bring the rain. One word answers. The riddle to blue. On my side I am forever. Cut me down the middle, I am non-existent. What am I? If you remember, this puzzle box has more than one answer. I remember, it's been a long time since I designed this fucking puzzle box, but not only are you're not looking for a singular answer, the answer changes based on what state the box is in. So you have to solve every single one. Still though, the real the blue on my side I am forever, cut me down the middle, I am non-existent, what am I? One foot comes before the other. Let's bring rain, let's... Gray as the clouds. Yellow as the sun. The different sides serve different purposes. White as the moon. Okay, so this version, I don't remember the solution, but I'm trying to remember. Gray as the clouds. Let's try star as the beginning answer to see how that goes. Nah, that wasn't it. Well, it could also be the wrong state for this, so... Yellow is the sun. There are only 2 configurations that need solving. Yeah, this is the mode where you get hints for it. There are only 2 configurations that need solving. So basically there are 2 answers we need to give, and we need to figure out the 2 alignments that we need to give an answer to, and then we need to know what the 2 answers are. Okay? The moon eclipses the sun. The riddle to blue. On my side, I am forever. Cut me down the middle, I am non-existent. What am I? We'll deal with that later. This is for the... I had a stupid joke in my head. I'm not going to say it. Actually, I will say it because I'm really stupid. Oh, I could solve it right now. But I'll leave it to the found horror game 11.x peasants when they get it. It has been so long since I made this game that I don't actually remember what the solution is. I'd have to resolve it. And remember what my logic behind it was. That's a joke, of course, but... There is puzzles to solve, and there's more to this game. But we will stop for Birthday Boy Wreck, as our goal is to beat all of Birthday Boy Wreck right now. Especially since we get to the early end at the moment, but all the same. There's some Birthday Boy Wreck if you've never heard of what Birthday Boy Wreck is. It'll be in Found Horror Game 11.x eventually. Well, okay. To the next thing. Hi. I think Birthday Boy Wreck is fun. That's just me, though. Alright, so we did some fun game playing. Let's get back to... we've got more games to get through, but... we'll get to our going over all of the stuff, like game dev stuff. I'm fond of it. I'm fond of it myself. Alright, so here is Good Day Hysteria. It's a game which I want to make eventually. Maybe not in the form that we see right here in front of us, but Good Day Hysteria, I like the name of the game. There's ideas for this game. To describe it plainly, it's a game about love and insanity. That is the way I would describe it. One day I'd like to make that a thing. Not the priority list right now, but that one is definitely up there as I want that to exist. Next up, oh, we gotta talk about Gummy. Gummy. So let me talk. I'm over here going like, Gummy, but people over here don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Give me a second. I'll get this set up for us. My favorite kind of story. Yeah. Now, so, Gummy is an idea that me and Crozier have that we'd like to make. Actually, I should share Handey first. There has been an idea sort of floating around for a while to make a kind of childish, but also mature, not like trying to be schlocky with it, but kind of like childish, but adult horror game. Not adult so much in that it's like anything higher than PG-13, but in what it's actually trying to tackle in its story. The first idea for this was a little game idea called Handey. There's a little bit more to that title, but I'll let it play out. We'll show all the pieces to Handey here. The pieces that you're about to see are made by a mixture of myself, Gracen, Holly, Connor, and Dem. So, these are from... Oh, also there's some by Rinks. How can I fucking forget Rinks? Rinks did, like, the final design for the girl. There's a bunch of characters, which I'll have weird sort of designs. You'll see pretty quickly. I'll do the striped characters first. So, I need to put them on the background, though. Actually, I'll do the doctor first. Look at this old man. He's just having a good time. He's just living his best life. How could anyone hate him? Yeah. What was it? Handey's Home for Hapless... What was it? I don't remember the last bit of it. But anyways, there's the doctor. He's got to repair things. things. In this world, everything's alive. Not everything literally, but quite a few things that shouldn't be alive are alive. Like this key. Use me. Oh, put me in the lock. Look at that. That for a second. We have a main character. It took us a little bit to come to the main character design. The first idea was this, which isn't great. It was my first effort back when I was a little worse at drawing too. I was like, I don't know, something vaguely like this. And I'm only so lucky to work with so many fucking talented people. Because they took this idea of just this girl in like this backpack thing, and they started going with it. And they went quite far with it, actually. Started evolving more. We got to, let me see if I can find the next step of the evolution. I think it starts from there, but let's see. I think it was like, okay, girl with a backpack. Let's make it like a little side pack thing going on and make them a little bit more campy to go with the backpack feel if they're carrying that around. So that was the next step of realizing it. And then after that, there was the idea where Rings was like, you know what, you can take that and make that just a little bit cuter. So let's try to go for a slightly cuter edge to it. So we make her like a little button. Then, going on from there, we had some ideas of how to develop her more fully into something. Starting off with more of a straight-up humanoid type thing. We gave her a bunch of different outfit attempts to figure out what we thought she looked best in. Here was an outfit attempt. These really baggy pants were an outfit attempt. And another outfit attempt, which ended up being closest to the final design that we chose, was this one. Where she looks a little more like adventurous than one of the other ones. So, however, we did decide that she looks a little bit too much like an adventure action game hero, so let's cutify her up, especially since this is a cute game. So then we take that idea and cutify it. Wow. But the color scheme that we had was working pretty well. We're like, should we rethink the color scheme? And the answer is no. And I was like, what if they're like a cloud person thing? Like we give them a blue outline and then they're like and then so we got to our final design, which there she is. And imagine that all these talented people helped me take this original design and transform it into that. So I'm happy about that. So I appreciate them. And then, of course, after you have the design, you're like, yes, that's it. I can feel it. That's the winner. You then got to sprite it. She got quite a few animation frames, actually. It's even more than this. There she is. She was supposed to be the main character of Handey's. So, roll with and go with. But she wasn't the only character in the game. There were indeed others, which we're going to go over now. You see, she had this little, like, tall ninja angel friend. He's just kind of a big teddy bear, to be honest. You can't really let me get a better thing so you can see him a little clearer on the black-to-black background. This is another picture of the scientist, which is... This one's just kind of a shitpost image, but hey. I'm old and I need prunes. Yep. Here's the more full drawing of that guy. We're going to get the box guy in a second. Da-da-da-da. And then another attempt at doing the friend. Just a big little teddy bear who's also a trained assassin. Look at them. Hugga wugga. I remember that they drew this, like in the Marshmallow get up, because they're like, they're a little Marshmallow monkeys. There's a little Marshmallow monk in them. Which... Older brother! Okay, that's not their familiar relationship. It's just a stupid thing. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Still then? But there's more characters than just this. We're about to go through like a fucking field day of a bunch of eccentric characters. Get ready, I'm not doing these in order, so you'll see like different versions of the characters at different points. For example, let me actually put this. I'll get like one of the things that have a brighter background for the darker background things that like match the background too much. Actually, I can start with these two. We have these two characters. Hey, look at them. They're just here to have a good time. And then we got a colored version of her to be like, don't worry, she's happy to be here. Don't mind her. Don't mind her. She's honestly happy to be here. Okay. Now we can start talking about this girl. She tells you not to run with scissors. She's very responsible like that. She was actually a later realization of this striped character that took a little bit to figure out. First they wore like gloves. Then they ran with all sorts of doohickeys. The idea evolved a bit. There was a take on imagining them like an octopus type thing, and that sort of took off in its own direction. Octopus thing. Then took that drawing, the messy one I made, and turned it into more of a fun friend shape. Fun friend shape. And then taking the octopus and kind of running with it. It went places. I have a few here, I think. Handy friends. They're definitely somewhere. But it's these two. You got the Flame Prince and the double-headed one. We'll see the double-headed one again right now, I guess. Hey, look, there they are. Then we're starting to get a lot of random ones all of a sudden. There was a frog. He reads the Bible. After a frog who reads the Bible, I did and made him a pope. He is a frog pope. Then we have a bird. I don't think this bird went anywhere, but they did exist, and that's worth remembering. Yeah. And now here's what Connor just remembered. The box. I didn't mean to delete the box, I meant to delete the bird. I guess, scissor friend there. The box. This was the initial box sketch. It is a box. Then there would become more box. The box. Mr. Toolbase from Connor has made the box, which I think is then was expanded by the second picture. Box to box power. Here is a like a nutcracker with a knife. I would be careful with that thing if I were you. This thing feels like it needs to wash his hands because they're all pruny. Have you worshipped your Lord and Savior, Scorpion Centaur today? Scorpion Vulture Centaur today, maybe? Here's a friend staring. Now, here's something that's important to note. These characters all believe very, very strongly in the red ring of fate. Or not red ring, the red stream of fate. Alright? A whole motif, and you might have actually noticed that in this earlier art when I showed this character and she had like the red stream circling her. There's more of that in some of these pieces. Where the idea of the red stream of fate played a crucial role in what this game was about. Look at that red stream of fate. But then the thing is, the streams of fate can become entangling. Oh no, I'm getting so entangled in my red streams. Yeah. Bird. And then the streams. They pile up. Oh no, the streams, they're overwhelming. Oh no. All these red streams. Oh no, they're starting to litter everything. Oh no, our place is becoming nothing but red streams. Weird, liminal, horrific red streams. Don't let the red streams of fate entangle you this deep. But yeah. Friend. Hi. That makes sense. Also, here's huge googly eyes. Yeah. I think the last character that will start is this drawing of Yeehaw. Yeah. But we have this guy to go over, because there was also this guy who was like the handler guy, and he kind of sucked at his job, also kind of an asshole about it. We're talking about Handeys, Gracen. That's sure a stare I'd love to receive. Wow. I think there was a friendlier set of versions of this guy than this version we're seeing here. There's like this version. Yeah. Trying to make him a little more cartoony. Yeah, we're going over a lot of stuff right now. This one is a bit old. I wouldn't say it's very old, but it's a bit old. There's other things that we've already gone over that are older than it, so it is definitely several years old. It was like towards the beginning of the pandemic, but here's another sketch of trying for this dude. I guess he's a Sonic fan, according to this sketch. Here's this weird fox. He then turns into a seal. That is the natural progression of foxes. Yeah. I've been even enjoying this. It's a little fun here. Thank you. Here's this fun. Now, I like sometimes taking the time to design monsters. And I wanted to make a nice big old model. Actually, there's one more thing to show. There's also this thing which is definitely not Feebles the Flea, and we'll definitely not talk about Feebles the Flea shortly. Okay. I love making monsters. I love it. And there's a monster I made out of this some time ago. We got this little guy. Here's my first little monster. But that's okay, that's just the first one. You then take that, and it grows bigger. Good to be big, just a trance walk about. And there was one of the monsters I designed for this. Moving through. Yeah. As it goes, as it goes. Okay. So that's Handeys. But that was not the only child-focused project. This one was a slightly older one. So that's why I was focusing on it first. Gracen and I then decided to go to the drawing board. Gracen, I need to ask you something. Send me everything about Gummy that you can find. I am missing so much Gummy art, I realized, when I was going over this. Gummy me up. Send me the gummies. Send me the gummies, Gracen. Send me the gummies. That's okay. That's okay. I'm being a little silly. I need gummies, Gracen. I need gummies. Okay, I'm getting some stuff of gummies right now. So I need to clarify this. I think I found it. I wanted to tease you a bit and panic you, but if you're doing something, don't worry. I think I'm getting the gummies right now. So there's been a few efforts to make a multiplayer horror game here at the Yai Gameworks side. And this is one of them, which I think is stands a higher chance of actually maybe one day being made. Let me express gummies. Okay? Now, Gummy can be... there was a few different names attached to the name Gummy, but I want to talk about gummies because it is important for us to talk about Gummy. Move that about. Actually, let me get a little bit more before I go. I need to get... There's a few things. I need gummies! Give me gummies or give me... Sorry. I'll put on a song from Wet Corpses as I get the gummy ready. Let me put a picture on. And I will put on a Wet Corpse song. And let me put on a Wet Corpse song. Let's put this song on for the Wet Corpse song. That should be good. That should be good. It's not playing yet, but we'll play it in a second. Go with... Yeah. And I'll get the gummies ready.
Into my heart, I hate you. So badly, I'm too hard to relax. I hate you. You said you love me and ready for the wait. Your optimism dissolved when I finally saw my state.
Sorry about that. I had signed that come there for a second. Give me 1 second. The song's a fucking banger, I agree. Sorry. There was a sick reaction there on something I was drinking. The song is a certified banger, I agree with you completely. Okay, I'm okay, don't worry about it. Okay. So I have this ready I wasn't able to find all the gummy stuff I wanted to find. I did find a little bit more, which is a good thing. But let's move this way. That Poliwhack, give my dog a bone. Yeah, it's a great song. I agree with you guys. Okay, so ready up to Gummy. So Gummy is a project that's vaguely similar to Handey's in the sense that it's about like children's with children characters that are like performers, but it was made to be a multiplayer focused thing, and with a few interesting things. The characters were supposed to teach our children how to deal with their emotions, being sort of emotion themed, trying to give educational lessons of how to deal with that. So, I mean, find more. There's stuff I'm still missing. I would actually appreciate it if you did. I was looking though. I was trying hard to find it. I haven't found all of it though. There's stuff I know I'm missing. I remember very, very distinctly. A little sick, but hey. Part of the fun of life. Okay, so firstly, let's talk about the characters. We had these little multiplayer creators. There were 4 of them of different colors. We have yellow here. There's yellow. After yellow, we have green. Here's green. Oh, look at them go. So after green, we had blue. Here's blue. On screen. There we go. There's blue. And then after blue, we had pink. Here's pink. And those will be the 4 playable characters for the multiplayer fun. So, pick one and go through with the crew. They were dealing with a bunch of people who were on this like emotional television series. Gummy was the woman who led the series. This is Gummy. Hi, Gummy. Now, this said, Gummy might be dealing with some stuff. But that's okay. Let's... This is a sock puppet monster. It's related to this guy. He's in charge of anger. He has 2 sock puppets, and they need to learn how to not fight. The problem is that when they start getting intertangled with each other's fights, they get all intertangled and become into a giant sock puppet monster. Gotta be careful with the sock puppets. And intertangle with the anger, so... Rolls as it goes, as it goes. That's some of the stuff that was going on with anger. Wow. Then, to move from anger to this, next we got happiness. Now, I'm going to be honest. Happiness is a little condescending. Yep. They come in a pair of 2s. Happy, happy. As they go for the state of happy with their little star fun. They can be a little too happy. Part of the fun. Part of the fun. They are performing and like to make people happy and be happy. They don't like it when people aren't happy. So, yeah. I actually only have a little bit more. I know there was definitely more. I've got 2 more things. I know there was definitely more that I was missing. The other 2 things I had, well, I guess 3 things actually, was this picture with Gummy. Gummy fun. Wow. And after... Well, that's stuff from Handey's Grace. I'm looking for stuff from Gummies. And after that stuff with Gummy, we then, the last thing to have was the thing with... I think it was Fear. Now, here's the thing. Fear is a hidden emotion. It doesn't hang out with the other ones. It tries to make itself not scary. It'd be like a cartoon character. But people find it scary, and it's very afraid. All good. Fear having problems of staying together as it's trying just to entertain. People find it scary, and it's scared of them. It's scared to be a performer, but it needs to be a performer. The fun of fear. All the same, all the same. And then I have a few misc things. I think these were like people on like the crew miscellaneous character types, if I remember correctly. Apparently, but we had it in the Gummy section, so I don't know why I had it in the Gummy section. There were supposed to be stagehands. I'm wondering if it came up during that. All the same. I also have this guy here, but I don't think he was from Gummies. But I had him here. There he is. He could be from Gummies, but I don't remember him being from Gummies, so... Yeah. Yeah? Yeah, he's totally fine, totally not smiling. Don't worry about him. All the fun with all of it, as you may see and know. Okay. That's what I had on hand for Gummy. I know there's definitely more things with Gummy, but... Boo-hoo. Please do not make me use you as an intersection to share some of the stuff I'm a little hesitant to on this stream. I've already shared some not safe for work stuff. There's already been a not safe for work warning up. But there's two projects I've got some concept stuff of. I censored them, but even with them being censored, they're pretty lewd. So, not like over the top lewd, but I think maybe it's too hot for YouTube. It's not like too hot, but it's like maybe too suggestive for YouTube is maybe the word for it. It's not really like a hot thing as much as it is, but we'll get to that. Part of that is because there are two projects which I desperately want to make someday, but they star naked protagonists of opposite genders. I have Decree of the Moonflower, which is a game starring a naked woman, and I have Blank Slate, which is a game starring a naked man. And sharing the concept art for that is a little tricky. Both projects I'm extremely excited for, and they're definitely for an adult audience. And I think once I talk more about them, you'll see why I'm excited for them. It's not just the fact that they start naked protagonists. There's a lot more going on with both things, but... Yeah, I know. The people that know about both projects. I think they're interesting projects. They're insanely interesting. Okay. I'll talk about them. I am a little hesitant to share concept art. I did take the time to censor them earlier, but even then, still a little hesitant, won't lie. I mean, I can share, like, this from an early version of the Blank Slate. Blank Slate was the first video game I ever worked on that I released to the public under, I wasn't in Yai Gameworks yet, but it really is the first Yai Gameworks game. It was just a RPG Maker game I made for Liminal. I have long had an idea to reimagine it, and one that I'm incredibly excited for, though it's a little high effort, and I'm a little concerned how it'll be received, because if there's two projects that are in my consciousness of things I absolutely want to make, but I think might get some pushback, it's Blank Slate and Decree of the Moonflower. Those two, I want to go all in on it. Oh, you do have something. Thank you for the Gummy stuff, Gracen. I have a little bit more Gummy before we move on from it, so... Thanks to Crozier. Yeah, there's the cameraman, I remember. Now that I've seen it. So this is from Gummies before we move on to Blank Slate. We have this cameraman. Right, because we were saying that like all like the tools and equipment, like the key tools and equipment, like the microphone and the video cameras and all that would be like actual characters in the environment. That was an idea that we had. We thought it was scrappy, right? I would come back around to the idea if we were to revisit Gummies. I'd say that much. Da, 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 da. And then we have another picture of Gummy herself. Since she's kind of like the Mr. Rogers of this television program. Hi, Gummy. All parts of the fun. Okay. Move that there. Good, good. And let's talk about Blank Slate. So Blank Slate was the first game I ever made. It's not the first game I ever made. I made Sonic fan games and stuff like that when I was like really young. But it was the first game I released to the public, in which I made to be released to the public. It was an RPG Maker Ludum Dare. I think it was Ludum Dare 23, was it? I did that. Might have been 20. It was like 22 to 26 range. It was not 26 because that was Close Your Eyes, but somewhere around that range. I think it was 24 now I'm really thinking about it. Yeah, I know what character you're waiting for. Wait, right, it's based on it, but we'll get to it when we get to the Close Your Eyes stuff, which we surprisingly have not done yet. But Blank Slate. Blank Slate, the original game, is a pretty short experience. They could be in like 10 to 15 minutes. Blank Slate, the reimagining, stars a boy who has been trafficked by his mother. He's been locked into this almost... It's not made to be a sensory deprivation tank so much, but it might as well be one, really. And he's just been kind of there waiting to be sold off. He plays with his imaginary friend in a make-believe fantasy land to escape the cruel reality that he's found himself in. In his imagination land, he plays with all of his family, all of them happy. His mom, his older brother, his younger sister, his older sister. They all have a happy place in this happy make-believe fun world. However, while being inside this, I guess you could call cell, it's suddenly opened, and inside blazing light, he's unleashed into what is known as the White Zone, a facility that's dealing with, I guess you call it the Pale Zone as well. Weird scientific facility super complex, which is dealing and working with a strange material known as PS, which, as some here probably know what PS already is, but that's okay. That's fine and dandy. The game, how do I talk more about it without going too into it? You meet a lot of twisted experiments. One of the first monsters you meet is this girl that's been split into basically pancake slices. And she travels around on like this string thing that's attaching them, almost like an accordion thing with the meat. She's still alive though. She literally cannot die. Being fully dissected, all the individual parts of her are even still alive. If they are not connected in any way, they act independently. But if they have a form of connection, in which case the string, they are able to actually like work together despite being like separated apart, as long as a part of them are touching each other, basically. When separate, they have a mind of their own, though. That is the first monster we encounter in this. I say monster, but it's in many ways a victim, but hey. The whole facility goes into lockdown. It's this strange, mysterious crab spider woman monster thing that is just tearing apart the facility and breaking through security, and they can't seem to stop it, which is leading to a girl who was a spoiled girl, like a spoiled daughter of a rich but abusive oil baron. who was here to try and find a playmate for his daughter that he could have complete control over after being way too overpossessive of her. She stuck around to get to where they were being held and freed a bunch of them, including ourselves. Which she wasn't the reason why the spider monsters rampaging. That's a whole other thing going on. But she used the opportunity to get here before the facility goes into full lockdown. And now they gotta escape. A lot of stuff happens. A lot more to it than I'm saying. It's part of the fun. I have a bunch of stuff on it, but it's a very not safe for work game. I'm trying to think what I can show. There's which where I'm not like, oh, that's embarrassing to share. On a YouTube thing, I don't want to get deplatformed. That's okay. It's a fucked up game. I'm gonna say that up front. Oh yeah, more of the sock puppet things. Thank you for the sock puppets, Gracen. That's from Gummy stuff. The sock puppet monster stuff. Alright. Now, I guess Decree of the Moonflower, similar to Link Slate, I might be a little selective with what I'm sharing here. I'll share this sketch of the main character's face while I talk about Decree of the Moonflower. This is drawn by Rinks. Transform, fits the screen. Okay, so this is a character who is known as the Princess of Dusk. There's a princess for every time of day. Princess of Midnight, Princess of Dawn, Princess of Day, Princess of Night, Princess of Evening, Princess of Twilight. You get the gist. There's quite a few daughters, actually. They all live in a palace that floats in a weird abyss. In this abyss, there is nothing except for itself, the moon, and only 3 types of life, even though only really 2 of them can be called life. It's a kingdom that has nowhere else to spread out to, so it's all just stuck with itself. All that it can dream of reaching is the moon, but the moon is considered something holy by their people, which is why the queen is Dawn, the queen of the moon, as opposed to anything dealing with that. And they deal with humans, moonflowers, and shadows. There's things which are somewhere in between all 3 of these things that exist in this world. So all life is composed of humans, moonflowers, and shadows. Shadows being something that's like not a physical thing, but it does exist in this world. There are humans that are part shadow. There are moonflowers that are part shadow. There's moonflowers that are, There's humans that are part moonflower, every combination. And they exist in different ways in this kingdom. Now the problem is, humans cannot eat shadows, and they cannot eat moonflowers. There's not other vegetation that grows. There's not other life that grows. So in the Decree of the Moonflower, they have to live in a system where they must eat other people. That is the only thing that exists for them to consume, is other people. And as such, people have to be decided where they are in a very, very strict hierarchy. We start off at the top of the hierarchy, or near the top. We're not at the very, very top, but we're higher up there, as the Princess of Dusk. This is a matriarchy. Who rules over their kingdom is the queen, known as the Queen of the Moon. Soon, there is going to be a ritual held within a few weeks from now, where the queen is going to ascend to the moon. It's a ritual that happens on the 100th birthday of the queen if she lives that long. So, yeah. This is in a strange place. The palace floats in literal, seemingly a void, but it's also floating, so... But they plan to ascend her to the moon, which is where all queens go if they live a long, healthy reign, basically. She needs to select one of her daughters to become her queen and her steed, and then each of her daughters are going to be sent to a different reign. The palace that floats here is shaped kind of like a wedding cake, whereas different reigns that have different levels of society within them. The very middle reign being, of course, the reign where the queen, the princesses, and those that are royalty or serve royalty live. Then beneath them comes people that are just rich, well off, people that own basically everything else below them, and people that deal in terms of greed. And then it continues from there with the very, very bottom reign being the biggest reign of them all, but at the very bottom, the reign of humans that are determined to be food, basically pig pens and things leaking, not very well maintained at all, actually, where there's butchers and people made to kill other people to make them into food. So that's where they exist. There's a lot more to this idea, but I'm going to skip a lot of the openings I want to talk about too in depth right now. Some stuff happens, which gets our main character, the Princess of Dusk, to be accused of and seemingly found guilty of having been behind a terrorist attack that was run out by a group of people who wear makeshift, made out of like whatever materials they can find around, animal masks and stuff. Well, animals do not exist in their kingdom. They exist in the form of like fairy tale creatures. And there's this growing gang which is trying to serve the hierarchy and doing terrorist attacks to destroy a lot of shit. Basically rioting is what's happening. Our Princess of Dusk gets accused of being behind one of these attacks, and she gets stripped of everything and is sent to the lowest layer. The queen is not so cruel to immediately label her as food, but she wants to teach her daughter a lesson. And this is where our main character's story begins. We follow her a bit before this, but we follow her trying to get back to the center ring and reclaim her honor. But she may learn some stuff and grow as a character along the way. And there's a lot more going on than I'm saying, a lot more. I will just say it's a very fucked up game, but I do really want to make it. For Blank Slate and Decree of the Moonflower. Part of the fun. Hey. So there's those two games. So we will just glaze a bit over them. I could share more stuff made for them, but and though I did take the time to censor them earlier, I'm like, maybe this isn't the right place to share that, so. What I can share is, let's do trading cards. These aren't an official thing, by the way. Just going through some miscellaneous stuff right now. I still got less miscellaneous stuff to go, but hey, look. Cards. From there, the next thing, let's do another gameplay session. We've done a few sharing things in a row. We can go back to some gameplay, because there's still definitely more to tackle. Let's see. We did Indigo Stalker, that one. Eeny, meeny, miny, let's do... Choosing right now between a few different things here. I guess we haven't touched Close Your Eyes at all. Let's do Close Your Eyes stuff. Okay. Especially since there's definitely Close Your Eyes stuff to touch on. Put stuff about... I'm going to be touching the original Close Your Eyes for a bit. I'm going to do the new ending. And I'm also going to touch upon some stuff in the remake. So let's launch up the original freeware Close Your Eyes, which got updated a few months ago. Raw. Yeah. Close Your Eyes, old version. You can take this as a guide of how to get the new ending if you don't know. There's like a guide written for it. I don't think there's any videos of the new ending, actually. Let's put them on so you guys can see it. Alright. Transform, fit to screen. There we go. This game contains violent, disturbing, and cruel graphic content that may not be suitable for all audiences. Sounds a little loud to me, but maybe that's just me. I'll turn on the master volume a bit, though. That should be good. Move that for you guys, and let's just start from the top. And the game and new ending will not take that long, especially since I know what to do to get it, so let's do it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. How y'all doing? Today, our exciting contestant is death-defying. Death-wrong-defying, that is. He's a little tied up right now. Let's go check on him.
I only just realized I was muted. Sorry about that. I blocked the door with a pipe. Someone's drastically trying to get in. There's pipes taken out from the wall. Indeed. We're not going to observe the weed. It doesn't concern our attention. Okay. To get the ending is pretty simple if you know about a little trick. To get the brand new ending added a few months ago. Wow, I've got all these save files saved up. I don't think I need a save file for this, actually. I think I'll be okay. First up, you don't need to look at the poster itself, and you know the poster's trick. Ah, poster of an eye. Wonder what it's for. Every poster in Close Your Eyes is looking at a message on the wall. The sign Rin here. She cackles in darkness. Okay. Reading that once has been the first step of what we're trying to do. There's actually only one more step, and then we're going to be locked in doing this ending. And that's reading the hidden message attached to this poster. If you know the poster trick and look at them, you're locked in. Is this poster supposed to be of an eye? What a strange symbol. The sign Rin here. Follow the witch's howl. And with that, we are now officially locked into the ending. Surprisingly enough, not many people know to do that. That's the Girls' Graveyard new entrance, by the way. We're not doing Girls' Graveyard right now. The only way you wouldn't be locked to the ending, I suppose, is if you went to play Girls' Graveyard. So, it's like on the weeds. Tin Red Label cassette. Let's do it. There was a mistake on my part when it first launched, where there was one point which accidentally put you on the path in like a really easy to do way. It's been fixed since then, though. Let's do it.
Once upon a time in another place there was an old hag, or so they say. She cursed anyone who dared tread on her lonely space. Once upon a time in another place there was an old hag, or so they say. She cursed anyone who dared tread on her lonely space. Once upon a time in another place there was an old hag, or so they say.
Sorry, I had a sick moment. Roll as it goes.
Once upon a time in another place there was an old hag, or so they say. She cursed anyone who
Alright,
dared
hopefully
tread
that's
on her
good there.
lonely space. Once
Okay.
upon a time in
was an old tiger, so they say. I'm so used to the remake in some ways, but at the same time, I'm also super familiar with the original, so it's in this weird space for me. Where I both know exactly what's going to happen because I've played this original version so many times over the years. But on the other hand, not even like that long ago, because I was playing it again, obviously, to put in the new ending. And I also played it back when I was making the online version for the Ichio test, but... That's a little funny, Holly, but hey, if you liked it still. Should open up the last thing. Who here has seen the Close Your Eyes Rod ending before? I think probably most people that are talking have, but... Let's move this way. Hey. Raise hand, never heard of it, Gracen. Let's go grab this. It was rather dark. I suspect most here have, so that's a-okay. Let's cross down here. I saw you. No time to be gardening. I did see something there. Did you guys see it? Moving on over this way. Moving on over back where we came. Alright. Let's put the turnstile ticket in. The turnstile gate is now open. Let's do this thing. Again, I don't need to save right now. I am not in threat of dying, I don't think. At least right now. Oh. Well, that's a little concerning. I will say it was fun making this fog effect happen. I saw you there in the fog. Ghastly's not there. No music. It was buggy when it first came out. It should be fixed now, so. But wow. Moving on across. A liar, this could be useful. Ah, much better. Yeah. Well, that was not concerning. Let's continue. We descend. Wow. Sure is a whole lot descending. Yarp. Good we made it here. To the skull platform. There's no crystals anymore. Right, in this version, there's the puzzle, so I should get this in my head here. What? There's a message problem in this wall. This is your fault. Oh. Moving on over this way. It is indeed a weed. All paths lead to darkness. We're gonna go up here and everything will be fine. There's no bodies. There's no meat squelchies. Go down here. So we're in here, running away again. Apparently. I mean, hopefully they're delicious. Let's head on the upswing for the moment. Yeah, we'll go up here. Oh. Well, not much for me there. Back down I go. Definitely don't remember there being that long. No comment my mixer to put yep. No cement mixer for the fun of mixing marshmallow. Okay. We finally have music. It's relieved. There's so much silence and nothing for a long time. Oh. Struggling again. Yes. Of course. It's always a struggle with you. But it makes sense. You were caught and they sentenced you to death. You don't want them to find you again, do you? That struggle. After all, I see you for who you really are. I'll be happy when you're gone. Everyone will. I'm your only friend, so I know what you are. You never thought of me, at least not really. You abandoned me and left me to rot. You used me up and left me to rot. You ran away scared as I was rotting. You know, you wanted to save yourself while I rotted. You keep thinking about killing yourself, but you never do it. Why? Because you're scared and feel sorry for yourself. You're greedy. You still believe you deserve more. But you already have everything I'll never get ever again. You get to play happy pretend with your memories. You of all people, you murdered a child for God's sake. Yet you feel sorry for yourself, acting like you're the victim. You're a stain. You've hurt everyone you've ever been in contact with. A disease. You make my suffering all about yourself. You use my image to hurt yourself. My life intertwined in your suffering fixations. Making yourself a little regretful angel. Want to say sorry to me that you didn't mean it. Maggots crawl through your mouth. You're spewed nonsense. I don't care how you feel. None of us do anymore. Always feeling sorry for yourself. What about us? You're influencing away like the worms that consume us. Your shadow looming over overshadowing us. You're the one who gets to define what our lives were. And that's all we'll ever be remembered as. Your victims. Poor you. You, oh poor little you. Poor you, pouring all of you, poor you. Was I sleeping here? He had power only to feel, and feeling was torment. Oh hey, we're at the house. Hey. Fix it on over this way. I'm just sunning. Hey there, you up here? No? I guess not. That'd be like it. Well, let's see what else we can find. For the time being. Door is locked, but nothing to signify anything particular about it. I see. Wow. The mansion sure is pretty empty right now. But surprisingly very open. How can the mansion be so empty but so alone? So open but so empty? I mean, it sounds like it explains itself. Of course, originally you're like desperately trying to get keys and all that, so... Sure is a lot of stuff going on around here. Yep. Play the piano. Yes. Let's see. Indeed. There's usually a murder victim over here. Apparently not. Oh yeah, I hear my cat. Hey, Pickles. That's the name of cat here. I'm a little tired, but you know, I'm also fueling and doing my best. My grass line to go nom on after we're done with this one. I've got something to play while I'm getting something to nom on, so. Kitty. And I'll just pass it on through. As a kitty likes to do. Indeed. Marshmallow just living their life. I would say their best life, but I'm pretty sure this is not their best life. I'd be a little concerned if Marshmallow considered this their best life. We're fine. Don't worry about it. Crisscross into the train. Ah, kitty fun. Yep. Are you ready to tie a noose around your neck? Let's do it. Wow. Whoa.
Well, aren't you lucky? You reckon you deserve a backstage pass. Then, I have 3 exciting questions all about you. Question 1. Are you a good person?
No.
Well, we can't all be winners. We all want to believe we're the hero of our own story. But it's this hero complex that leads so many astray. Question 2. Were you ever really a friend?
Yes.
You may have tried to be, and maybe you feel love in that heart of yours, but I'm not sure she saw it that way. Could someone do the things you've done and still call them a friend? Question 3. Have you gotten what you deserve?
No.
At least you've been listening. Now, we've both said and done a lot of things you're gonna regret, but you lack the perspective to see it. Do you want to be a good person? You don't have to answer that. It's written all over your face. And that's why you're welcome to come back here. To Ross.
A dream where both of us died apart. I was rotting to the inside, and you couldn't do anything but watch. The dream was all about you. In that dream, even though I was the one who was rotting, I somehow knew it was you who were going to die. I kept trying to call out to you, but my voice wouldn't work. I lay there, staring at some dark ceiling. You were hanging there from a noose. I didn't want that, so with all the energy I could muster, I reached above and snapped the rope. You were free. But you didn't look back at me. Instead, you ran away. I felt this overwhelming sadness. Somehow, I knew that was the last time I'd ever see you. That you would die somewhere far away and I'd never know. That I would get better and that you'd never know. And the last time that we'd ever seen each other was us at our worst. And that'd be the memory left to linger in both of our minds. I hope one day I can awake from this dream. Even though you won't be there to say good morning, and I won't be there to say good night. So sweet dreams, I hope you brought.
It starts with an itch and a tingle.
There we go, that one.
Then it builds and expands. And suddenly all at once.
There we go with the rod ending. Now I'm going to play a little bit of a repetitive video, so I do something quickly. I might get something to nom on for a second, but then I'll be right back. So I'll let this finish up though. It's those Let It In song, yeah. Though with a wind sound effect. Thank you, Joshua Gordon. I'll leave that to you to think about. I will say, this is an ending that will end up in the remake of Close Your Eyes. I kind of made this version of the ending to be in the spirit of the original Close Your Eyes, while the remake version of this ending, though this is a new ending, I'm trying to make it in the spirit of how I did the remake endings. So, congratulations, thank you for playing. To be continued, Close Your Eyes too. Ending 9 out of 8 obtained. Rods.
Scratch till my fingers go numb, but my skin never bleeds.
Alright. Slate. And push that over there. Now, I'm going to play a semi-repetitive video, but it's mostly to give me time to get something to eat. I'll be back in a few minutes and then we'll resume. I will put on this video from Take the Dream 9. I'm sure many of you have seen this before. But call it my staller video as I go, no. Take the Dream 9 video, this one. I'll be right back.
Procrastinating in the sun. Procrastinating in the sun. In the sun, the motherfucking sun. In the sun. Procrastinating in the sun. Procrastinating in the sun.
Video is done. I almost finished eating too, which is good. Hey, how's it going for you guys? Welcome to the silence of after the video being over. So, hey. Right. I had enough time. I almost finished eating even, so. Hey, I love that Take the Dream 9 video. Again, I hear encore. Oh, you know I can't resist. So what was the point? I was eating. The video was the downtime when I was getting something to eat because I hadn't eaten, like, I suppose, 9 hours. Actually, longer than that because I didn't eat before I started the streams. How many hours was before? The answer is I hadn't eaten in a while. Anyways. I am going to make the most of the little less than 3 hours we have left. If the video is longer than 11 hours and 55 minutes, anything beyond the 11-hour, 55-minute mark is just erased. But I got more to go over, and I'll take advantage of the time. I also will say I am doing surprisingly okay. I have not said this the entire stream. I'll say it in the middle so that a lot of people will miss after the Take the Dream 9 bit, but yes, we'll hear it. I wasn't able to get to sleep last night. I was so busy getting things ready for this, and also just having difficulty sleeping when I tried. So I've actually not slept in almost 36 hours, but don't let people know that. Yep. Yeah, hey. I feel surprisingly okay for having been awake for 36 hours. I will say that. It's not quite 36 hours yet, but funnily enough, by the end of the stream, like around 11 hours, 55 minutes mark, it'll be 36 hours, but we'll see how I feel, but anyways, don't let them know that. Regardless, let's move on to the next thing, which we have Close Your Eyes to cover and Take the Dream 9 stuff. We'll go in Take the Dream 9 order, because there's not a lot, but there is a little, which I can go over. So, firstly, here is the Take the Dream 9 website bookmark thing, because there used to be a part on the Yai Gameworks website where you could click a game and have a little page for the game itself, and then you could also buy a Steam key and all that. The site is no longer owned by Yai Gameworks. Don't go to it. It's like some AI company that owns it at the moment, just doing Chinese AI stuff. So, yeah. That sucks, but hey. Yeah. Are you thinking about procrastinating in the sun? It's a pretty good song, right? Yeah. There's not a lot. Should I share the secret? I can't take it anymore. Pat. It's not the 230 secret, because that I will never spill the beans on. I'll just let it happen when it happens. But there's actually another secret which maybe people have figured out, but I'm not sure if they figured out the steps to all of it. You have to do something at several different points in the game. And you also, there's something that you can do so you can lock yourself out from ever doing it in a future playthrough. I mean, you can erase your save file and all that. It's not that safety precautions, but most people don't even know there's a secret they get locked out of for doing that. This is not related to 230 for the record. That's not something that you can't do 230 if you get like a thing. I've even said this. It's a patch that needs release for 230, so I know people couldn't just get it from the code and all that. But there is a secret, which at least maybe, I'm not going to say no one's ever found. I think that people found the first step of the secret, but it's like a longer form secret that goes over the entire game, so there's a little Take the Dream 9 tidbit there. But yeah. I will warn, it's not like a super exciting secret. And when people figure out what the secret is, they're gonna be like, Ryan, really? Basically. Well, I do sometimes like in-depth secrets that are surprisingly well crafted that people would probably never figure out. And sometimes them would be something cool. I wouldn't say this secret is cool, so. The sheep is part of the secret, but just the sheep is not the secret itself. There's some stuff you need to do before you get to the sheep. And then the sheep, and if you do something with the sheep specifically, will do something. Da, 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 da. Trust me, when you figure out what the secret does, it's like, Ryan, really? I can explain my reasoning of why this secret is in the game, but I don't think people would believe me. Maybe I will reveal it today. It's a really dumb secret. I'm going to tell you that one right now. Gracen, when you hear what it is, you're going to especially be like, Ryan, really? Give me a second, something's in my throat there. I was just eating stuff. You are. Actually, nah, no. You'll be presenting yourself as being disappointed, but truly you'll be proud. Yeah. It's, like, actually really stupid. And not, like, I don't think it's, like, a ha-ha stupid. It's, like, actually just stupid. There was something I had saw and thought about recently where I was like, what if I just, like, implemented a really in-depth secret like that? It's like a secret of shame. It's like you make it so secretive because you thought about doing this and then you decided to actually do it. And then you're like, you know what? Now I feel shame for putting the secret in. So now no one should ever discover that this is in the game. It's my sign to shame that this is in the game. So. Yeah. Be what it be, what it be. Anyways, let's do this thing. We're going to talk about Take the Dream 9 for a bit. I might talk about the secret. I'll think about it. I'm not going to talk about... I'll talk about 230, but I won't, like, say what to do for 230. I will say... Okay. Actually, I will say something about 230, okay? I said before there's 3 different ways the 230 could happen. And that's still true. One of them is getting closer and closer to just naturally happening. I'll say this one. The easiest way to get it done that requires no manual effort and was always on a timer is if we ever got to the year 2030. Which we're almost there. That's one of the methods. You could just wait till 2030 and hopefully I'm still alive then. But that one is not, the other ones are a bit more interesting than that. That was well, if nobody ever fucking figures it out. Maybe one day, if it's like something that people couldn't figure out for years and years and years. But that's only one of them. The other 2 aren't inevitable. They need user input to actually happen. I mean, like, somebody could do it today, and I'd be like, okay, time to prioritize it. Wow. I'll just say that much on 230. For those who don't know about Take the Dream 9, there's been this long thing that after you beat the game, you reload the save file. There's the scene that you see, which gives a clue, and nobody has been able to solve the clue. And I've already revealed in the past that if somebody can do one of 3, if one of 3 methods happen, is how I should maybe word it. Though because one of them is literally a timer, as I just revealed. But I would say that the other 2 do have to require a person to figure out and do something. then I will just work on and then release a patch for everybody, which I have long had in my head for a long time, which has something which I will not reveal right now. But the inevitability, what I put in my head is if nobody figures it out, because keep in mind I don't know how big or how small my games are going to be or anything like that. If nobody figures it out by 2:30, like 20:30, then I'll just fucking do it. If I'm still alive, of course, and kicking. Anyways, let's talk about Take the Dream 9 stuff. There's not a whole lot to share as compared to Close Your Eyes, we'll talk about in a second, but there are some things to share. First of all, it's just on the website. It's the Take the Dream 9 bookmark thing that was from the website surveying stuff before it went down under. Now, well, let's remove that and get to the next thing. We have some concept pieces of a lot of the character deaths and art stills from the game. We have Luna's death here, which also had a beta form, which I believe I also have here. Maybe did I not? I maybe. Oh wait, this is the beta form, right? I chose the right. It's right here. Beta form was this file here. You see, this is close to what the final in the game looks like, just uncolored. There's a few differences, like the insects aren't there and all that, but it's right here though. However, there was a beta version of this one as well, which is this file, the one where it was the first post suggestion by Rinks of how to draw this specific piece. We have a few others. This one was the death scene that altered the most. I think Rinks pretty much nailed it for the first take. Like, this was her first take on Vera's death, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty much what I was imagining from what I described. And then we got the others, which are a little less exciting, I think, honestly. We do have the original version of Gwen looking out of the window, which of course doesn't ever actually appear in the game. Anyways, after that, we have Gwen looking a little crazy, a little insane, and the first sketch version of this version of Gwen. I think Rinks did a great job both with the initial sketch of this, but I think the final piece even turned out better than her initial sketch of this. I asked her for a specific pose, which is kind of really close to the pose that she's striking here, and to make an expression where you can only see her lower lips, but it gives off this creepy, insane feel. And I think she actually did a pretty decent job with kind of tight instructions. So, well, we'll talk about that later. Remove there. Then we have, I think this was, yeah. The initial concept sketch version of the gluttony, let's call it, figure at the end. The initial sketch idea behind it. Pretty cool. A burg. Now, the thing to really talk about Take the Dream 9 in terms of scrap stuff is that the final area of Take the Dream 9 is actually based off of an unfinished game that Rinks and I had started work on but never really fully realized. I have some stuff from that scrapped version that the final house, at the end of the game is hand-drawn, is based off of. Firstly, we have this sprite, which I'm surprised I still haven't used in any game because it's honestly a pretty decent sprite. But over here, for who was supposed to be a stalker that was walking through this late section of the house game, when things would get dark and it would do its thing. This is supposed to be from that bit of the game. I love the sprite too. I'm surprised I've never used it for anything, especially since I have the OK to use it for anything. Okay. From that same slice of the pie, we have some concept art from stuff from this game. We got this crazed gesture doll. We got this woman crawling around here. You can see her face there while she's also slumped over. We were talking about this slump over snail type pose. We got this little main character here. And yeah, I think that's all that's on the shrine, but there is going to be a little bit more in the last thing. The last thing's the most interesting thing. If you're interested in this old scrap Yai game, that then had stuff repurposed from it for the final section of Take the Dream 9. So, just showing stuff from the original game, but then was salvaged in Take the Dream 9, I guess. So I have this map, which I go more into detail on than most of the maps I make in my games. I will read this precisely so that we will just go over what this original game idea is, because this is actually full of spoilers for the original game idea. This is from fucking forever ago. Again, it's pre-Take the Dream 9. I'm not going to read from the top left. I'm going to start from... Let's start actually from... hallway. Okay, so bottom right. I'm going to go bottom right, and then I'm going to go... actually, let's start from bathroom and go a little bit... No, yeah, let's actually start from living room and then go clockwise. So, as you can see, front door area connected to main hall. Front door is locked, connected to the living room. And then you got the locked door, which was supposed to originally lead there to the bathroom. But there's the locked door here that was supposed to be a secret. We got Dad's bedroom, MC's bedroom. We got a secret room. We got the creepy alt room attached to Dad's bedroom. We got a basement staircase, which leads to the basement main, which leads to the abandoned shower room. All right, so we're going to start from... so I guess for the living room, we want a fireplace, hunting trophies, gun rack, flag, rocking chair, gramophone, writing desk. To Rinx's absolute credit, she did all that, and she nailed it, in my opinion. Next up, hallway. Shoes, coat rack, small table with pic of father and daughter, pictures on the wall, movable chair to peep at people. There we go. And she did that too. She did very well. Then we needed a bathroom, toilet with sink with mirror above, clothes hamper, washing barrel. I don't know why I call it barrels, washing, whatever. Shower with curtain. Closet. Well, clothes, obviously. I'm guessing on a clothes rack. Same old toys, a box or two. Some old toys, a box or two. An old toy phone. So, yeah. Then we got MC's bedroom. Cage for sugar glider. I think that was a pet. I think that we had decided that they had, like a, what type of animal? It's like, I literally Google it, but I'm just going to leave myself to remind myself. Bed, a desk with lamp and diary, a toy box. I think it should be locked, so a key is found. Something inside what for now? Nightlight. Secret room. Her posed on the top tier, hunched over, which is that woman we saw in the last thing where she was like in that weird pose thing. Flowers and flower petals spread throughout the room. I imagine flower petals being sprinkled around the door, around the room, and able to be walked over. A chair. A doll stand like the ones used in Inigo, which I think... What was that? Was that a horror movie? It might have been a horror movie. I could literally Google this again, but I'm just going through and trying to go off memory, because this was over... Yeah, it was over 10 years ago. But yeah, this was over 10 years ago. Okay. Storage room. Tiled area with sink and operating table. With embalming stuff. Gesture-typed chair. Table with rusty, bloody surgical tools. Various shower heads and a couple of drains. Hanging sheets from hooks, some with shoes underneath. Sounds like a fun time going on in that room. Basement. Chair with mannequin tied to it. Can be untied. Fuse box on wall somewhere. Boxes. Sewing machine. 2 to 3 standing mannequins. Maybe 1 or 2 of them are with smeared clown makeup on. 1 dressed up creepy mannequin in a wheelchair. The washing drying machine. I like how it goes from like normal stuff to sewing machine. Then it's like, yes, mannequins with clown makeup, and one of them's in a wheelchair, and also a washing and dryer, please. Anyways, next up, Dad's bedroom, bed, stuffed animal display. The sides to the slides to the sides. So it should have some space to slide to the left or right of it to reveal a trap door beneath it. More animal trophies, doll, wardrobe, hunting gear. And so the ritual room, drawn symbols for ritualistic purposes. Candles, jars of things, tapestries of symbols, table with sketches and a book on it. Maybe some books to the side. A woman who looks like an older us, chained down around the ankles, wrist and neck. in need of keys who claims to be our older sister. She wasn't actually the older sister, though. I remember that much. But it's a liable cause. You can maybe believe it. But for the record, what I remember about this game is it was supposed to be a daughter and a father who are alone and in a war-torn country who were staying inside of a house with some stir craziness going on, and the dad who isn't supposed to be full custody of our daughter, and we're staying longer than we're supposed to due to not being able to leave the house due to what's happening outside. Who's getting into beeswax that he didn't want her to get involved in at all, basically. I remember that basic setup for all this, but all the same. There's some Take the Dream 9, the game that was scrapped to make some of the final section of Take the Dream 9 there. Hopefully that was interesting enough. Alright. I've got fucking Gangster Paradise stuck in my head. I have no idea why. I wasn't listening to it. I think it popped up in my head at one point, and then it's just been stuck in my head for some reason. Of course, I mean, it popped. I was about to sing it, and I started to. I was like, no, Ryan, you need to explain why you're just randomly starting to sing Gangster's Paradise. Yeah. Okay, we got stuff to share about Close Your Eyes, both the original and the remake. I recently found out that I actually have a PDF of a lot of the art files for Close Your Eyes, so I could do some stuff for the remake, as similar to what I did for the goodie bag here, but not for all the pieces, just for a number of them. Alright, so for Close Your Eyes fun, a lot of the Close Your Eyes stuff is, if you own the goodie bag for Close Your Eyes, none of this is remarkably new. Most of it is from the goodie bag, since I shared. I wanted the goodie bag, when I retouched it, to be a pretty complete version of the history of Close Your Eyes. And I think I did a pretty good job, so there's not like a whole lot to touch on. Here's like a sketch of 8-Ball. People don't know who 8-Ball is. 8-Ball will be voiced by Gracen, by the way. Here is 8-Ball. Most people don't know the King yet. But the King will be voiced by Holly, so yeah. And these two have wonderful times together. Hopefully. Yeah. Then, next up... Oh, this part I did miss. This is actually not in the goodie bag. Maybe I should put it in the goodie bag. Here was an early Girls Graveyard sketch. Not by myself, it was somebody who just submitted it. And while it's like a crude drawing and all that, I think it's kind of cute. And I think that it delivers on sort of the whimsy of what you would imagine from Girls Graveyard, from like the outside looking in. I think it's cute, so I just wanted to share that. It's from all the way back in the day when I was like, okay, if you guys don't, I mean, nobody needs to. It's obviously not a requirement, but if anyone would like to and wouldn't mind me having whatever right to use whatever, I wouldn't mind. And there was people that were nice and did it, so I was like, oh, okay. I have it all these years later. I'll pin it on my fridge. Then we have the Close Your Eyes socks. Some people know that a long time ago, like a really long time ago when Close Your Eyes was relatively new, I had an offer, not for my games, for my YouTube channel, to do socks. I guess my YouTube channel was big enough that they were like, would you be interested in doing socks based around you? You give us a design, these are the dimensions we need, and we will make you socks. And I was like, you know what? I want socks with my characters on them. I'll agree to this so I can buy myself a pair. I don't know how well they'll do, and the answer is they did not do that well. I don't remember the exact number anymore, but it was definitely less than 20 pairs sold. And one of those pairs sold was me, and one of those pairs sold was Rinks. So I was going to say. And it was more than 10, less than 20. It did not sell very much at all. Thus, they must be huge collector's items this day and age. The host socks were not made. We could only do one design. So we went with, we came up with a host design and a marshmallow design. And we decided to do the marshmallow design, because the marshmallow design was kind of cuter. And I have this pair here of these Marshmallow Monk socks, which, yeah. In fairness, I'm going to say this up front. They were nicely made. They were nice quality socks. So, they weren't like cheap socks. And even say how they made the socks, they look pretty good. And they got the design put down pretty well on a pair of socks. They did it. It worked as socks. But obviously, barely sold. So I barely got anything from it. But that's okay, because the real reason I took that deal was because I wanted a pair of the socks. And so this way they would make the socks. I don't have to pay for them. I just have to pay for the pair of socks. And so to those ends, it worked out perfectly. So. Wow. Anyways, but here were the hypothetical two designs. We chose the Marshmallow Monks. There was never host socks made. If you're trying to look to see, like, where can I find, like, the 10 copies, the 10 pairs of those host socks that were made, they weren't made. We chose to make the Marshmallow Monk socks, so. Alright. So outside of Close Your Eyes socks, there hasn't been that much official merchandise about Yai stuff ever. There was something that was sold on Rink's side for a while, but she took it off because they weren't really selling that well, and that's okay. I understand these things, but basically I told her she can sell whatever she wants with anything that she works on with me. I'm not bothered by it. In fact, I think that she deserves it. But these weren't selling that well. But for a while, she was selling the stickers. She made these designs for the Close Your Eyes stuff. So these Close Your Eyes stickers. You can see them all here. They came as a pair together. So you got Marshmallow Monk, you got Host, you got Ghastly, you got the girl, you got the pancakes, and then you got the Close Your Eyes logo. I would personally say, well, I understand that Simon is kind of hard to make a sticker because he's got that long nozzle. It's not impossible. I own these. I own the Host the Marshmallow Monk ones. Yeah. I'm going to say Rinks' official Close Your Eyes stickers. These were the designs for the stickers, so. For part of the fun. There's not very much official Yai Gameworks merchandise that's ever been made, and at the moment I don't think there's any official stuff being sold. Not to say there's not an audience for it. There never has been as far as I know, which is fine. It's not why I'm making games. But just these were the things that existed, and I have the designs here. And they were unique drawings from Rinks for the stickers, so. Alright. Moving then. I read it, it's just like, Gracen, you're asking for feet pics. Say. Here was the initial concept sketch for Ghastly. I was trying to figure out with Rinks how we wanted Ghastly to look. I knew that I wanted her to have a yellow dress with red hair. There's a strong color coding thing going on in Close Your Eyes. Both to each other, but also the colors that they are do mean something. There's a little tidbit, if you're ever curious. So Ghastly being yellow and red is very intentional. So she was always going to be yellow and red, but then even with just yellow-red girl, there's stuff to figure out about her. We wanted her to look a little messier, like she wasn't taking care of herself recently. Not that she has, like, for a really long time not been taking care of herself. Not so that she looks like she's so disheveled, but it's like someone who was recently out on their own, who maybe in, like, let's say a week hasn't been taking the best care of themselves and, like, out in the wild and all that. That was vaguely part of the idea behind it, if you were curious about that. So. She's just focused on her singular goal to get revenge, basically. Here were some other different takes on it, so. All the different Ghastlies. I remember my feedback on each of these. Here was, because these were when we were getting close to figuring out the final design of Ghastly, and this, I knew where it was when I saw it, so. The one on the left, my arguments may make no sense, but they make sense to me. So I'll try my best to express what I mean, but the one on the left almost looks like she's too laid back. It feels like that's not total neglect. It's not like crazy or anything. It's even kind of fashionable, but it's like either fashionable or it's like almost a little too carefree. It doesn't really give off the right mood for the character, I think. The second one, I don't know, it just looks like they're a fucking pipsqueak. So I was going to say, I don't think it's the right energy for it. Third one, closer. For the record, I also think it's like developed, whatever, we'll talk about later. Third one, taller, it's closer, and I kind of like it, but I almost think that if you made her just a little more, like, let's say, womanly, and then also make her seem like a little more perched, that she would seem like she's more confident, and also give off the vibe that she seems easy to be dismissed as a danger at first, but she is literally the only character in the game carrying around a gun. So, you know. Yeah. She is the danger. Literally, like, Marshmallow Monk's got a knife, but, like, Marshmallow's bringing the knife to a gunfight. Simon, I guess we're lucky that Ghastly and Simon never crossed paths. So, well, I guess I won't say that, actually. There's one time they vaguely kind of do without being a Ghastly tale, but it's not, like, direct, and, well, I won't say too much. That's that another time. So, but all the same, I was really happy with the last design, and I have 3 reasonings for it. The first thing is I think that the design has the confidence level I was kind of looking for. If this makes any sense, I'm trying to think of which, when I was looking at these guys, this is a stupid thought, I promise. I was thinking, if they suddenly held a gun at me, which one do I think would go through with actually shooting me? Just based off of appearance, because, you know, this is Ghastly thing. You don't really know who's going to shoot a gun. There's always the unpredictability. It's sometimes going to be who you don't suspect. But for this design, for this moment, I want somebody who looks like they won't hesitate to shoot you with a gun if they have a good reason to. And in my opinion, the Ghastly that we chose is the one that I feel like would probably most shoot you with a gun, or look like at least they would confidently shoot you with a gun if they had a good reason to. That's a big part of my decision process. So, hey. I mean, it makes sense in the context of the game, but it doesn't make it. I know it sounds silly just by itself. But hey. Now you all know that I chose Ghastly's design from the pool of Ghastly designs that Rinks was coming up with, because I thought she looked the most likely to shoot you with a gun. So, here you go. The more you know. Next up. Again, stuff which is mostly from other stuff. We have the 2 versions of... These were released as part of the goodie bag very recently, actually, as, like... Because I found the original PDF file for a lot of the Close Your Eyes art stuff, so I was able to fuck around with the different layers and stuff that we had on these pieces. So it's like, oh, hey, there's just all purple girl who's just decided, you know what, dresses are cool. And then we got to this version of the girl who's just decided, you know what, having my skin be tinted purple isn't cool. 2 very, very different fashion statements. But all the same, all the same. But I think they're both interesting alterations. I called these alternative pieces just because there's some fun combinations they could make. I think one of the crazier ones that came together, funnily enough, a lot of these involved the girl, I'm realizing. But it's because they, like, had radical differences in the picture. This one was, like, a huge one. Like, the whole piece changes from the original. If you don't know the original picture, let me get it for you for a second, just as a comparison point. But this one, like, is night and day between what it is originally and what it is after the alterations. Just pulling it up right now. Let's go here, there, everywhere. There you go. And let me put that on screen. This is the original picture, if you're curious. So, if you haven't seen the original picture, this was the original version of the picture. And this is after the moderations. I think it's kind of night and day. But interesting. I thought it was interesting to share. But all the same, all the same. Move that through, move that through. Alright. Now, I decided I would give some very, very... No, wait, first we have to go through the I was getting ahead of myself. 1 second. A lot of people know this, but Simon, it took a little bit for I almost said Gracen, for Rinks and I to decide on the Simon design. Rinks' original pitch, I maybe didn't describe what I wanted from Simon the best to Rinks when she first drew this. I honestly think that her take on Simon was more my fault for not communicating what I wanted well enough. Because I saw this, I was like, okay, Rinks, I think I must have done a really bad job in describing what I want from Simon from you. This just kind of looks like it's an evil fire or evil force, just like a force of evil, like a literal force of evil. It's like, so I don't want Simon is evil. He is a force of evil, but he's not a literal force of evil. So I was gonna say, yeah. I think that Simon, I think the next thing I said is that Simon needs to be grosser, fleshier. Like some remnant of human in him, but is very obviously not human. I think I did describe him like that. I think that Rinks originally went for like just a pure evil thing, but I meant not like a evil force. I meant more like something that's like fleshy and inhuman in like a creepy way, not like a pure evil way. So then Rinks went back to the drawing board, and we got with take 2 on Simon, which is like this parasitic thing that you can see like latching onto you like a barnacle or something. And while that is definitely, I think, an improvement over our last version of Simon, I saw this, I'm like, I don't know. That doesn't really feel like what I imagined Simon is. We're getting closer. I said insectoid. I can see what you added in some insectoid stuff. I think the tentacles are too much. The tentacles feel like they almost are silly to the type of character. I think if Simon came with you and he had like tentacles coming out of you, he wouldn't really feel right, if that makes sense. He would feel like he was like some Lovecraftian monster that's acting creepy as opposed to feeling like he's more... Because Simon is not a human character. He's not humanoid, at least the Simon that we see in Close Your Eyes. It's not a humanoid character. But this doesn't really feel like it was once human. And it doesn't really, even like, though it has an inhuman appearance, doesn't really give the impression it was ever human. It gives it like it was always like some monster thing, so... Ghastly, stressful with a gun. Indeed. So anyways, went back to the drawing board, but then I think that Rinks hit it out of the park. I remember that we were talking about this, and I was like, what if there was like a giant like pincher thing, and then like more insectoid, and we sort of talked through it, and then ultimately we got to the sketch that determined our Simon. This was the sketch that determined what our Simon would look like. An idea of being like, yes, it's coming together. I could feel it. This is the one. This is the Simon. And then we established more stuff about Simon to really realize him as the creepy, gruesome dude he is. So, which, if you don't know Simon's whole biology, the finished design, which we have the references for here. Here is a take on Simon. As you can see, it's like a full drawing of the original. Then, to help with drawing Simon, both for now and the future, Rinks decided to take on drawing what Simon's anatomy under the robe would look like, and sort of forming the idea of what Simon is, which is this thing, as you can see. Yeah. Welcome back. I was gonna say. So Simon ended up with this fun design. I'm actually really happy with how Simon turned out. The more I've sat on it, which keep in mind that Simon's been designed as Simon for like 10 years now or so, I would say that I've come to become really fond of Simon's design. I think he's well designed for what he's supposed to be. And then we have another little sketch of Simon here, just Simon being like, haha, Simon. I was overall happy with the results. Because Simon is definitely inhuman, but if this makes sense, despite being very inhuman, it still has like a weird human feeling to it. There's like humanoid aspects that do feel more human. That was kind of this like, it's not uncanny because it's too far away from being human to be uncanny, but it's like almost not inverse, but it's got a weird trace of humanity in the design, despite the fact that the design is very inhuman, if that makes sense. Which is something which I was trying to convey, but I don't think I was doing a good job at the time until this, so... No. Then we got the original sketch of the Scarecrow. Hi, Scarecrow. And we got the original sketch of this Crawly Crawl. Look at him. We have a really old GIF of Marshmallow squishing. It was from a friend of mine forever ago. I was like, oh, that's so cute. Do you mind if I use it for things? They're like, yeah. And then I just have this little GIF of Marshmallow going squishy, squishy, squish. Canonically, how Marshmallow Monk moves through the Close Your Eyes universe. Part of the fun. We have the original... Okay. This was the sketch that helped me decide that Marshmallow Monk should probably be gray, then Rinks was the one that fully convinced me. Originally, and people may know this, Marshmallow Monk was originally brown, because they were resembling monk robes. And I didn't really see the point of making them gray, but this sketch of Marshmallow Monk, one of the first actual drawings of Marshmallow Monk, because they hadn't been drawn yet, and the words from Rinks were able to convince me. It's like, okay, you're bright, and I agree with them all this time later that gray was the right call, instead of brown for Marshmallow Monk's monk robes. So, yeah. How it goes. This is my Cookie Cat. And for the original Close Your Eyes, there's 2 more things I'll show. And then I'll go to Close Your Eyes remake. Here is the stained glass wallpaper scene background thing with just without any of the outlines, just showing the full colors. I don't know, I think it looks kind of cool. And here is the host scene when he's sitting down in the chair in the main game, except there's no bars and all the light effects are taken off of him. Rinks is kind of a cracked artist, and when you get to see her process and how she does things, it becomes more and more evident. She's really, really good at organizing things and putting things together. So, and then alongside that, I would say that she does a good job at not only organizing everything, she does a great job at making it so that it's organized, yet with a lot of effort, and in a way that's really easy to work with if you're working with the layers and stuff yourself. She makes it accessible, not just for herself, but for other people. So, something, but again, howdy. But anyways, the fun of host not having the spotlight on him, because the spotlight's actually a separate layer that's trying to highlight him in a specific way to make him look like he's being hit by a spotlight. So, and even the shading and all that are all in different layers as well, but all the same, all the same. Alright, so that's it for very, very basic Close Your Eyes stuff, which then means that we're moving on to the remake. Remake of Close Your Eyes. Should I play some? We're right now running into having to make sure that we finish this in the next 2 hours, and there's definitely still stuff I want to tackle. Should I will play a little bit of the remake. I'll play a really, really tiny amount of the remake. A very negligible amount, I would say. In my opinion, the Close Your Eyes remake is pretty much on its way to being my most fully featured realized game as it comes together. I'm really excited for people to come. Yeah. I'm very, very proud of the Close Your Eyes remake, and I think that there's ways I want to touch upon it, but to continue to add more of the game to it, obviously. And I've had some ideas recently of how to work upon certain aspects from we already have done. I've been thinking about it, but I'll touch base on it later. I'm about to go on a trip to my grandmother's, so I'm not trying to think too hard about it right now. Where, oh where... Did I move everything? I guess I did. Then you're the folder I need to go to. Again, there, so it's the Close Your Eyes remake. And then you're the one I need to get to, so I can get to the RPG Maker folder. So, well, thank you, but set there. Launch this up. Hey. Okay, now I'm going to launch up the remake of Close Your Eyes. So, close your eyes, close your eyes. Close your eyes and good night, go to sleep. All that fun stuff. Launch it up, and let's share the screen with you guys. Oh, I should show you a feature. Okay, so this is currently only working in the prologue, but I can show a feature which I hope to get done in an update pretty soon. I'm not sure if I'd have to like really focus on it for the next update. I want to get some other stuff done first. But I will show this. I have added into this. I've been trying to add more accessibility options to my games at the moment. Well, specifically, I'm using Close Your Eyes Remake as a test bed. I added the screen brightness so you can like really adjust in the dark areas of the game, or if you want the game to be like darker, brighter for your monitors and all that. So you can really mess around with that for screen brightness. I've been trying to make changes to the game for the parts that are color coded, so that you don't actually need the colors to be able to get past them for those that are colorblind and all that. I've been trying a thing called sound caption. So far I've only done it for the prologue fully. There's a lot more I need to do, and this feature in particular is actually really difficult, but especially the way I think I'm trying to do it, but I will show the prologue quickly because how we're doing it. Here's a dev sheet, by the way.
And we're on the air.
So these captions are only appearing because we're right now doing the, caption mode, I guess. Let's be with you. This part, as always, but... it does get a little painful. Never told forgive. There could be a caption there, I'll think about that. I was sleeping here, but where is here? Go low, Marshmallow. That was absolute silence, so... the tarp lies on the ground. This table isn't familiar, but it reminds me of something. I just can't remember. Yeah. That one needs to last a little bit longer.
Don't worry. I'm here for you. Like always.
Yeah.
This is long after misery and evergreen. Not that I expect you to know what that means. I guess to put it simply, this is recollection, but it's also revigoration. It's where you finally face all that's happened and what it is you've done. It's been a long time coming, so thank you for your patience. I hope it's everything you deserve.
Here is every word that flashed by right there in that sequence. And this is the order they all flash by in. So here's every word that just popped up in that very quick flash. Remember, regret, and they're all in different fonts and all of it. I'm not gonna name I don't remember every single font, but remember, regret, retry, remorse, rekindle, reimaged, reap, resist, remain, redux, revamp, reset, retcon, resist, repent, revere, reality, revise, repeat, reincarnate, repress, replicate, reoccur, repair, resent, revisit, relationship, revelation, re-inhabit, reevaluate, recognize, replaced, resemblance, reform, retribution, revenge, restore, reflect, resolve, refresh, resume, resemble, revive, represent, reward, retelling, restrain, rehearse, remove, reckon, reiterate, resurrect. This one's actually kind of harder with the font. I was reading the small versions. This one is revolt. Okay. Revolt, repurpose, redevelop, retelling, recovery, restless, recreate, reappear, and then it sells on to remake. So, yeah. If you were curious. Okay, so I fucking love Girls Graveyard Mystery. It's actually been a lot of fun to work on, but I'm not going to fully tackle Girls Graveyard Mystery right now. I will say that I've been getting the voice lines back for a lot of the Girls Graveyard Mystery characters that are voiced right now. I've been quite happy with them. I will pick one of these voice actors and one of their lines at random. Okay, it's this one. So here's like a couple lines from it.
You're messing in affairs that don't concern you. If you get too involved, you'll become a liability. You're messing in affairs that don't concern you. If you get too involved, you'll become a liability.
Huh? I chose this
As a
character
member of
wall.
our Great Oak Council, please just leave it to me. I'll handle it. As a member of our Great Oak Council, please just leave it to me. I'll handle it.
Thanks.
Don't think of this as goodbye. Think of it as a chance for life.
Yeah.
Don't think of this as goodbye. Think of it as a chance for life. Don't think of this as goodbye. Think of it as a chance for life. The end is what demons say.
Yeah. We'll roll with all that. Thank you, Mel. So, the character's name is Mel, not the voice actor. I'll mention that. Yeah. It is a witch hat. You're correct. Now, I guess I will only touch on Close Your Eyes right now. In fact, I'll probably go back to the tile screen and reload one of my save files, supposed to starting from the very beginning. I'll probably just show the tiny, teeny little bit after where we are currently. We're still designing past there, but... yeah. Close Your Eyes fun. I am excited for people to experience Simon's voice acting. That will be a fun thing for people to experience. Can I play a little bit right now? Let me, like... let's just say where am I sailing from the prison entrance? That makes sense. Would I be okay reloading from the forest? Yeah, this part from the forest is fine. I am going to maybe reload right before this, so... I am excited for people to experience the Simon business. I'll get this open as I'm going about. I'm going to see if I can find a... do I have a save file to send the rainy part of the woods that I can load from? Rainy forest. So after the scene, because I know what I'm going to do. The rain suddenly stopped. Now let me get the Simon stuff opened up. The girl also did a great job on her lines. So some of her fucking amazing lines come a bit later, but the forest then voiced her. Dives. I'm moving across this way. Deep into the woods. Here are some Simon lines.
Wait right here, dear sweet Valerie.
Yeah?
I'll be right back.
Kitty.
I've kept you waiting long enough.
Ignore that for a second.
I've kept you
To the
waiting
deaths we go.
long enough, Valerie.
Yeah, Simon?
I've kept you waiting long enough, Valerie.
We're gonna skip ahead now.
More than anyone. Just failing to make me feel tingly. I'll be back before you know it. Calls me mold. Great. And I can't lie, it made me very excited. I resisted the urge to taste what our salty fluids became when mixed together.
I'm gonna pause Simon being distracting over here,
no
but
choice but to finish what I started. Valerie, where'd you go? 2 of them.
there's some lines. We'll get to it, but
Little Marshmallow.
yeah, Simon.
My name is Mole.
Hi, Mole.
Boys came out. Wait right here. I'll be right back. Ways to be dead if I wanted to.
Thank you there, Simon. Anyways, let's get this. Then I fled, my heart full of dread. I wrote this text for I knew I was next. Through this con, I've passed it on, of course. Whoa. Allows us to go this way. That's it right now. I can't escape. Oh no. Let's do this thing. We got a little bit of the girl's performance in this moment where she's seeming very off.
It's so cold. I'm so cold. Won't you please warm me up? Come closer. Why are you avoiding me? You're trying to forget me, aren't you? Everyone tries to forget and leave me behind. I'm so cold. So cold. You're trying to forget me. Everyone, I'm so cold.
Never forget.
I didn't want this. I know what I said, but I don't want this. Why is it so cold?
Yeah. Crisscross applesauce, we go down here. Making our way through. Oh. We're fine. She holds the key to your heart, so retrieve it. She's strapped down, struggling to get free. She stares at you with pleading eyes. Please slice under her. Nope. She's a naughty girl. Okay. She's trapped, unable to unshackle herself. She's whimpering. Please slice under her. Take back what's yours. It's okay. She said it was okay. Let's let this bit go. Keep going. Okay. wind up in the next bit. That part will probably be more interesting in a little bit, because it's going to be some... Well, we'll get to that when we get to that. Hi, Ghastly. Well, I don't have the key... Whatever, I can cheat, because I'm doing the developer version, right? That was me cheating. I'm sorry. Ghastly! Yeah.
You again. I guess we're both headed the same way, huh? Which probably means... Who are you? What are you hiding? Spit it out! What? Can't you talk? If you're here, and I'm here... Ugh, just forget it. I'm looking for someone. I don't know if they're here. In fact, I don't even know who they are. But if they're here, I need to see them. Otherwise...
So familiar. Feels bad. Rules we go that way. I had death cheat for a second. Wow. To get over here. Why won't it leave me alone? That is one of the grand mysteries of your day, Marshmallow. We're gonna go downward. Should I do... Yeah, I'll do this version of events. Yeah? Good luck, is what I'll say. Somebody wrote a really good guide for that game recently, actually, if you need, like, help out. These look like bigger versions of my cloak. What? Cloaks that look like my cloak but are too big for me are hanging from the wall. This is seriously freaking me out. Why are these here? Who's dressing up like me? This doesn't make any sense. Door is locked. Yeah. Huh, nothing but static. That's fine. It's an altar of some kind, but it's clean as a whistle, so I'm unsure if it's just for show, who used or was used for human sacrifice, or whatever else its purpose may be. It's a diagram for how to put on a leg split. It's a diagram for joints in the shoulder and ankle. Go through here. A robe that looks small, similar to mine, but it's way too big to ever fit me. It's sprawled out on the chair. A long length of rope also entangles it. Who put this here? Is someone copying me? But why? So over that way. Hey! Through. Are they dressed like me, or am I dressed like them? It's a good question. Yep. The robes I wear were given to me by her. Where did she get them exactly? She tells me she found me at the riverbank, but I didn't get the robes until like came winter and it started to get chilly. I I never went out with her, so I have no idea where she picked them up from. Still, this place isn't that far away from our home. These were the forests we hid in when the authorities came looking for us. Maybe she's got them from here? But she never mentioned this place to me ever. Even when we were soaking wet in the rain, she never brought it up. Was she trying to hide it from me? But why? Well, we'll go this way. Something tells me I shouldn't be here. You don't say. A payphone is hanging from the wall. It's a diagram showing someone sticking a needle in someone's eye. The door is locked from the other side. Answer the phone. I have a bad feeling. Answer the phone. I don't like phones now. The syringe is staying on the ground. Sticking in your eye, let's put it back down. Which one do you guys want to do? The eye, put it back down. Alright. You guys want to do this? I'm sure I want to do this. Maybe I shouldn't do this. Roll as we do it. Well, making a way through here, I guess. We'll cut off there. There's some stuff coming up. This is a little bit of a spoiler, but you definitely didn't need to stick the needle in your eye. Are you stupid? Anyway. We'll now talk about the Close Your Eyes remake side of things here for a sec, so let's open up the Close Your Eyes stuff, which I want to talk about just a little bit, so. Alright, so I'm going to give a mixture of things that I'm sharing here. I'm sharing not everything, partially because of stuff that's like not in the game at all yet, but I'll talk some about some things. Here was me and Gracen had decided, not last update, but the update before last update, that we wanted to redo Marshmallow Monk's sprite. Here was an early take on redoing Marshmallow Monk's current sprite. Ultimately, well, it's not a bad sprite. He and I both agreed it looked a little too clean for like this, yeah, for the game and all that. It kind of looked like it contrasted with the style of the game. But all as it goes, So we went for a second one, which I think came out great, personally. Speaking of Gracen doing some more of the character spriting, here is the Simon sprite. The Furveiling of Simon, who'll be appearing later into the game. He's got some stuff to do. I'll be going to bed pretty shortly. Look at that Simon. Wowzers. Alright, so with this, we will also... there was a recreation of Judith Manor done by T, which is here, into like a little 3D field. There could, as I said, just mainly to get the house out of the way and the idea behind it there. Next up, we have some stuff from Rinks, which is art pieces which will appear in the game eventually. I do have like concept sketches, like here's a take on Marshmallow Monk as a skeleton, which we will get to eventually. Yar, rattle me bones. Here's a take on like the scene where Marshmallow Monk and the girl have that cuddle thing in the forest when they are trying to get out of the rain. Remove this here. Yes. Put that here. Put this here. Here's a second version of the skeleton image. Brr, rattle me bones. Okay. Now, there will be some slight spoilers, but very slight. I purposely chose not the most spoilery pictures, but some slight spoilers of stuff that's not in the game but have CGs already done for them that I've not shown to the public yet. Well, a couple of them might have popped up here and there, but definitely not all of them. So, there is a mixture of artists behind what's coming up as well. First of all, here is Gracen, who did good work for the title screen trailer, but I want this to also appear at a very specific point. For Close Your Eyes, let me move that to the fit screen. There we go. Yep. Next up, here is a scene that will be coming up sooner or later in A Ghastly Tale, which is, of course, drawn by Rinks, because Rinks did a lot of the main stills, with a few exceptions. Go, Ghastly, go! This also might be moments before disaster, but we'll talk about that later. Yeah. Next up, here is T's take on Jeremy. At least the head of Jeremy, I should say. Jeremy. We'll get into who Jeremy is later. Those are the Ghastly Tales stuff. Here is a drawing from Gracen that will be playing in a specific scene coming up pretty soon. He seems pretty happy to see us. Here is a scene by Rinks. There's probably a lot to question about what's going on in this picture, but, you know, just things are happening, that's for sure. I imagine there's at least 3 different questions you can ask of what the fuck is going on in this bit. Especially out of context. Following that, we have a scene that will appear later in Girls' Graveyard Mystery. Go, Kiki, go. And we needed a picture with good old little Marshmallow and one with Simon, so we'll give a little bit of both. Here is Marshmallow Monk being pretty cool. Yeah. Hi, Marshmallow. A music video for the inspiration of the Simon drawing. Here is Simon having a lot of fun, apparently at church. Exactly where Simon should be. Yeah. And that's what we'll reveal for now. I didn't choose anything too spoilery, but hey. Yeah, I'm tired. But at the same time, I'm going to push through. I've got more I want to fill in, and we got like an hour and a half to do it. Let's see. That's fun. Yeah, you get Delta Room, stupid fun. The sleepiness, I understand why they put it in with the aspect of things, but it's a little funny to me. It's like, let's make the enemy sleepy so they'll be pacified, which I think is a little funny. Okay. Now, there is some stuff I want to talk about that goes beyond the close your eyes that we're talking about right now. So, there is an idea which I have for Close Your Eyes 2, which I do not have concept art or anything to show for right now. I will say that I've been writing this game bit by bit. Every once in a while, I'll sit down and write it. It's not a priority project right now. It's not the focus of what we're working on, but it's an idea I've had, and I always get emotional every time I work on it. Occasionally, I will cry during it, but that's maybe just me being silly about what I am writing. But we're not going to talk about Close Your Eyes 2, which is this whole idea, and it's its own thing going on. We'll look a little bit further. We're going to look at Close Your Eyes 3, which I think I've said this before, but I have like 5 Close Your Eyes games planned, like actual numbered games. 2 and 3 I have worked a bit on, and we'll talk a little bit about 3 right now. We'll show some stuff with the future of Close Your Eyes, but nothing too specific. Things that are far, far off, but they have been worked on, so... I have it labeled here as like Close Your Eyes 3, which I think is pretty funny, but also not inaccurate. So, Quaden, this whole entire time, you have been asking about the Anchor, which the Anchor is a character. We do not have a design for him decided yet, and personally, I haven't seen the design, which made me think, yes, that's the design for the Anchor. And because he's not been the priority, we haven't focused on him fully yet. But here was one hypothetical take on the Anchor, which I will put forward because I do have it on hand, and there is one idea behind it. It's not what I think is the winning idea, but I do like it in its own sense. That said, it's great. As I said, Grace is probably going to come up with the winning design. I already can feel it. But we haven't sat down and really tried to crack making the Anchor's design finalized anyway. We'll talk more about the Anchor another time. For the record, despite the fact of an obvious situation with the host is kind of forced to have the Anchor on due to, we'll just call it upper management. The host does really, really dislike the Anchor and thinks that he's gimmicky. We'll talk about that another time. I know. It's not that unusual for me, given how long I've been up. It's a little unusual. So. We have a few other things to go over, though. Some things. Here's how I'm going to do this. I am not going to give context to the things that we're looking at. We're just going to look at things and know that these are not for Close Your Eyes 2. These are things that are for, like, Close Your Eyes 3. You guys don't even know what's happening in Close Your Eyes 2 right now. So some of this I think you could put together a little bit about it, but you might not be able to put everything together. And keep in mind that these things may change. These are conceptual things at the moment. Sketches, ideas, and all that. I'm just going to put them in front of you, and you can think what you will of what you're seeing in front of you. Come to your own conclusions. I'm going to start off with a very, very unserious answer. I was tempted. I was going to do a really dumb joke. I couldn't do it. I chickened out. I should have done it, though, and just got your guys' honest reactions. That would have been funny. I was just going to put this in front of you and pretend like this was a completely serious thing. And just like... There is serious art. I couldn't do it though. Anyway, with that. Okay, so in the more serious note, I'll just put stuff in front of you. I won't give any context what we're looking at, so just let it happen. Put it into the right place. Transform, do. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Just things being put in front of your face. But you don't really need to know. Do, 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 do. Roll as you all go. Do, 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 do. Da, da, da. Wow, 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 wow. Do, do, do. For the fun of all of it. Set things up just to knock them down. Get them ready, it's all for sound. Yeah? Hey, have a good night. Da 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 do do do. There is some Close Your Eyes 3 out of context. Wow. Yeah. There's not a lot to be said about Close Me in particular. I have thought about sharing Sugary Simple Girl stuff. I have a lot of sketches there. Decaying Delicacy, I'm gonna probably not say too much about, if only because a lot of what I could say, I'm planning to do a director's cut, so stuff that didn't like make it is actually very likely to make it, so it's I can say a little bit, but I don't have a whole lot to say. Sugar Simple Girls, maybe I have a lot to say. It depends how much I want to say, I guess. Close Me, there's honestly not a lot. There wasn't like a lot cut from Close Me, or really changed about Close Me. There wasn't even a lot of art done for Close Me. I guess the thing I can share is that a lot of like the videos that are in Close Me and Please Love My Computer Game were filmed in the same location. And the locations I will never probably be able to return to, which is a-okay. It's just because I was staying in a like shore coastal town for a time, and there was a really interesting building which I was able to take advantage of for a while. But I got stuff and I had ideas in mind when I got the stuff. So roll with and go with. Next up, from the Close Your Eyes side, let's see. We got the games to go through and stuff to pass through. For gaming side, is there anything that particularly catches the eye? We did that. We did that. Could do that. That is not the worst idea. Okay. Did this? There's surprisingly a lot of things we've already done today, which that's not a bad thing. Means we're on a good track record, actually. Could do that. I guess, yeah, okay, there's still a few things, though, which I can think of. There's a few things these old bones can make with. Okay. Okay. I will put us through a really brief bit. These are both going to be super brief, like 1 minute things, kind of like the other ones. One of them, there's ideas I want to keep a little hidden. One for like an idea that's going to change dramatically. And then another one, I want to leave a lot of it for people to discover because it's a found tour game, 11.x game. So it's like, we'll show the very, very beginning of it. Well, let's do it. Let's this out. Good, good. Okay, we are going to do Not Your Eyes next, the beginning clown version. Let me say something. I'm a little sad that clowns blew up in popularity again after this game idea came up. A little bit, like a few months after this game idea was conceived. But we'll just play the very, very beginning. There's a huge chance this project will change a lot. I will just show this very small slice of the pie. Because there's something which I think is interesting to show, so... You'll actually notice that I have in some ways already stripped this project for parts into other things. Even this opening sequence, you'll already see that there's stuff which I have taken from this project to put into other parts. As I decide, no, this isn't going through as is. This needs to be, like, taken back to the drawing board, definitely. I will talk about that in a second. Let's do this. Capture the screen. So this might freeze on us the first time that we do it. It's not uncommon for this, actually. So, Not Your Eyes. So you're gonna, if you have played a few of the more recent Yai Gameworks things, you will recognize several things in quick succession. It happened long ago, but when my life was normal. When it happened, everything became worse. Much, much worse. That's why I needed help. Take it. The world is non-existent. My eyes, that which I perceive around me, is all in my head, in a written language that I cannot understand. You see, Doc, a few months back I began to lose my vision. I should also mention I've thought several times about rewriting the script, but this scene, but I usually rewrite scenes multiple times, but I decided I'd leave this as is because I decided I wasn't going to continue with this version of things, so I might as well not take the time to like rethink and rewrite parts of it. Just leave it to the form that it originally came out in. You see, Doc, a few months back, I began to lose my vision. I'd have episodes where everything would become blurry. I'd have to really strain my eyes to even see 3 feet in front of me. As you know, I'm most likely going to completely lose my eyesight within the next year. I'll be honest, Doc, I'm scared about that, but I wish that was all I was scared of. I've been seeing things. Hallucinations, as most would call them. The thing is, I know they're not real. They simply a symptom of my worsening eyesight, a rare condition known as Charlie's Bonnet syndrome. There's nothing wrong with me psychologically, but something about the connection between my eyeballs and the brain that made me see things that aren't there. Apparently my case is the worst that any of my previous doctors had ever seen. My view of reality is completely warped. That's why they forwarded me to you, Doc. They say you specialize in ophthalmology and relatively new forms of eye therapy, such as EDMR therapy. That maybe you'd be able to help me. To be honest, though, I don't have much hope. I'm losing my eyesight regardless, and a few months from now, there's no curing that. Hallucinations will go away when my vision does, right? So as long as I know they're not real, there's not really a problem, is there?
Maybe. But if there wasn't a problem, you wouldn't be here, now would you?
Yeah, I guess I should have figured you'd be a sharper tool in the shed. So these hallucinations of mine, as I said before, they're unheard of. It's typical of people suffering from Charles Bonnet syndrome to see things not there, like people in places they shouldn't be, bugs in their food, and possibly giant flowers, that sort of thing. But me... why do I see myself as a clown? I know for a fact I'm not wearing a clown suit. I don't even own one. Hell, even when I'm naked in the shower, I still see myself as like the goddamn clown clothes. I've never heard of a visual hallucination that changes how you visually see yourself, nor change how one sees the world as entirely as mine do. For example, I know that you're there, Doc. I can hear you. My hallucinations are entirely visual and not auditory, but I don't see you. It's like you're invisible to me. I see people as things that aren't. Some things that are there I don't see at all, and other things that aren't there I can't stop seeing. They're scarily consistent as well. To me, my next-door neighbor looks like they're made entirely out of plants. And for me, they always look like that. Ever since they started, I've never seen them as anything other than a giant plant.
I see. So let's talk about your childhood. Now, here's a question for you. Do you remember the time that you were trapped in the box?
Huh? I've never been trapped in a box before, Doc. Where's this coming from?
Nowhere that you need to know. So what did you tell your friends when you cut them out of your life? Did you tell them about the monsters?
What in the bloody hell are you even talking about? You're really my doctor, right?
You can call me that if you'd like. So tell me, do you see me as your doctor?
I'm going to go now. There's a clipboard here with note written on it. Read it. Nah, we're not going to right now, because we're not going to delve too deeply into this version of the game. There's a few things here which may be familiar to a few of you out there before we go on and continue. So this project was conceived a while ago, and there's more to it, but I decided that I wanted to change several things about for several reasons. But there are parts of it which I liked, and some of it's been put into other things already, so to go with and roll with. So there is a little bit of that from Not Your Eyes. Yep. Set that through there. Got your skeleton missing, maybe. If you're unfortunate. Let's see. Because it's funny. Okay, so the other thing which I wanted to pull out comes from Hachisaku, which this one is, again, a project which will eventually be a Foundatory Game 11.x game. No doubt about it. Put this through here. So I just want to show, again, the very, very beginning, similar to what we just saw, but for a very different reason. Let's choose Hachisaku. What's that? Should be fun. I moved it. All right, right. This is the wrong folder. I moved it to this folder. Right. And Hachisaku. There we go. You guys will be able to see it momentarily. Hachisaku. Let's go into it. This one I want to keep a lot of surprise, so we'll just look at the very beginning of it. Many tell me I should appreciate my youth. These are the carefree days that I'll pine for once I become old enough that the current me is nothing more than a faint memory. They say things such as, Noriko, you really shouldn't concern yourself that much with the future. You should appreciate your youth. Or might tell me, Noriko, you should break from your studies and play outside, enjoy the summer sun. I have to be honest though, that doesn't ring at all true with my current feelings. Many say I seem oddly mature for my age, yet they don't extend those comments to be courteous to treat me as such. They treat me as nothing more than a quiet child who likes to read. I can feel the warmth behind the words of the people around me, how they wish to nurture and make sure I'm safe, but I wish they would treat me more as an equal, rather than something they feel must be protected. One of the few people who've considered me as more than a child is my Aobu-san Hayami, the sister of my father and the person I most look up to. She's elegant, intelligent, a striking presence. Others take notice of her, even when not composed for social situations. She spends much time in her work and research, combing over textbooks, taking their words, and pulling them to the test, all while still making time to spend with her family. Outsiders typically find her intimidating, some with snide remarks, some avoiding her altogether, but I think they're simply uncomfortable with a woman that holds that much confidence and power. With my parents going on a trip for work, I find myself once again in her care, and I must be honest, I'm excited for the opportunity to spend more time with her. I know that within the walls of her mansion I'll be treated as an equal, that opportunities I simply cannot receive anywhere else will present themselves to me, and I'll be able to witness her in a way most others would never get to see, immersed deeply within her work. Yep. I'm here to see my Obasan Hayami. It'd be irresponsible to run away from what shall be my home thing next week. Roll with and go with it. Again, this will be a found horror game 11.x game eventually. Someone is standing completely still behind the garden lattice panel ahead. Would you like to wave at them? You wave to the person. Noriko, is that you? You've arrived a bit early, sweetie. It's a good thing I was here tending to my garden, or I might have not spotted you coming. Say hello to Osama, ask Kaime how she's doing, complain to Haino that you're tired. Which one do you guys want? Any decisions? The one lonely cat. Say hello, ask how they're doing, complain. Number 3, when I complain that we're tired. Ah yes, after this long speech about how we're so mature, I'm tired. You all want to complain. You want to make her immediately childish. You've had a long trip, so that's to be expected. Come on, let's head on inside. I probably don't want to show too much more. I honestly think that this game is relatively cool, and I hope that people like it when they play it. Again, it'll be part of the Found Horror Game 11.x package, so... I know this is just like the very beginning, but... I want to keep it a surprise, possibly give a little bit of what there is, so... Going 1 minute into games and showing them off for both some things that will never release, some things that will probably release in the relatively near future, so... Yeah. Moving through. Now, we're actually almost, but not entirely, out of stuff that we could play in a reasonable time. But I have a lot more which I want to talk about, so we're going to move back to talking about some things here and there from project stuff. We've gone through Girls Graveyard 3D and Gummy and Handey's. I guess we haven't touched base on Hollow Bliss. Okay, so I'll show some things from Hollow Bliss, which this project I realize is internally on hold for a long time. It gets brought up a lot for me of what projects to focus on when I'm shifting focus, but it's just not the time or place for it for several reasons. And there's stuff that needs to be changed about it, but I'll show some stuff, just a little bit. For those who do not recognize what I'm talking about with Hollow Bliss, it's a game that's had like a store page for a very long time, actually. There's never really been a promised release date, but it does exist there. There is the current Steam banner, which is drawn by Gracen for Hollow Bliss. After which, we have the concept sketches that were made for this original banner. Let me pull that out. Gracen did a lot of expressive examples thinking about how to draw it. Fit to the screen. Only pain. As I said, trying to figure out the right way to draw this pain and scared expression. But I think that the final one that Gracen came up with, which is this one, was a good level of not being too over the top, but being able to convey this sort of curiosity, concern, distress thing going on. Gracen feeling like they're so bad and old. I think that they're pretty good. I think that your standard is just a little high. I know you've gotten better, trust me, but I just think your standard is a little high for yourself. Then we have some other things. Here was a creature from the original version of Hollow Bliss, the one that's in like Hollow Bliss Prologue. Look at her go. She's ready to be like, "Wow, come and get you." Then we have some no-face face portraits, which I know sounds funny, but once you see what I mean, it'll make a lot of sense. These will probably not be used in the final game, but we got some for several characters. We got Chris. We got Dustin. We got Haley. We got Julia. Look, all just a bunch of chumps. And then finally we have Sarah. These are the 5 main characters. Well, there's actually a 6 main character, but they're not like part of the playable cast. They just play a huge role in the story. But these are the 5 main characters. It might be redesigned a little bit, but probably not to some insane degree, I imagine. I will say that these 5 characters, I hope people that play the game end up really liking all 5 of them. All 5 of them have definite flaws, but I also tend to think that they're interesting characters, and I wonder what people think of them. Due to the nature of what Hollow Bliss is trying to be, it's the type of game that any and all of them can die. And I don't mean... This is something which I was very persistent with this particular game. This game is split into a few different chapters, and the chapters can change based on various factors. And a lot of these games, they then make it so that not everyone can die like immediately so you can get going. But not this game. Literally every single character can die very early in if you're not very careful with yourself. But that's part of how I want to design this game. I want it to be like, not a horror movie per se, it's got some horror movie isms, but make an interesting horror scenario where the characters' fates are truly in your hands, and the story will branch off differently based on how you're doing things. That's the idea behind Hollow Bliss. So there's a lot more to it, but it's an ambitious project, and it's been a lot of fun to work on when I have worked on it. I don't want to show too much about this at the moment because it's not the focus at the moment, but I look forward to it being the focus eventually. So, yeah, if people want to speedrun how fast they can kill everybody, I'm not going to stop them. So, I'll let them. I'll design it so that you can do that if you really wanted to. It's also possible for everyone to live to the end. It's just as possible for everyone to die if you're like speedrunning and really trying to, not really trying, I guess it depends on a few things. But if like you want to kill everybody, you can. They can all die actually, not that far into it. Likewise, if you want them all to live, you can try. So, the fun of it. That's part of the design of the game. I thought I'd mention that now. Anyways. Hollow Bliss in a basic nutshell. We'll remove their portraits. There went Sarah. There went Julia. Here goes Haley. Here goes Dustin. And finally, here goes Chris. Wow. Okay. I'm going to go these a little bit in alphabetical order to the ones that we haven't looked at yet. Like, we've already looked at Inferbito, but we've not looked at Lonely Yet Not. Oh, I'm so happy I remembered to talk about this one. Okay. I have a huge soft spot for Lonely Yet Not. It's a challenging... Okay, well, it's a little challenging, but it's one which I'm really excited to make someday. There's more to the project that I'm about to say, and these designs are also outdated. I probably want to redesign a number of these characters. I'll start with showing this. Like, here is this gal over here. I will show her off in another character in a second, before I start talking about this. So, will the stream be saved? The VOD will be up and available for people to watch whenever. So, yeah. So, let me talk a little bit about Lonely Yet Not. It's a project I've got... There's a lot of projects I have passion for. Obviously, they're my projects, but this one is a big special spot in my heart, and I really want to realize it at one point or another. The basic idea of Lonely Yet Not is that you are playing an operator. You were hired onto a job, and you... This is going to sound a little fucked up, because it is a little fucked up, okay? You were hired to take care of animals, but you soon find out that the animals you're taking care of are humans. And there is a complete barrier between you and them. You can see them, you're surveilling them, but they cannot see you. They're basically being kept like animals in the zoo, okay? Let's establish this right now. Your job as the operator is to take care of them. And this is a twisted romance game. It has a bunch of different routes. There's a bunch of different routes to go down. I will not go into detail about it, but there's a horror route, there's romance routes, there's conspiracy routes. There is stuff going on in this game. I won't fully get into it. It's a game which I'm really excited to put together at some point. I'll show the characters. This blonde girl is not the only character in the game, but she did sprite some different facial stuff for them a while back, which is what I will quickly go over just to show them, like, hey, it's normal. I am normal. Oh, hey, I am now a little bit surprised. Oh, no. Oh, hey. Now I feel a little down. Oh, hey, now I'm starting to get a little emotional about it, just a little bit. Now I am trying to be, just a little happy, a little fine. Here I am, really energized and excited. Stuff like that, basically. But she's not the only character in the game. It's not like, oh, you're just taking care of this one woman. Not the case. Not the case at all, actually. There is several people. I will picture a couple of them right now. Not a couple of them. I'll go through them. The ones I'm probably going to redesign or rethink several of these characters already, but it's part of the fun to go through them. So I'll show their old versions before we get to whatever I want to do with them in the future. So here's this guy. He's another person that we're taking care of, so he thinks himself to be quite intelligent. Let's see. But yeah. Then, next up, we have... Let me move this around. We got this gal. She's very colorful. It was an honor serving. Then, after her, we've got him. He's doing his thing. He's doing his rounds. I think I have a better picture of him somewhere, but I guess I'll see these pictures. He's just being a little rapscallion. He's a little gremlin, honestly. Moving on from all that. Then we got her, which I've got these two pictures on the hand of her. So we got this picture, where she's doing her thing. And then we have this picture of her, where she's doing her thing. And there were some of the characters with this as we're in a weird surveillance state. Lonely Yet Not, I am looking forward to people experiencing what the whole idea behind that one is. I think it has a right balance where, if I execute it correctly, as it is in my head, and I manage to do it well, I think it has a fun enough beginning, and I think it's gripping enough if I execute it well, of course. I think that there's a lot of mystery and building and twists and turns, which should be interesting. And I think even though there's multiple endings, I think the picture that comes together as people complete it will be very interesting. So that's all I will say about that. But that one's one I have as a special place in my heart. It's like, yes, I'm gonna make this. It'll be interesting to see people experience that. So hey. Next up, we're going to talk a little bit about a recently shelved, but still very much on my mind, Magician game. I've only released one thing about it, and there's one thing that he worked on that they offered for it, so... The thing which I wrote, or which I drew initially, is this little concept picture for this Magician game. The really, really basic idea of this project... just to give a really rundown. It's been worked on a little bit, and it was originally going to be my Halloween project, but then things changed my situation a bit, so it's currently shelved, but it might not be shelved for very long, dependently. So, Roll as we go, as we go. The idea behind this project, and this is just a concept picture, actually, like it's more like a mood piece than anything final, so know that. The really basic idea behind this is that we were playing as a magician girl who is trying to wow her audience, and she's been doing something for a long time that's basically a scam that she's running. She's not exactly a terrible person, but she's definitely not the best person in the world either. It entertains the audiences, and it is what it is. And she's not like, it's a magician. People aren't going there to expect real magic or anything like that, but she's playing the audience in a way that if they found out what she was up to would... Yeah? Let's see. Going and rolling. So, the basic idea is that the magician girl tries her hand at something to be flashy, and it turns out that she ends up activating some type of actual dark magic, and ends up in... we haven't talked about Satan's Depression yet, or Wet Corpse. I'm gonna try and get to those in the next hour here. Give me 1 second. Let's pick eeny, meeny, miny, this one. Speaking of the fucking actually White Corpse here, I will put this on for a second. This is from that game. Sign for it.
Yo, what's up? Yo. Make some fucking noise! Fucking settle down. You wanna hear that funky bass? Yeah. Do you wanna hear that funky bass? Make some noise! Aight. Do you know, I'm gonna sing. I'm gonna sing. Get ready. Hey, conductor, am I right like that? Yo, conductor, got that swag. Hey,
Sorry, it's a fun song. Okay, so I sing its response line very briefly. So, going with this, the magician idea is basically that this girl, while trying to do something that she thinks is a little extra or something to try and get some tips, actually accidentally performs dark magic and enters into a dark world of pain, torture, and suffering. Fun for her, right? We'll talk about Wet Corpse in a bit. I'm excited for it, but all good. Anyways, so this was just a concept mood piece. You would make a game like this. I think it'll be a very fun, deranged game. Sometimes, people want a little something deranged. And that's fun. I also think that'll be interesting to build up this world of twisted dark magic and the horror that's happening in this, let's call it, the house in this is 100% inspired. There's this old Gallo horror movie, which I like the idea of it, and the movie itself is pretty decent. But I don't think it ever has delivered on it. There's something about an idea of a house with painted, laughing windows, which I really like, which I think has a lot of potential. Yeah. He's an artist that has composed a lot of music and has the okay to use them. He also helped with a couple things for Wet Corpse, and I'm happy about it. Ranapla is his name. But for the fun of it. Next up. This is T's pitch for helping with the character design of the magician girl here. our favorite tortured soul here. Now, moving on from that to the next thing. Again, I'm going sort of alphabetical order. I just had this label as Magician Game. The next thing is the Mail Game, which I can explain this. This is actually the closest I can get to talking about Close Me. It's the only thing that has like a Close Me connection. This was something that me and Rinks had conceived of some time ago. So originally, we had this map idea, and I will show it and pull back. This has a connection to Close Me, but it's more like this was just a light idea that we experimented with a little bit, then just ultimately decided not to go through with it. The idea was that we'd be playing horror games and a post office. You can even see us in like the separate chat. We were like in this art program trying to map things out together, figuring out how to get this post office mapped out. This was our first attempt, but it was a little small for us. And so we decided to start over after this initial attempt, which then led to this effort, this is the first floor. We planned there to be 2 floors, starting with this one. If you look, we have things just as basic squares, the basic maps, just the general idea where things are. Public parking, the employee post office area, mail sorting storage area, employees already chain fence, locked aside for the store package. By the way, if you look into like certain types of post offices, some of them have very fascinating layouts. There's these concepts of what's inside of a post office, which I think is really, really interesting. Yeah. Let's see. Public lobby, talent search, teaching room, PO area, counter area, women's restroom, men's restroom, reception office, head honcho's office, conference room, kitchen, break room. Next up is floor 2, which is laid over the floor below it, obviously. We also did that map-wise somewhat intentionally, where it like goes over a specific part of the map. I think there, a little bit more there specifically, but that's just to get the basic idea of where it would be. And on the second floor, we have areas like the office, the planning office, the lobby, the elevator, a safe room, a library, case, investigation room, observation room, interrogation room, cells. And you might be wondering, why is there stuff like this here in this post office? There's actually this fascinating history, because post offices, especially kind of older ones, used to be multi-purpose buildings. Not only would they be the buildings that like would let mail come through, in some certain types of small towns that had sort of nice post offices, they would be like central for multiple government operations. So like the first floor main area would be dedicated to being a post office, while the second floor would do things like host business meetings and have holding cells, and would even have these like observation chambers to like view in on like meetings over bigger things. They even have like religious parts to them, which looking more into is really, really fascinating. Like one day I might want to use a post office, like specifically a somewhat historical, designed to back in the days where there was like small towns that didn't have a lot of buildings, and that something like a post office would be constructed, and the post office would be constructed so they could get mail in and out of the town as one of the priorities, because otherwise the town's cut off from supplies and talking to people and all that, back in the era before like phones and emails and internet and all that. And so the post office would become like this central hub of activity where more was be built upon it, because it was like the connection to the outside world, to the town, that would then become this bigger thing. You don't see that developed as much anymore by itself, but there's still historical like post offices that have these histories behind them. So anyways, though we decided not to do it at the time. This was a bit before Close Me. We did work and fiddle to experiment a little bit with the idea, and as you can see, we were coming up with some stuff for the post office here. And if you have played Close Me, you might recognize that some of those sprites at the top, which we made specifically for this post office game, were then later used for the area in Close Me that you can access from like the bottom right area, which is intentional. We decided to, was like, hey, we made these sprites, we're probably not going to make this game right now, might as well just use the sprites and develop this other building area we're thinking about making in Close Me. So the rest is history, if you're curious about that. If you dig enough into things I've worked on, a big part of my process is oftentimes I'll repurpose things. So it's like, oh, we already put the work into this, might as well, right? part of the fun. We've already done Mama's Trip to Clear Lake. This one's very, very minor. There's not really much to say. There's not really been a game I've designed attached to this character yet, but I did a while ago design this Midnight Bell Rider character. I don't really like this piece of art, which is attached to her actual design, but I did draw it some time ago, actually a while ago now, and I would like to use this character design sometime. I actually like how the character design itself came out. We have like a lineless version and a lined version of her sprite, and I would like to use it for something eventually, because I do like the character design itself. I just haven't really quite figured out the story I want to tell with them. Yeah? Still though? Yeah. For all the fun. Yep. I'll chat to you, remember. But nothing going on with them at the moment. It's basically a situation. There was a vague game idea I had with them in mind, but I sort of just designed the character because I had this character in mind. I would like to use the character in something eventually, but I haven't quite figured out what that will take on form of. It'll probably happen eventually, but I do like the character design. I'll probably use it in something eventually. Yeah. Next up, Miserable Crimson Hood Girl. We've gone over. I guess we haven't gone over Noiseless Signal. I'm actually a little surprised by that. Da, 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 da. So, Noiseless Signal. First of all, a picture I like to use all the time with Yai Gameworks stuff comes from Rinks' drawing for Noiseless Signal, which is this picture of the host. This picture holds a lot of interesting stuff going on in it. I will still never tell what is exactly going on in this picture. Eventually, there'll become a point where people will play a Yai game or enough Yai games, and they'll see this picture as like, oh, I understand completely what's going on. I have full context of what this is. And there's things that you can obviously guess, but there's also unobvious things about this scene, which I think are like, oh, I see, in retrospective. But it's been a picture in a place that I would like to work towards eventually for people to understand what's exactly going on in this picture, and which is a little more than it seems, I think. Yeah. We'll roll with and go with. But anyways, this came from Noiseless Signal originally. It was an image that we had sort of a poster for this. There's other pictures that come from Noiseless Signal. There's stuff from Noiseless Signal that I've been wanting to be in something for fucking ever. We have this picture, which this was supposed to be for this little opening sequence, where our character would be talking. Yeah, it goes in the opposite order of what I'm doing. We'd have this bit of our character listening to a radio broadcast. To talk about this, the main character of this game has this whole thing where he doesn't have a real connection with his father, but he wants to have one. His father was sent out to war as a soldier, and he keeps in touch with him occasionally through radio transmissions, but they've become sparser and sparser. And recently, he hasn't heard from his dad in a long, long time, so he's been trying to keep a signal out for him. And one day, he receives a very, very strange broadcast from a place that's even not that far away from him. And it's supposed to, like, the scene is supposed to pan out to this, and what's developing wherever this is, which he decides to go investigate. So, yeah. We have a few good old characters back from these days. So a few designs. There's this doll design, which you'll see a few variations of here. Initial iteration by Rinks, which then Rinks got into a final design, which you can see here. Voila. This is where the Doctor design that we saw previously for Red Haze 2 as the first appearance. I think I even mentioned that it originally came from Noiseless Signal. But there's their design. Here's Noiseless Signal as a very, very loose logo thought process, but that was never finalized either. One of the characters that we developed here is a Priest Babybuu, which I've been wanting to have a bigger role in a while. We have his initial concept sketches, because we knew we wanted him to have like a hooded veil over the eyes type design, These are some of the initial concepts of that becoming a reality, which then evolved into this specific concept design of how we wanted this guy to be dressed, and very deliberately him cutting himself off from seeing the world directly, which then leads into the different color versions and us debating what color we wanted him to be precisely of the shades of red out there. So, hip hip. There was this logo which we made for the game as well, which is this meat stuff going on. I'll delete this back there. Which I think is just kind of a cool visual. That's just my opinion, though. Outside of that, there were a few bits and pieces. We had this character designed, obviously, for the game, and we'll look at him in just a second. Some of our initial concept sketches went up this alley, trying to think of how we wanted him to look. Which then developed more into full body shots. We figured out sort of his look. We were trying to figure out what sort of attire that he goes into the game with. Ultimately, we chose something vaguely kind of plainish. And have him go forward to deal with whatever he needs to deal with. He's got this. On top of him, there was a female character there. Yeah. Which we can see here. She had like this goth thing going on. Very, very big into this metal scene, I guess is the way I word it. Let me see if I can transform this there. For the fun of it. So we have this guy, we have this gal, we have this priest, we have this latex doctor, and then we have the host. All together in some sort of weird story, I'm sure, right? Not too much more to show from this specific set of things. I always liked what the content warning screen that we sort of mocked up for this project would have looked like. I kind of like, I'll show it. Oh, there's one more thing. There's like this, the hunchback nurse thing going on. Which, see there. But there's a story behind with it. It's not that they're naturally hunchback. There's a little something going on with that bit. Regardless. Finally, I always sort of like this warning screen that was designed for it. It's like really, really simple. But I don't know, something about always like I liked about how it turned out. Alright. This game contains content that may be considered violent, cruel, disturbing, perverse, or unsettling. You have been warned. And then the little trinkles, the radio signal coming from the tower, and the line of it. Just something about which I was just a little fond of on a personal level. No one else has to agree with me. It's just how I always felt about it. God, there's so much more to talk about, and we have like 30, or really like less than 40 minutes to do it. So we're gonna go in a little bit in hyperdrive. There's not like a whole lot to do. I'm sure we can make it, but I want to make sure that we touch on all the things I want to. This is like I'm only planning to hold this stream, so. Next up, we have the project for Liminal Shift, and these two projects kind of combine together. This is another thing which I think I would change a lot of details about, but the basic idea, I think, is going to come together. It's also two ideas that were separate, but then did come together in my mind. So there is this older hospital game, which I've had in my head for a while. You can see over here this weird girl, this weird tentacle thing, and then this little green thing. It's like having they're touching tongue and tentacle. How cute! From this, there is deeper ideas that come. This game was deliberately dealing pretty closely with Pale Smile, which here is a member of Pale Smile. I am now going to drop some insane Pale Smile lore. If you guys are interested in Pale Smile as a character in the Yaiverse, this is going to be probably the most substantial thing I've ever said about Pale Smile. I know a couple here who have worked with me, and I have known I've had this idea for a really long time. Like, this has been something that has been decided in my head for like a decade. Even before Red Haze came out, this has always been the case with Pale Smile. But it's just there hasn't been a good chance to really explore that in anything I've released yet. Pale Smile is basically a multi-hosted creature. It was once part of a greater being that was split into multiple smaller beings. Pale Smile is composed of several different hosts that have similar but somewhat different effects based on sort of the personality of the side that was split from the greater being that they originated from. So this thing right here we're looking at is another version of Pale Smile that is slightly different in personality and slight difference in what it does, but very similar effects all the same. Alright, so we have that version of Pale Smile. I will also show some other, this Pale Smile's babies, let's call them. Mama. Lovely little things, right? Love it. Hi, Pale Smile stuff. They're pretty fun, right? It's all part of the fun. Alright. Now, this idea sort of vaguely combines with the liminal shift idea, which, if you don't remember the liminal shift idea, it's these guys. I know some people here will be like, oh yeah, I remember when you were working on this on stream that one time, like ages ago. And it's like, yeah, here they are again, the liminal shift cast. I even had some sprites and stuff done for them. I do remember these guys, yeah. Anyways, I suspect I would change a lot about the project. Here is, I have like because I was doing this on stream, I have like 4 different artists here. They all gave me the okay back in the day to use the art how I see fit, but I will still do. Here is Gracen's drawing of this fella. Transform, fit to screen. I think it's an amazing drawing of the guy. I can see the inspiration to go into it, and I kind of like them, personally. Alright. Next up, we have this more crazed take on her. Not as good because I'm running out of artistic energy. That's all good. I actually really like the end. For someone running out of artistic energy, I think they gave the drawing of her a fun energy. That's the way I'd word it, so. And then we have this drawing of the whole main cast right there. It's a little more anime. It was really described to make them a little bit more anime-esque in their initial designs, which I am not fully against. I will transform to fit to the screen. There they are. So, and I think that there is fun in that. So, yeah. Then there is this sketch where they do like this crack thing, and that is where we are with the liminal shift cast. Yeah, there's some very amazingly talented people out there. I would like to do something with this idea eventually. I like this idea of where both the hospital game, the Pale Smile stuff going on, and this interesting kind of weird eccentric cast of characters. I just think there's something innately appealing about the concept. I think it'd be a lot of fun to work on. It might be a lot of fun. If it comes out well, it'd probably be a lot of fun to play. That's just my opinion. Alright, we've already gone over PeeTee Babybuu. Roll as it goes, as it goes. We have a few different project stuff to say there. Project Colorful, Project Dragonfly, Project Winter. We have a few things that have project stuff. So next up is a project that Gracen worked really, really closely with me on, and I think they did really fun work for it. It's in a weird place that I don't really want to realize the game as it was, but the 2 characters that were created, I have a specific fondness for, and I would like to put them into something eventually. This isn't the full version I did, but I did like, this is like a modified version. I don't have the original sketch I did, but I did this sketch of like this pink bunny dude, where I'm starting to realize I do rabbits a lot. There's actually a thematic purpose for it, but going over everything right now, I'm like, wow, there's a lot of rabbits in this, aren't there? So, rolling with all that, we have this pink bunny guy, which I think Gracen reimagined in a very fun way. I'm going to show a few different pictures here, which she did. Get wrecked, because this guy is supposed to be kind of like with a certain type of attitude. I had talked about this. I imagine this guy being kind of like in this cocky, slightly douchey, but kind of fun, not a total douche type of territory. I just make any character look sleep depressed. So I think that's a good touch. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Move to roll and go. He's over here just having a fun time. These were designed a while ago, but I really like him still. I would like to come back to this guy, who is this bunny guy. Also, we're going to get like a more professional looking version of him in just a second by Gracen here. Him without the jacket on, so like he looks like he's more professional. I imagine him having this little fun energy. This drawing put this thought in my idea, so it's the thought of an artist having a thought and then coming here. And I think the sleepiness adds to this. I think it'd be kind of interesting to have it so that this guy is still very much himself, but he like puts it on a little bit when he puts on the jacket. Like he feels like he needs to live up to this image of himself. When he has the jacket off, he's a little bit chiller, a little bit more aggravated and all this. But then when he's like, you know what, it's time, flip on, puts the jacket on and goes off to work. This guy was going through some death traps in the vision that we had for him, basically in some sort of death game scenario. And the death games were being run by this dastardly rat, which is the second character that we're going to be talking about. Gracen's design. So the rabbit was, I had doodled something initially, and then Gracen improved upon it. This Gracen went full rein on. I'll play the rat song. It's really appropriate to play that with this. There's a song that we've had on hand for a really long time to use in the project, which is just rats. I'll play it. It's an appropriate time to play it, even. But I was gonna say, I've always liked the rat character that I was designed with. I came up with a few different ideas of how to do this sort of twisted rat thing. Who wants to get this dastardly rabbit and has like an obsession with him. And I think that returning back to these characters and thinking to do something fun with them could be a lot of fun, and actually making them be realized somehow. This dastardly, I guess it would be like it'd be a rascally rabbit and a dastardly rat, is what the combination would be. Yeah. Let's roll with as it goes. Anyways, there we go with that idea. As I said, I really like how this comes out. It puts thoughts in my head, and I like to come to these characters eventually. Reimagine them a bit from the older version that we made, and do something fun with them. Just my thoughts. Part of the fun of it. Alright, time for a lot of project stuff. So I'm going to put that on pause for a second because I'm going to talk about this. This project always makes me a little sad that it hasn't come together. This is an older idea by Rinks and I. Like, this one's been around for a really long time. It's actually one of the oldest ones that Rinks and I had come up with together. I have always been very, very fond of the characters in this idea. I would like to see them actually become something. These are, again, just the initial concepts. And there's one more character, which I think I can fit over here in just a second. But the very, very basic idea is that we have this acrobatic performer who's got a heart of gold. And right now, with let me move this over here. For the dragon guy, he's like so much bigger than them, but it's okay. He's filling up empty space. So, but we have this whole crew of characters doing their own thing. Our acrobatic person is trying to help fulfill a basically a kind of hopeless situation with somebody who becomes their friend as they're performing. Basically, then every other character here, except for the Dragonhead guy, who's like rival, part friend, part foe type. The other characters are all really just out to get this menacing acrobatic, who's menacing in a world of a seedy underbelly of a weird fictional town that has like it was made to have this sort of eccentric atmosphere and have this surrealistic feel to it. And I've always kind of liked where the pieces of this idea could go, as I said, so I would like to someday return to this, but it's always been something that's been kind of in the back burner, so as it rolls, as it goes. This one's been a really long sat on one, though. It's like one of the ones that came a little bit after Close Your Eyes. Rinks and I were thinking about, what do we do after Close Your Eyes? So, sit there with all that. There wasn't ever a proper name for this project. We literally just called it Project Colorful. That was all we've ever referred to it as. The next year are like Project Blank. There's like 3 project names. I guess I'll do Project Winter next. Project Winter is actually the first thing that Rinks and I ever worked on. The last one was one of the first. This one is the first. I'm not going to delve too deep into it. The idea is old, and if I really delved into it, we'd be here for a little bit. And I only have like, give or take, 25 minutes to wrap this up. So I'll go through this pretty quickly. There was this idea where we played as a squad of hired men and women to take care of a weird cult which had seemed to activate an unnatural blizzard which was causing disastrous results. Not like a climactic disaster, which they needed to stop. So I'll start off with our cult guy. There is a picture of our cult guy. And then another picture for an idea to roll with and go with for 2 different things. Okay. So we got these 2. And now you're about to see a lot of character designs. Maybe I love Rinks. I love Rinks to pieces. I think Rinks, because this was the first time that we had ever worked together, like really on a new thing, I think that Rinks went a little overboard with offering character options in retrospect. But I also kind of get it, because Rinks was trying to figure out what I wanted. We hadn't really figured out how to work together yet. So you're going to see like a shit ton of characters. And here they come. I'm just going to throw them on the screen. We're going to go one after the other, basically. Here is Adian Madius, which, let me pull this. This was a character. I have like an official bio for each of these characters. I should probably read that, shouldn't I? I thought I put this in this folder. It's probably in like the concept art folder. Give me a second. I'll fetch this really quickly. I might as well read their fucking bios. So I'm just gonna flash characters in front of you. I'll put them. Transform, fit screen. I might as well read these character bios. So I'm just gonna flash these names on screen. I have them like written down, so I might as well. Better than too few. Alright, so let me pull this through. There we go. I think it's in this folder where it is stuffed away for now. Yeah, I think this is what I'm looking for. I think I found it. Yes, I found it, okay? So I'm going to read these characters off in whatever alphabetical order. They're not in the exact order of what makes the most sense of like who's leader and higher inside the main characters. I'm just going to read them as they are listed, alphabetically. This is Adian Mathis. His role was a cultist that they captured. This is supposed to be somebody from the cult that was captured by them, just kind of a regular cultist. Their age is 24. They are male. A strong believer, but a quiet type. A bit unstable, but backed by a strong will and a set of values he lives his life by. A bit unhinged, but sort of hides it. Wonder capture spends a lot of time muttering to himself religious verses, praising his god, etc. He is calm, sometimes creepingly so, and believes his god will come and save his soul. He doesn't talk much outside of occasionally muttering to himself, but when he does talk, he has an air about him of somewhat monotonous voice, but of belief of what he is saying. Very spiritual. He keeps mental notes on the team while in their capacity and questions things about them. Creepingly enough, he somehow seems to know more than he possibly could in his position about all of them. Highly intelligent, tries to convert his captures to varying levels of success. So this is this character, this Adrian guy. Next up, we have Alyssa Roseland. Which, let's get to the concept stuff there. Fit to screen. So Alyssa Roseland. Again, I have to locate them quickly on this character. So here we go. Role. Her role is the leader. Her age is 39. Her gender is female. Serious and no nonsense about the mission. Concerned with the safety of the team and heavily strategic. Never underestimates a threat. Through all of this, though, has a good listening ear and fairly humble. Places a lot of stake on honor. Happens to be a family woman with a loving husband and adorable kids. Gets a lot of grief from the rest of the team from taking things too seriously, but it's all for the sake of them. Closet gamer, one for speeches and monologues. Despite being a strong person and holds up a strong persona for her team, it may become evident to underline all of this, the unusual qualities of this operation and what it pertains, scares the ever-living shit out of her. Alright. There was that character. Next up is Don Roberts Jr., which I have a more detailed picture of a few of these characters, and he's one of the characters I have like a more detailed picture of, which we had like these were like the initial easier to sketch sketches, and then we have like a sketch that's a little more detailed. So here were the concept sketches. I'll read about him. I should mention this was our main character, if I remember correctly, like who you played as actively. This is Dr. Don Roberts Jr., role medic, age 43, gender male. Veteran and trained field medic, has fantastic precision and ability to focus, but is socially awkward and a bit clumsy in other areas of his life. Typically more of a silent on-watcher, he is put into a situation where he has to make calls more than he's used to due to the circumstances of the situation. Analysis is something he's also very good at, taking note of details around him and of people. He is experienced around the human body. The sight of dismembered people and gore does not faze him. That said, he is a caring man, and he is sad to see a life cut short. One of the reasons he entered into the medical field was to save lives. His first instinct is to seeing a body is to check if it's alive or dead, and in the case of death, analyze for cause of death. When faced with troubling situations, the type to not leave people behind and work with others. Gets caught up in his thoughts sometimes that he becomes unaware of his surroundings. When working, becomes very focused on it above all else. A bit classy, likes to dress nicely and keep his image clean. Picky habits like keeping his hair in check and washing hands. He is a single dad who provides for an older daughter. We never see the daughter in this game, but she comes up in his thoughts and he holds a picture of her. She's very important to him, though due to his work he hardly has time to see her, and something of a rift has grown between them. He was once married, but no longer. We have a couple pictures of him a little bit more detailed, starting with this less stretched version. But then there was a deeper effort to color. I mean, it's like one of the most detailed portraits, probably because he was supposed to be the main character, the person that we actively play as in this game. For him, we were kind of going for like this older type character that you kind of see here. And then we had another sketch, which I will put here. Fit to screen. Voila. To basically fill what the character of Don Roberts Jr. Seemed to be about with himself. Now we're going to move all of that off screen and go on to the next character. There's several characters here. This might take up the rest of the time I focus on that. I might move on. And if people are ever curious to hear about this potential idea, they are free to ask. We will talk about Leah Avery. Leah Avery. Fit to screen. Alright. Leah Avery. There you are. Leah Avery. Role, cult leader. Age 38. Gender, female. The leader of the cult, obsessive with their beliefs and preachy aggressive and impulsive. While the cult is killing people, they take it on themselves to preach their beliefs and inform the masses of what it is they're trying to accomplish and bring them upon the light of God. She claims to hear the voice of God and is the one who initiates the current situation of the whole area losing contact with the outside world. And they take the sudden blizzard as a sign from their God that the land of being purified is being purified to once again become holy. While she is a strong believer of their faith and takes the Doll Master as a messiah of their cause, which right, that's the other guy, the Doll Master. And takes the Doll Master as a messiah of their cause and the being delivered from God, she has her questions of the Master's lack of faith in their cause and the twisted doings of the Doll Master that goes beyond that of a saint. They have some arguments and are in conflict, but still she believes this is the right thing to do and that they are saving people. Maybe somewhat manipulated by the Doll Master, but a strong speaker and expressive. Yeah. To roll with and go with. Let's see. Next up, we have Lyra Harper. We also have a nicer sketch of her in a second. Fit to screen. Yeah. Lyra Harper. Role pilot, age 32, gender female. Snarky, strong, dreams since a young age to become a pilot. She has a bit of a potty mouth and flares of anger, but thinks about the well-being of the team and takes on a role to keep them mannered and behaving with each other. Enjoys being fashionable, a bit of a sense of humor and playful, though is the one who enjoys doing the playing and does not like to be played with. Confident in her abilities as a pilot, as a capable working person, and is fairly cocky about it. Alright. And there is a more detailed picture of her once we have decided on a design, which you can see here. Once again, all this by Rinks. So, rolls as it goes, as it goes. Yeah. Next up, we have just some miscellaneous sketches related to this. Some things that we were playing around with as an initial idea before we start divulging a bit and deciding a bit more. So, miscellaneous sketches related to this project. Next, we have Nicholas Faraday. This is the Puppet Master guy, I should mention. He's also supposed to be a little unusual, but fits the screen. And again, you saw the two efforts to draw him more seriously as potential stuff earlier with these two. In fact, I think I can probably align this so like I can fit that over there and get these two here. I desire him. Yeah. Okay, so I'll move the two off to the side for a second. I'll read his stuff going on in just a second. Alright. So this is... Oh no! The text document froze! Don't freeze. This is Nicholas Faraday, but I need to get to his profile. There we go, that froze. Let's read about Nicholas Faraday. Nicholas Faraday, age 29, role Dollmaster, gender male, messiah to the cult, believed to be a religious figure, a reclusive, closed-off person. The Dollmaster has a twisted sense of humor, which is displayed in his jokes, his work on his dolls, and his conversations with the cult and team. Very grim, disgusting, disturbing, and with a lack of morals. However, he toys with the cult and what they can provide him for his own endeavors, taking on the role of their messiah in the face of a believer, though he couldn't care less. Sadistic, loving pain, and takes joy in twisting the people he gets hold of in interesting ways that go against who they are, abominating them. However, his methods he keeps an absolute secret, disguised under the work of God, but there's something more going on here. His initiation into doll making and fascination with it happened after the death of his sister, though his initially pure ambitions have been nothing but twisted since then, going further and further down his own rabbit hole. There we go with all that. Now, I could share more about this particular project. We got like 15 minutes, so I'm going to move on to the next thing. There's a few other characters. I'll flash them on screen very, very briefly. We got Farron Carter. Farron Carter. We had a sketch of what we had decided for Farron Carter there. And we also have Rin Reed, which Rin Reed, doing her thing. Okay. We'll talk. Well, there was a little bit more talk. There was also some side characters that didn't have art, which had descriptions in that bio thing. But for now, that was about Project Winter, which was one of the first projects that we didn't really turn into anything, but was us spitballing, basically, at the time. We have Project Dragonfly, which these are 2 character designs I've been in love with and will 100% exist as something someday. I will show them here. So we have... I'll just sort of flock through them. We had a bunch of potential things. The idea was that we had basically this Dragonfly girl who was in love with this like flower or budding prince type thing. The girl is not a princess, I'll mention, but the guy comes from a prince from their world. You can see their concept sketches here, and their more full sketches here. I've always loved these character designs, I should mention. Personally speaking, I would like them to exist in something eventually. I've always been in love with them. So we have an alternate take on them here a bit, though these drawings are there. We have her there, drawn a bit more here. Transform, fit to screen. Yeah. We actually had a bigger idea for this project, and that's going to become very clear in a second. Like, here was our idea of what this one desert town was going to be like with this floating place above it and how the center was placed out, just to get this idea of what this world these characters lived in were like. And we had more examples like that. I'm not going to show them all right now, but I'll show this one as well. We actually spent a lot of time doing this world building of where these characters existed and what it kind of looks like and feels like for these particular characters. So to roll with and go with. Ring is very talented. That's what I was going to say. Yeah. Indeed, indeed. Here's some other miscellaneous things from this project. Here were some desert citizens. The creatures of this world were very supposed to be like animal type things going on. So we have the Great Desert, when you're thinking about how the desert beings are and what they are under, what they wear, and then having this like gator. I love this gator character, by the way. Moving on from that to the next bit. I got a couple more things. We got like an initial doodle board. We were trying to figure out the design. We eventually chose on him, and obviously we chose on her pretty early. There's like some world building that we're going to be doing with some robots and some old technology type things that like the Skeet style thing. Yeah. And there's a couple more things. I guess the last thing I'll show is that there was this sort of theme going on with different beings, different cultures around these two. Like here's something from another part of the culture of the character that we were playing to play a bigger role. It's a bit more humanoid than all the other characters, but they like live away from main society. Sort of like the opposite, where basically all the animals are living in big cities and the things that resemble humans are like living more in the wild and closer to nature. Stuff up that alley. So anyways, that was Project Dragonfly. Okay, we've gone over Red Haze, we've gone over Red Haze 2 and Red Haze. We can talk a little bit about the Rose game. So there's this idea that I keep coming back to that doesn't have a very definitive viewpoint. There's 2 pictures by me and 1 picture by T in here. So I've had this idea of what I usually call it either silhouette of the decaying rose or up the alley, or like flesh of rose. It's just this idea that I've been coming to over and over again, which I want to be this kind of somewhere between beautiful, artistic, but also kind of cartoony type thing. Yeah. Roll as it goes. Look at them there. Flesh of the Rose. So these are the 2 mood drawings I had originally for this idea. Again, hasn't fully ever been realized into anything, but it's been an idea that's been stirring in my head for a little bit. Here is a picture that T did based off of the first bit there, so fit there and G. Yeah. Which is based off of the flower holding guy that was in this first picture. But I think it came out pretty nice, so as it goes, as it goes. Moving on to the next. Next up. Now we're going to talk about Satan's Depression. Okay, so Satan's Depression. I will mention that I have some pieces here from myself mostly. Then there's a couple of the robot girl from T and a couple of the monster cat from Gracen. So we're going to get fully into this. Satan's Depression is somewhat combined, is not combined, but conjoined with Wet Corpse, where I keep it going back and forth if I want to do a more serious horror thing, more of a comedy thing, or something in between and cartoony. But I kind of want to eventually do a sort of horror, cartoony RPG type thing, which is where these character designs come from. Here we have just a few different characters sitting there. Yeah. We're going to have more characters pop up in a second. Hey, a bunch of characters. Look at them go. Set there. Just going to flash a bunch of I think there's a character there that we're not seeing due to... Give me a second. I'm going to put... we will do this pic of this robot girl there. Fits the screen. And then to make this character over here pop up, this guy being like, hey. Oh, we got her over there doing her thing. Be as it may. And then, of course, this here in the background is Robot Girl. Moving to the next. Wow. We have these two. I've done more with rabbits, but I might also have a thing for rats. Like, in character design fun. Just thinking about it. Here is another fun sketch with the background that's a little bit more readable of these characters. Gracen did this fun drawing of our favorite shadowy Nya, making them a little bit more like a cat girl. Of our leech monster girl, but... Then... there was this other sketch for Halloween thing for Robot Girl, so... And yeah, there's a lot to say about Satan's Depression. I actually use this as a leeway to get into Wet Corpse, which is an idea I keep on battering with. A lot of the music I played today have been stuff that's just planned for Wet Corpse. So, first of all, Feebles the Flea is not from this project, but I think this is the first project they're going to play a big role in. The completely original why did I reverse them? The completely original character of good old Feebles the Flea. You cannot flee from him. That is the truth. So, we got Feebles the Flea. I'm happy they like the Robot Girl a lot. I think Robot Girl and Matron have been the two which I've seen the most, like, ooh, from. But yeah. We've got a lot to do with Feebles the Flea. You can't flee from him. Look at all the Feebles. He'll poke you with a stick. I'll have a nice little sit-down talk with you. Ain't he sweet? I'll talk like a person silly, but move things through. Then we have the girl design that I've had for a little bit. Okay. So here is this girl design. Now, this next step is going to take a little bit of doing here. We have like less than 4 minutes to finish this stream, so I'm going to work really, really close, I know. Let's do this really fast. I can't show... I guess I can actually use Feebles the Flea to save the day. So these are not final designs, but these were some designs as part of the process of figuring out the characters for... This was for originally Tenebrous, Hour of Watchful Eyes, but it sort of evolved into what sort of the modern idea of Wet Corpses is. So these are like early thought characters, but they're not final at the moment. Then we have these monster designs, one after the other, for some of the early ideas here. Look at them all go. Pretty big personality stuff coming through. Yeah. T did do a couple sketches related to that stream. Here was their take on the first guy that you just saw there. Fit to screen. You can see that it looks pretty cool there. It's based off of the guy that you see standing right there. Yeah, having fun. Yeah. Then we had just this picture as a general wet corpse idea with the wet corpse thing going on. So yeah. Roll as we go, as we go. Yeah. Next up. Gone over Sink Your Teeth. We haven't done Sickeningly Sweet. Oh, Sickeningly Sweet I do want to attack. I don't think I have enough time for Sugary Sinful Girls. That has to go. Suspended Ascent I would like to share, but it's not like a crucial thing. Okay. So we did seed earlier. I want to talk about Sickeningly Sweet. Okay. So Sickeningly Sweet, I one day would like to make it a thing. It was this game starring this character. Rinks did a lot of art pieces, and as Rinks says, one of the favorite projects they've done with me, and I agree, it was a pretty fun thing. I would like to make this manifest as it stars this cartoony, sort of bratty girl who runs into a more perfect version of herself who seems to be taking over her life. We star and follow this little critter. She has a lot of things that she's dealing with as she starts dealing with what seems to be almost a more perfect version of herself. Imagine if somebody came into your life but they're like the idealized version of you and seem to be like interested in actively taking your life. That's this character situation with meeting this character who's basically just you're not living it. Doing their thing here, being like I'll just go through a bunch of stills of them quickly. She's in love with this blue cat boy. But as you see, a little bit of contrast here going here. Da-da-da. Wow, wow. Hair fun. Of course, being me, we have this crazy ghost character type thing. As you can see there. Ultimately gets humiliated because, of course, then we have her trying to desperately cleave onto this guy, having a relationship of there being distance growing between them. Ultimately being more taken away, her having some breakdown stuff. Very, very expressive art from Rinks on this one. Then ultimately into the darkness. We have actually directly ran out of time. For those watching the stream while it is about to end, love you all. Thank you for tuning in and watching this. Until next time, I will see you guys later. Bye. We have officially hit the moment where the VOD will actually end, so... yeah. However, I will go over one more thing with you guys here, and also do more of a proper goodbye. I was just saying goodbye because the VOD will literally just cut off right then. Hi. So now we're off recording. I went longer than I hoped. I guess I should have expected myself to go longer. In fairness, we almost made it. Like, covering everything. I did miss a few things I wanted to talk about. I didn't get to talk about Tenebrous. I'll show them very briefly. So, there was this Tenebrous thing. It was this hand-drawn Gallo thing. I'm not going to show all the pieces, but there was that thing. We didn't get to talk about Suspended Ascent. This was this vaguely Silent Hillish type idea. But it was supposed to be set in the Philippines and featuring... This is also where Feebles originally came from, actually. But part 2 would be like 15 minutes. I was doing this really quickly. I'll talk more about this another time, I think. I'm just going to keep it summary right here. And then be like, yeah. There's this Whispering Decay idea, which features, like, these characters. Woo, woo, woo. There was this whole thing where the character... Also, this Diver Boy. Woo. Yeah. Drawn by Gracen there. And then they were supposed to have this whole thing where you would have to put them through these like clinical trials that are being tested on. And they could die. They could fucking die. So, roll as it goes, as it goes. Moving things as we do. Just removing that out of the way for a second. Yeah.